И понял, тебя позвать, Аюба, и посидеть втроем по комменте, типа турик. Ну просто так, мне, ну, типа там, попиздеть, пообсуждать турнир. Понял, да? Так. Так, гай, всем привет. В общем, сегодня у нас что? Сегодня мы сейчас погоняем обычку. Не знаю, может подойдет Аюб, может подойдет Саня. Мы побегаем чуть-чуть ранги, но пока никто ничего не отвечает. И через 1,5 часа у нас вроде будет турнир. Вроде как, что ли, последний день сегодня. Поэтому потом по комментим турик. Ну как по комменте, пообсуждаем, посмотрим турнир. Пока в обычке побалуемся. Знаешь, что скачал, Володь? Valorant. Серьезно говорю. Пойду посмотрю, что это вообще такое. Так, Аюб, блин, прочитал сообщение и не ответил ничего. Ну, как обычненько.
Это победитель Кубка мира, она первое место взяла.
А ну, ты знаешь, сколько она бабок там залутала, братан?
А сейчас там чеки показывают, их выносят, короче, это...
Ну, нормально бабок
Диана
утонула.
Миронова, сейчас глянем.
Сейчас подойду.
Там чеки внизу есть, лежат над этим, показывают. Тыреста.
Там.
Короче, 400 получила среди женщин и 800 за первое место еще сверху.
Она сильно играет, базару нет. Она в моменте один раз пропала, понял? Вообще, короче, со всех радаров.
Че?
Ну то.
А, это побеляр. Да я вчера случайно это где-то был подписан на бильярдную Россию. Это вчера смотрю ролики, продавались. Федерация. В Екатеринбурге проходила, короче.
У нас сзади падает, Володь, вот на вот эту
Да,
тему.
вижу. Это обычка?
Да, да. Что, надо с ними драться тогда, Володь.
Ну, лутать, да, и бежать вот этот холм занимать.
Володь, я арбалет беру, где похер.
Да, обычка можно, если что хочешь.
И что тут еще есть? Тёрки возьму.
Ух ты, как меня назад откинуло.
Для чего?
Не знаю, дернуло очень сильно.
Не воруй! Мне это нужна, слышишь, М-ка.
Я тебе скажу, тут что-то вообще беда.
Беда, да, вот.
Да.
Блин, и чё мне? Ну это до юмпика возьму.
Юмпик, да, сейчас все начали бегать с юмпика. Бля, меня как назад откидывает, слышишь? Прям.
Ну, нормально. У меня когда летел, был трабл, понял? Потеря пакета была жестко. Все, я готов убивать.
Да, пошли.
$19 патронов. Сейчас я им дам.
Ух ты, 222, короче.
Пинг?
Лос.
А, ну у меня были лосс, падали там по 40%, но упали нормально, все стало. О, господи, ты так это если ты меня испугал. Блин, надо... А вон они бегут по полю.
Где?
Вот он.
Да ну, блядь, как ты так стреляешь, нахуй?
Сейчас, залезь в сейф. Блин, я промазал. Блядь, надо подумать, он бежит.
Лосы по 300, блядь.
Он за камнем, вот тут.
Угу. Сейчас, у меня фул это есть.
Тихо! Подходит сверху, над нами. Двое. Но...
Да, блядь, сбоку что-то еще.
Ну, у меня X3 в упоре такой. Блин, так с арбалета хотел завалить.
Старая советская. Зачем?
Старая советская женщина. Молодой, ты чё там? Где ты там? Так, ну тут это по-любому сюда.
Старый зинкер взять, нахуй, он и галуши пробивает. А? Ну. Почему?
Ой, так а ты чё? Ты к
Большой шнур, кожаный который.
Бля, что-то погромче.
Круглый. Ты чё? Я тебе места могу знать, сказать, где их пойти купить. Ну а какую ты, подольскую ходим? Оверлох. Оверлох.
Оверлоу. Оверлоу. Оверлоу в Windows есть такая тема.
Оверлок, да, есть такие машины. Но это она вся в одном, там на 4 иглы, на 4 бобины вешается. Электрическая. До сих пор где-то с Дубая едут, блядь. Ну, мы 14 штук забрали. Да, 10 пришли, 4 где-то, блядь. До сих пор, ага, до сих пор еду. Оверлоки, да. Ну, один хуй швеи все хотели, старый зингер, либо подольскую ручную. Ну, те, кто всю жизнь сидят на них, они...
Володь, со мной падай на меточку.
Просто эти машинки пробивают все, что можно. Да. Так там иглы, блядь, 120-е, там толщина иглы, блядь, колеса. Блядь, да как он тут стреляет? Ну, ты нахуй, короче. Мои. Короче, спрыгнул вниз.
Блядь, ты либо играй, либо разговаривай там.
Что ты хотела продолжить?
Ай! Прям сверху тебя! Можешь инстареснуть попробуй. Не, он... Вот здесь еще что, Володя, на втором этаже на
Да
желтом.
я знаю там.
У меня нечем хилиться. Есть чем хилиться?
Да, не, вон, посмотри, какой скоп.
А, тогда все текаем.
Да, не,
Не
ну
нокнись,
это,
не нокнись, не нокнись, не нокнись. Так же
Да, там их двое, блядь.
второй этаж, Володь?
А.
Ты на втором сейчас нокнул?
Нет, я вообще другого на красной херне.
А, вон вижу. Да, блядь, ну ты прикалываешься. У меня второй тик, Володь. Володь, второй тик.
Блядь, да бегу, ну.
Капец. Капец, дайте лута. На крыше, Володь, на желтой метке. И вот здесь чел. На спину обходит, спина обходит нас. Вот здесь. Хорошо.
Нокнул.
Добью, пойду. Илюсь. Ладно, 400 пятерок, короче.
Нокнул на чердаке.
Вот там на чердаке?
Да, да.
Трехочковый?
Нет. А мы справа, смотри, чувак еще сидит один. Нокнул еще раз. Чердак.
Оранжевый, да, чел еще?
Да.
Ага, вижу на оранжевый. Убил оранжевый.
Ну вот на чердаке двое.
Не нокнись, я сейчас... Ай, да блять! Ну ты говно! Он не может меня, Володь, убить. Попичо, попичо! Играй.
Идем.
Да играй на втором и на третьем этаже.
Я понял. Ну, блять, аптечек нету, я не знаю, что делать.
Блин, капец, он спустился. Я думал, он на чердаке там. Ты можешь уйти вот в эту кемку, вот здесь. Вот сюда. Там что-то подлутать. Правее, бей. Не,
Сейчас.
на оранжевой я убил, они там двое остались и все. Вот так, да, убегай.
Да, ХП просто даже в спину, если начнет стрелять, просто убьет.
Это понятно. Сейчас подойду. Аюб говорит, он не дома. Блин, надо у Сани попросить это. Номер его. Это ты кого тут нашел, Володь?
От двоих чертей.
А нету на ближний бой что-нибудь? Так пойди его убей. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Как ты плохо пострелял, конечно. Короче, Аюб говорит, полторашка. И у него есть, который ему комп настраивал. Винду игровую свою ставит, фул настраивает комп сам. 1500 рублей. Оптимизация, не оптимизация, всякая.
Я понял. Это по-хорошему надо заново снести ее.
Но он тебе свою винду поставит.
А,
Свою игровую винду и сам ее настроит. Все 1500 рублей. Он бежит слева, видел? За домом уже.
Да,
Двое там.
Да.
Тут они стреляются с кем-то. Сколько там патронов у тебя? И жди того
22 огонь.
корякер вон он бежит.
За камень зашел.
Да иди в зону, вот. Вот кемпы сейчас будут перед тобой. Подлутай что-нибудь дает. ВДВ, десантура. Бусты есть?
Один.
Аптека вон. Минута. Будь здоров. Вон он слева, видел? Вот
Нет.
тут, да, правей. Правей. Вот тут где-то, если меня не зашизило, тип бежал. Вот где-то правей должен быть. Импы вот эти вот тут где-то. Если меня не зашизило. А может и зашизило, Володь, ты знаешь меня. А парень такой. Пустик.
Опа-на.
Пятерочки. Она. Ячечку. Ты сними глушитель вот с этой темы, он будет лучше стрелять.
Не знаю, мне нравится, я могу нормально.
Зона, фаза 3. Вот,
Где-то просто тип стреляет.
вот они, вон в кемпе, наверное, вот тут впереди, не?
Да. На вышке, наверное, на вот этой.
Он убегает. Там двое за камнем. НТ, Володь, НТ.
Еще дамагу.
Сильный реально.
М?
Ты сильный. Ты в Valorant не играл вот никогда?
Не.
Что за карта у нас? Или поближе на вот этому. Да уйди ты, господи. Блин, вот как вот в окно просто зала... Ага. Может и правда надо голову типа поднимать. Ширь. Я не поверю, что вот сюда нельзя закрыть. Пец. Сюда. Куда метку поставил? Желтую давай на эту, на станцию. Слышь, а там же ж типа медведей убиваешь и что-то там можно залутать, да, вот в этой теме?
Да, по-моему, не самого медведя, там пещера у них, они охраняют пещеру, по-моему, бункер.
Ну, так медведя ж надо убить.
Да.
Сзади много. С нами двое летят вот.
Да бред. И нахуй просто.
Ёб твою мать, я промазал. У меня там... О, этот... А, не, это не тот чел. Вот, с прошлой каски. Вокруг. Я бомжары, господи, в упор попасть не могу, типа. Ай. А, 41 минут. Давай, мне надо, Миромарчик пойдем. Короче, докидывать бедолах. Интересно. Миромарчик, Миромарчик. Сейчас подойду.
Ой, здорово всем.
Бля, Володь, иди сюда. Володь. Ты кто, воин? Под китайская сюда. Нормальные эмоции. Десятых FPS, вот это класс. Володя! Володя!
Говори.
Чё ты? Ты где это? Слышь, братан, ты себе наушники купил за 15 тысяч, блядь. У тебя качество звука, я не знаю, как будто ты, как у меня, за 400 рублей телефонный. Ты же в Logitech как сейчас сидишь?
Да.
Ну что ты там поднастроить что-нибудь в проге там не пробовал? Микрофончик.
Да пробовал. Да, и у самого просто слух у вас.
Здорово всем, а чё все молчат?
Здорово, здорово.
Ровно. Это обычка?
Да.
Здорово.
Мгм.
Так, раз, два, три, четыре. А, ну сквад с нами и
С
все.
нами сквад один получается.
Я тогда падай ближе, Володь, ближе падай.
Я на рекламу.
Он там не задолбался шмалять. Блин, это капец, дайте М-ку для лука. Да? Так, один у нас на линии падал. Вот где-то в той стороне.
Выпрыгнул вот тут. Да, блядь, что за бред?
Где он там был, Володь, выпрыгнул?
На метке. Вон. Вот в этом доме он. В сарае. Перебежал. Перебежал за вот этот.
А, я же говорю, на желтой на линии где-то чел.
И один вот тут.
А у меня шлема еще нет, ё-моё, хоть первый взять. Капец, ты где его убил-то? Подбегает с моей стороны. Подо мной тип. У тебя зеленый, у тебя уходит.
Я думаю, вы тут рядом со мной. А они тут уже толпой.
Я же тебе сказал, у тебя в упоре типа.
Я понимал, с одной стороны, то что были.
За домом на оранжевой метке, на синей, вот там, вот тут, за вот этой будет домом.
О, хватай меня, уноси.
Аккуратно, Володь, аккуратно, аккуратно, аккуратно. Я спускаюсь. Я хилюсь, братан, меня разбили. Ты сам пока. Один ног. Хилюсь опять. Дал флеш. Вайп?
Нет.
Смоку решает, скорее всего, своего.
Хорош, давай там, забирай.
Володь, еще один. Нет, 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 на мне. На мне. Ну не добивай ты, шлюха! Он нокнутый один. Хорош.
Хорош, хорош, лучший, бро.
У меня лук МКшка была, вот.
Сейчас заберу жетоны и всех подниму.
Давай, братик, не Володь, тут уже все, ты просто бог, бля. Ёбаный, бля. Так, а где ты нас можешь резать? Ближайший.
Рядом где-то есть.
Вот тут ближайший.
Ой, далеко пиздец. В Хасиенду лучше не иди, там народу дохуя было. Я не знаю.
А, да, в Хасиенде, да.
Может,
На
там
ПГ неизвестно.
ближе к центру зоны. Не?
Ну, Володь, тебе тачку надо. Тачка где-то на дороге будет. Смотри в этом промежутке. Ты можешь.
Почему? А, что, тут нету, что ли,
Давай,
ебать?
братик, надо на машину, короче, ехать.
Да, в Хасиенду не иди, там много народу. Там. Ты все жетоны забрал?
Да.
Слева, слева, смотри, слева.
Да я видел, я посмотреть. Блять, а куда ж на туре поехать? Где вас
Да,
резать?
я тебе поставил метку на, на зеленую едет. Я тебе сейчас проложу маршрут прямо вот так. О, я
По приборам.
я
2:0,
ничего не
понял?
вижу вообще. Я и забыл, что тут резать можно, ё-моё. И что там, гулага нет, типа сразу возрождаешься?
Да, да, да.
Он что
Чего тягать?
А тут, по-моему, стреляются, да?
Нет. А, да, блядь.
Едь вот сюда тогда, вот, на желтую. Назад вернись. На дороге развернись назад и вот так вот поедь.
Не, я тогда вот туда ебану, вот сюда.
А, ну давай, да. Почему на кнопку Del метка не убирается, не скажешь мне? Ctrl-Del. Alt-Del. N. Тоже не убирается. Мудак Старкова. Нормальный ник.
Я не успел, да? 11 секунд осталось.
Чё 1 секунд? Да чего 1 секунд стоит? До зоны? Володь, ты там и зачилься в ангаре, слышь?
Угу.
Мог бы дал, я не знаю. Тебя уже пушат.
Ебать!
Сангаров! А ты кого-то... А, ты не резнул, да, никого?
Кого-то должен был, по идее, резнуть.
Ну, не меня,
Да?
точно.
А, сольник вообще, прикинь, крыса сидела здесь. Ладно, хуй.
Блин, как куда-нибудь слетать, где я ни разу не был. Далеко. Пипец, гля, тут кемпы какие есть, Володь. Володь, давай туда полетим, на желтую. Офигеть, и вот это все, вот эту бомжатню залутает. Володь. Володя. Давай на желтую туда в конец карты, слышь, это мне разу не надо. Просто по приколу. Блин, а чё они вот сколько лет игре, чё они его не разукрасили, там хотя бы как-нибудь бы сделали, там паб написали бы там где-нибудь. Или вообще, слышь, Володь, давай сюда. А потом туда поплывем. Там же что потом где-то тут мы...
Не, там шляпа, я лучше тогда куда-нибудь.
Давай
вот
сюда,
Или
сюда,
вот
сюда.
сюда.
Да нет! Давай просто посмотрим, что там на картах есть вообще. А я сюда тогда на берег упаду. На остров посмотрю, что здесь. Тут же где-то еще водный мотоцикл должен быть, если не ошибаюсь.
Если.
Нет, 100% должен быть.
Я не вижу. Лодка, по-моему, стоит.
Ну или лодка, что-нибудь должно быть. Со мной кто-нибудь летит вообще. Что за склад какой-нибудь? Не, один я дурачок. Зато мне тут 2 ангара, Володь. Чисто Гуччи флип-флап. Пожалуйста, миник уже.
А я с юмпиком побегаю.
Нафиг тебе этот юмпик нужен?
Кайф. Юмпик какая-нибудь оружие.
Так, где тут еще лутают? Японский городовой. Хотя тек нахер не нужен. О, наш уже наигрался. У него типы там что ли? Так, а что мне надо? Мне нужен увермаг. Все вроде. Я что там, Володь?
Я, в принципе, фуловый.
У меня тут это. Надо найти что-то. Лодку или что-нибудь. Я, в принципе, тебе поеду.
Братан, это уже твои проблемы.
Есть, но они что-то не рабочие, слышь. Не, ну по-любому где-то должен. Вплавь точно не вариант.
Сам выбрал.
Не, да я просто локацию посмотреть, я тут ни разу не был. Типа, ну. что это? У меня тут байдарки не рабочие. Не, да по-любому где-то лодка должна быть. Ну, это прикол же. Володь, ты давай ищи машину и где-то, я не знаю, едь в мою сторону. Сейчас заберешь.
Так мы не договариваем.
Да давай, слышь, не договаривались.
Ищи.
Вот, вижу, лодка есть, все. Ну чё, где встретимся? Тачка есть у тебя? Давай
Да?
сюда на перекрестке.
Церковь зайду.
Помолиться, блин.
Да, посмотрим.
А, Володь, посмотри X какой-нибудь. Пипец, у меня на минике коллиматор стоит. Икса не было, Володь, нигде.
Не, вообще точка была и все.
У меня тут тачка тоже есть. Я все равно уедем в эту сторону.
Да, все, я уже бегу к тачке.
О, мне надо машину заправить. Подъезжай, я ее заправлю. Как раз чуть-чуть бензина потратил. А как заправлять тачку? Надо сесть в машину? Подожди. И что дальше? А, вот. Да остановись, не едь, остановись.
Ну и чё?
Все, поехали. Машину заправлял. Машину заправлял, говорю. Может, есть такое? Поднять 70 предметов в одном матче. Наборы предметов считаются за один. Заправить транспорт завершено. 15 винтов надо использовать. На мины смогли лететь, Володь. Давай куда-нибудь наверх вот так заедь.
Да ладно.
Это ж можно было, кстати, жетон кипа забрать и возвратить.
Он вышел.
А, ну да. Ярик водила, это ты.
Нормально.
Ну, это пизда, вот ты шо пыталась? Мимо кемпов прям не едь. Тут мы не останемся. На гору хочешь?
Ага.
У нас тачка. Го за ним, нахуй, в погоню. Где он?
Впереди.
Блядь, сзади стреляют.
Давай, давай, давай.
Блядь, он лоу хп на крыше лоу чел. Пушит. Близко где-то. Не знаю, какие не попал в типа там в машине вообще, блядь. А, 92 Володь я ему дал. 92, понимаю. Так, что там, мне интересно, запустили они? Или нет? Ага, PUBG уже запустили, сейчас катку даем и пойдем смотреть. Тут. Володь, ты сможешь сейчас, когда закончим, открыть вкладку Твича и Ютуба? На Ютубе поставить ему минимальное качество, просто там, ну, как зритель у меня сидеть. А сам на Твич пойти ко мне. Можешь?
Зачем?
Ну надо так. И я открою у себя вкладки. Ну чё падает? Пипец. Я думал, мне габело, честное слово, пипец, чел вообще какой-то аутюга. Что там лазил вообще? Ай, ай, с окна. Как он работает, этот ремкомплект, блин? Ай, 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 ай. Не нокнись. Блять, ну именно, сука. Ах, ты тот, Володь? Чё, турик, пошли смотреть? Бам-бам-бим-бим-бам-бам-бум-бум. 82 ТМС. Так. Там. 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 Тут ты на Twitch подписан на мой?
Fourth, it's
А?
already that you can see here 17 has been able to accrue 200 points from taking first place at PGS1. Ascend 120 points. They are not here though, so they to a degree might be watching with bated breath, but that's actually quite a lot of points to get a second.
Tianva's not here either, right? So they can't really take them over. So the really question is, the big question is, does Danoa, Manson, and Cerberus take them over? Because that's the top four as we're going for. Power, while we look at power rank, let's continue to talk about the teams.
There's so much to talk about.
Spitfire, there's so much.
That's right.
And if you look at the power ranking, Twisted Minds not in the winners bracket, but they're second in the power ranking, right? So it really comes down to how well we're able to fare.
It also shows that the power ranking is not all because did not make winners bracket. However, we have seen as teams have been able to come back from losers bracket to be able to make championships, aka 17 from last year. Sorry, not last year, last tournament as a whole. So you see here in terms of our power rankings as well. Again, I kind of questioned some of these little things a little bit, but when it comes to the players to watch, when it came to those group stages, brought to you by LG Ultra Gear, it is Tycon and Shen that absolutely stood out here throughout.
Absolutely.
The crazy thing is, if you put these two ages together, they're almost as old as you.
Almost. Well, no, wait a minute. They're 19. Stop it. I'm not 40. Yeah, but of course they are in a position where they are looking fantastic. They are prodigies as a whole here. Here's today's matches. We've got Erangel, and then one little cheeky Tego, and 3 Miramars to round things off.
Yeah, and of course tomorrow we go starting with Miramar and then end on Erangel. So super balanced, 2 Tegos, and there's some funny things happening on Tego, of course, and also a lot of changes and drops and stuff.
Сейчас будет развал кабин.
There is a lot of teams that, you know, they were secure already on day 2 of group stage, so they're already posting the drop spots where they tend to go. And then there's some other teams that weren't until the last game of yesterday sure that they're going. So there's some rumblings, and it's really interesting to see where they end up, because priority on the map is quite important.
Fight for pride, fight for honor, and you guys at home can go over to highhonor.com as well for the Magic 5 Pro and unleash the power of magic like a wizard, and be able to go and do that. So you go check that out as well. And also, whilst we move on to here, we've got Spotify as well. Head over to Spotify.com. It is my daily source of excitement, is Spotify, and I'm sure you're able to watch or listen to all of your cool tunes whilst in the gym with me.
No, I forgot my in-ears, so.
Did you?
Yeah, so I'm trying to go alone so I can just put my phone on and music in the whole gym. But yeah, it's good. Use it every day.
Now let's talk about some of these teams, because obviously Cerberus, Tyloo, the Expendables, up towards the top, great group stage. Can they carry that same kind of energy, that same kind of fire here into the winners bracket?
They thrive in this very chaotic environment that we have in the group stage that they have at home in APAC as well when we saw the qualifiers. So I definitely feel like this is also one of the reasons why they're able to succeed this well in group stage. But once we go to winners bracket, and this is getting a little nitty gritty, right?
Please do.
What we saw with winners bracket also at PGS1, right? It's way more slow play, way more center heavies, trying to survive, trying to keep 4 players alive, because you need to have top 8, of course, instead of just top 16. So again, it came down to one of the last games, and it will probably come down to the last game again here, who's going through. So you need to be super steady. You need to try to get as many points as possible from the very get-go, and also make sure you get points in every single match. If you're able to build, you know, your 3, 4, 5 points, rather than have your 0-1-2 games.
Капец он быстро разговаривает.
There's so many excellent teams to talk about here, but we don't have any time, unfortunately, here for now. We're ready to get into these games. Thank you very much, Avenger, here for PGS2. Let's get to the games. Let's get to the...
Let's go!
And now look at the Expendables, man. They are making the push. They know this is their window of opportunity.
Chúng tôi không hề cảm thấy sợ hãi. Chúng tôi có thể đè bẹp tất cả những đội tôi gặp.
We didn't come to Riyadh to lose. We came here to destroy everything.
This is insane what these guys are doing.
Step forward. ключевой этап, и сетка победителей — это лишь ступеньки на пути к успеху.
Адоузик, адоузик!
Участие в гранд-финале.
저희는 그룹 스테이지에서 잘할 자신 있었기 때문에 위너 브라켓 올라오는 건 당연하다 생각해요.
We're a step ahead of the game, and it's not worth
А вот он, TGL-10, Володь.
Todo el mundo puede pensar que es algo sorprendente, pero es algo natural para nosotros. 목표는 당연히 우승입니다. 리아드까지 왔는데 챔피언 타이틀 정도는 가져가야 되지 않겠어요? 한번 증명해 볼게요. 오늘의 주인공은 다나가 될 것입니다.
Welcome everyone to the first day of the PGS2 winners bracket. I'm Toby, joined by Matrim, and we are in Matrim for one hell of a set of 12 games here. The teams are ready. We've been up there talking with them already. They are good to go, and they want the action from right from the get-go.
Oh yeah, we're getting like a small taste of what the grand finals could be like whenever we look at the collage of teams that we've got onto this one. But still, high pressure, as you've got to make sure that you're making the qualification settings inside of this, making sure that you're hitting your points, maintain that consistency. As we've had, sure, 3 days of action, but remember the players only each played 2 days due to the group stage. We're back into another 2-day session.
And speaking of the group stage, I'm just gonna go out and say this. If the group stage is anything to go by in terms of how many insane moments, how many clutch plays we're gonna see, we are in for an absolute treat. You can see it on your screens, about 30 seconds to go until the first game will pop off. And I have a question to you right out of the gates. Who do you think, Matt, will come off the strongest and why?
Who do I think is going to come out the strongest? Ooh, you just got to throw it to me off of the get-go.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
I'm going to say I'm kind of, I know I've got to do the waffling.
You do you.
But I'm kind of torn right now between 17 and Navi and how I think that this is going to end up between
Вот, ты смотришь?
Uba is coming in wanting to make a statement, and 17 once more. And I think that that's going to be what we see. APAC, man. Apex.
Navi 17, so EMEA, China, or APAC will come off the strongest. Everyone but NA. I like that answer, Matt. That's
Hey, look. Sonics managed to make some points. I finally didn't put Sig on my fantasy team, so he did something.
They sure did. Now let's hop on over to match number 1. The plane is in the air. Else fair, else can be, as we go straight north to south. And while there's no promises off of this plane path, one thing that is kind of interesting, especially as of what we've been seeing late and in the qualifiers for this tournament, we haven't had a single military circle throughout the entirety.
Так, QM летят на Салбер, я так понимаю. Да, туда занимательно летят или нет? А, один Салбер. Ну тут сейчас вот с QM должен быть какой-то зарубчик, нет? Вот это кто там заплутал? Донала или как они там называют?
Does that have me worried? I'm not sure. He is in, and he is, well, good for him, the only guy on Millie. So maybe there's a plan to it. Maybe they didn't quite get the comms on through for when to jump out. I'm hoping that it's on purpose, and I'm also hoping we're not seeing any hot drops. But as I'm taking my eyes through the map here,
Адоузик убегает на тачечке.
Yeah, this looks like this is going to be a pretty simple drop all considered.
Нави занимают эти... Ну, короче, вот это будет возле мульти-движ. Ох, ебать, тонна мама родная. Сейчас, короче, кто быстрее переедет, мост займет и все. Сейчас там больше пола этого похоронит. Сейчас фейс полетят сразу. Эти уже фьюз сразу туда сетуются.
But you can be sure that he's telling his team, calm down here, guys. It is an open buffet.
And for all of those that are curious, yes, Sonics is already in rotation back down to military, just like Toby was talking about. 17 Gaming chilling inside of Pochinki. Pochinki not even in the circle. This is still a pretty southern military.
It is very far south, not so much east side in,
Капец,
so
зона
the chances of those
прокнулась,
observatory
ошалеть.
endings are kind of, it's not impossible. It could still massively hard shift east, but not that likely. And then we still do have a little bit of land towards the north that could potentially have us end a game north of it, but that would also require one hell of a shift to go up there.
So we're looking around at everything. You can see that it's
Да,
predominantly
сейчас кто мост
safety in play
переедет,
for a lot of people. Some
нафармит
teams that are very
нормально.
far to the north, don't be surprised if you don't
ПТСов.
see them coming into the very tail end of this. We haven't been seeing a lot of success in edge play coming out from our teams.
Yeah.
So whenever we're getting a military-based circle like that, that does mean that we also are going to have some interesting situations where trying to get into the circle as fast as possible.
Exactly. We're seeing PO here getting the rotation game going, the captain of the team, and now let's hear what he has to say.
저희가 좀 단단하게 잘하긴 했지만 그 이후 라운드에서 실수들이 많았고 또 이게 팀 게임이다 보니까 다 같이 잘해야 되는데 저도 못하고 다 같이 실수를 조금씩 하다 보니까 그게 좀 스노우볼이 굴러간 것 같아요. 아쉬운 것 같습니다. 세계대회가 이렇게 멤버가 맞춰지고 처음이고 오프라인도 오랜만에 하는 친구들도 많고 감을 좀 덜 잡아가지고 조금 더 경험을 쌓다 보면 충분히 잘할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Man, these interviews are savage. Hey, you guys did good in game one, but sucked since then. How's that happen? What's going on?
How do you feel about being bad? I know. It's always great to hear from the PUBG legend himself, PO, and I think we got to keep in mind that as much as he's saying, they're smart about
Всё, Нави
the way they're
полетели.
doing this. They haven't had the best start to it, but they're acknowledging the mistakes.
Но у них
It's not just,
спот
oh,
был
we didn't get the
нормальный
circles,
такой,
like,
что
all the
можно
excuses,
было
they
забрать вот
acknowledge
эту.
we didn't do well. They've sat down, they've prepared for this, but I want to see, you said there's not so much edge team play. They are one of the edge teams on this server. I need to see them be more aggressive out there.
And that's kind of the problem that we've seen, right? The teams that are playing on edge have just been getting picked apart by third and fourth parties. It's also been a lot more open circles, specifically in that mid-game section, and that's where we've been seeing a lot of our problems come in. So teams such as LG
Тут
and
смотри,
GG
засада.
do really enjoy fighting along the edge and use that to propel themselves up and maintain their like average points per game. Just
Сейчас,
as
по-моему, -1 будет.
DraftKings popped off in the group stage, and
Да,
well,
до свидания.
everyone picked him for winners bracket, and there you go, -3 points. Minuta on the other hand gets himself the first kill
До
of
свидания.
said winners bracket, as he is far disconnected from the rest of his teammates over in Sarki. But you know what? If you want to get the mental games going, if you want to get into people's heads early on, this is when you do it right
А
from
как
the
тут
start.
пропустить? Тут же Face Clan был. Или он уже туда переехал?
We saw Navi making path just a moment ago. Don't be surprised if we also do see emergency pickups be a pretty common thing inside of this round, as we all know bridge camps can be quite problematic for a lot of teams. Cerberus actually taking this slow, just scouting. But on the opposite side, 17 actually does have a bridge camp set up.
They are sat there ready and waiting. Not sure if Cerberus is going to go all the way over here either, or if they're going to stop just on the other side. We'll see in just a few. I would imagine Cerberus. I mean, Cerberus is a team that throughout group stages set up.
Тут же Face Clan был возле этого. Что за прикол?
More iconic place to try and set up an ambush play than here, but as you can see, not quite the case. They're going to continue further forward. They're going to want to get their way further in land down here on the south.
The best traps are always set up where they're least expected. So see, you don't do the bridge, you move back just a bit and try to aim for it over there. It looks like that's what they're trying to set up. Get some more control over this eastern push outside of the bridge.
We saw just on the right-hand side of the screen before the kill spread between the team, the fact that you have Tycon and Himas doing so much work. I mean, the thing is, it's not just a two-man thing, but the entire team is set up around these two monster fraggers being able to do what they do best, and that is taking out players no matter where they are on the server. And oh my lord, have they been successful at doing exactly that. So I guess that's here just proving that this playstyle that Cerberus has come in with has clearly worked.
Looks like 17 realizing nobody making the path in. They were scouting out, making sure nobody was on the opposing side. Then said, you know, hey, let's just go ahead and cut over to the other position on this one. They're going to go ahead and get down the strong compound just on the bridge. Petrichor Road now going to be coming in right back behind Cerberus, but they do actually have Tai Lu that's going to be coming in back behind them.
Вот это самотский, наверное, похоронка будет сейчас, нет? Ой, бля.
Or railings come out of nowhere to slow down Petrichor Road. They might have a problem behind them.
You talked about emergency pickups just before as well. 3rd and 5 just flew themselves from North Georgia all the way down to the southern side of Millie. Bad thing for them, I should say, is that they want vehicles to work with heat, but we'll see if they find any now. Here's the trap, here's the setup. We'll see what they get up with. Dogma already started shooting, but whipping a few bullets.
Одному Габела.
And
Задавили.
Пипец вы мясо, реально типы. Пипец в натуре мясо, даже типа на мопеде не выбили.
Cerberus, I know that, I mean, of course, Dogma would have wanted to hit a few more bullets there, but as a whole, they weren't set up for exactly them wrapping out on that side, and therefore, I feel like when you're set up there alone, you know the entire team is coming your way, maybe just don't shoot if you have a chance to just fall back. If the team isn't ready for it, as you were saying, maybe just hold back and let them pass, because you know there are more fights to come.
They were trying to be prepped for it, but that was kind of one of the issues with it. They didn't have their last.
EQM, что они там были вообще прям в самом конце.
And I think that we saw the callouts come for, hey, look, they're cutting this direction, and we saw the shift out, but not a lot too much happening. LG actually, you know, are going to hit the shots on to Petrocor Road, pick up a kill outside of this one, as Petrocor Road going to be. I was actually kind of surprised that they stopped into this one. This is such a edge position inside of a military base circle. I guess maybe aiming for kills on people wrapping away from the Cerberus camp.
I mean, Petrocor moved out very early. They're a very edge-heavy team in the very early stages of the game, but they also, I talked to Ixlef coming in to the finals as well, and about summer, their new captain on the team, they're still kind of conforming to the former 4AM play style of saying, play edge early, but still go center.
Перо потеряли. Перо что команда, правильно? Да, Перо одного потеряли, Джесса потеряли одного и вот это ФЛЦ. Ну вот этот ФЛЦ вообще типа не ожидал. Ну так вот, надо чекать все.
Outside of this one, most of our teams are already inside the safe zone. Haisaki, though, you can see coming back over here with Cerberus making their shift away from their bridge camp. He is down. A couple smokes going to be coming out from this one, but it's going to be Tai Lu on the opposing side. That rock going to provide just enough cover, but nope, that's not going to be enough. Shin's got goals, man.
Now, Tai Lu is one of those teams that I didn't know exactly what to expect from coming into the group stage. They went out and impressed everyone. Phenomenal plays coming out from this team. Now I want to see them do it again here, though. We're full reset. We need to see Tali. We need to see Shen and Xiao.
Не идут душить идут.
We got the momentum going still from our previous games to be able to continue forward.
We do have the res that came out on the opposing side for Cerberus, but remember this
далеко Хае кинул. А вот Молик хорошо. А нет, чуть-чуть не докинул, да, Молик? Да напрягите кого кто-нибудь это. О, господи! О, господи, что за... Что это вообще было сейчас? Что это было? Один чел напряг всю команду, господи помилуй. Эти вообще на машине заехали на корабль.
Those can lead into some very embittered battles over there. Just due to
the fact of how
Now, Dano, you see here on your server, a team that had a bit of a slow start to the group stage, did manage to pull through in the end, making their way with the ferry, and also the Expendables.
Донау, это никуда поедут, это не под мост, и туда... А, не выпрыгнули.
You know what? This was a showcase.
А чё, как тип нокнулся?
Двое нокнулось. Ошалеть. А что ты? Что случилось?
If you could just jump into the side of the ship and get run over so that we can get things going easily, then I'm like, you know what, it's kind of, I know it's winner's bracket and all, but you know, we'll do it for you. So thank you, Dano, for showcasing to everyone that, yes, you can in fact rest your teammates in the water.
That slight curve of the ferry doing some work there,
just ignore that one.
Okay, looking in, we can see most of our rotations coming in. Nuren's not getting away with that rotations as Na'Vi, center of the circle.
Na'Vi кого-то там пушат жестко.
And this is where I'm worried for the teams around Na'Vi. They play phenomenal PUBG out of this position, both globally and within EMEA. And with how well they've been playing in this tournament already, usually Na'Vi has been a bit of a slow starter in the global stage, but here they come in super confident. I talked to Alia coming into today as well. As he gets knocked, that's unlucky, of course, and flush. Sorry about that one earlier. But he said they were playing confident. They felt good. They were just about to play their game with with the position they have right now, they should be able to continue that. But of course, unlucky for them to lose one this early.
Well, that's kind of the symptom of the circle, right? Whenever you have that high ground, that means that every single time you're cresting to take any shots at any of the opposing teams, 50 people can potentially see you at the time, so it can lead to some very high risks in stepping out. This is kind of what we see going on in the northeastern part of the island. The remnants of what's still inside the circle is we are now also coming over to G next to 17. Essentially, we just bounce from one side of the circle to the other to give you an idea on kind of the lay of the land. Is everybody is hillsides, and then there's this awkward kind of congestion closer to the edge play, but I can't even really call this edge play, but it's the closest we got.
Yeah, I mean, it essentially is. 17 still in and around the bridge, only with 2 players posted up, though, and Taemin on the bike has crept his way forward. So let's see now. Shabu has an idea, I think, that there might be threats coming from that side, but he's kind of looking all over the place, not having identified Gen.G, obviously, but I like his awareness. Those spots, one POC on the other side, huge that he's able to see him before they catch them off guard.
I love this position that we see him playing from. It's so defended, it can really maintain a lot of control over that western front that you can see people trying to make their moves in from. Plus, if for whatever reason somebody ends up going to the bridge, you can still do some secondary movements around that. There's a lot of strength to be had in it, but now having revealed themselves, they're like, you know, we could see somebody make the push into us. Let's just go ahead and regroup with our other teammates, because they were only doing a 2-2 split here.
Also, I like both the disengage from 17 Gaming here, but also the immediate response. You saw both Lilgos and Sushu instantly hop in their cars. Guys, they're here. But you also hear him. You can almost see the call come through. It was just one guy. He has fallen back. Let's just regroup again. Because look at the amount of control 17 currently have. If they were to full commit on a fight against Gen.G, other teams would claim that, especially with a shift like this coming through.
Okay, we know that we're staying on military base island, but the fact that we're still leaving that peninsula is absolutely insane. Question mark, you can see, making sure to get some more control over this northern area, because this is vital positioning now as we've just continued to shift up into this northern section of the island itself. Question mark have gained themselves just such a control point to be playing from. Like, look at how many teams are presently capable of taking shots at.
And these shots could not come through at the worst times. Dano is trying to get back to the compound, but while they're running and getting shot by question mark, now here comes Falcons as well.
Whoa, but question mark needs to be careful because they do have Cerberus that is coming up back behind them. And, you know, DK, they've been out in the blue zone for a while, and they're also being approached. We'll see how they opt into coming in this one, but the longer the question mark keeps taking these shots with day trade on the opposing side, means that we could actually see a bit more of a mix-up. Haisaki doesn't want to commit into the question mark line, instead maybe moving more to the south where LG is positioned.
Yeah, and this is really going to be a test on the Dano roster. I mean, I talked about teams in the pre-show that have to be able to play against, you know, it's here many days, stay good in health and whatnot. Dano, I talked to Soul early. Anonyx has not been feeling too well last night. Loki is the one that had an issue with his knee. Soul as well has not been feeling too good either. So they're all looking at me going, you know what, Salute is going to carry us today. So hopefully, I looked at Salute as well, and he was a little worried looking. So we'll see if this early commotion is going to become an issue. Tygon finds the first one, gets the flush as well, and able to dodge and weave as D+, as I would feel forced to continue going.
Ooh, you just kind of getting a vibe for what's going on right now. DK now also making their approach. They're going to be rolling right in between LG, just passing Cerberus. Petro Road's just going to be the south of them. But as they move forward, they're going to be moving into that day trade sight line. I wouldn't be surprised if that Wizard Tower is going to be what they're going to opt into, because,
Sacred's just out of the car, right?
Should be right. Oh, no,
hey,
maybe
say
not.
that, but nope, underneath the tire, he finds a Belmoth, tried to find it with the bolt, but not going to happen. And for D+ Kia, I mean, their strong suit in this tournament was never going to be aggression. The only way they've really been claiming points here is by playing super defensive. So maybe Americano in this shack will be able to get something done.
What we need to be looking at right now is we've got a build-up that's going on to the south. And yes, that's going to be Cerberus, Petrichor Road just getting picked apart, phase on the opposing side of it. And it's just down to a one-member. Cerberus still living in, putting in a ton of work, and they're going to go down. But this is not done yet. FaZe has still got some vision, some mindset on what's going to be happening over here. But this is also happening over on the western side, where we do have, it's going to be Gen.G and Sonics.
With the circle shifting far north, it's obvious that these edges are going to be burning. Question mark now out as well as Loki finds a 3-piece. No matter if you got a bad knee or not, he's still going to be able to frag out, takes down the entirety of question mark, and Sonic's now trying to wrap their way further forward. First one goes down to the hands of Tiggleton. Finds the second as well. Now he needs to commit to the heal because he's running down low in phase 3 and it's about to hit phase 4.
And once they crest up this hillside, it's going to be 17 that actually has vision on him, and they know this. Pio all by himself. Pio things paying off, but that means that he is now the last one up for his squad. 17 moving more aggressively into this as the new circle is popped. It's kind of just centered up on the landmass itself. Mime looks like they're going to just go ahead and leave him behind And Sonic's going to jump inside of a vehicle and send it with a wing and a prayer, but they're going to have T5 in front of them and Pio, depending on pathing, 17 on the other side.
And this is again a situation where, I mean, Pio a little disjointed from his team. We know that he likes to play this play style of going out and making things happen on his own, but when his team is then attacked and he is not able to really go out and help at all, it's just troublesome. As I say that, thank you, Pio, for disproving my point, because bad Pio things can really quickly turn into good Pio things. But even if he does get these 2 kills, I'm sure that he would have wanted to really have his teammates alive here too.
And that's kind of the problem, right? Is if you're Sonics, you're like, the only one we didn't kill was Pio. Where could Pio be? And now it is just going to be H-Win having to make pathing into I guess, a very caught out circle. Now, yep, there's 17 coming in. 17 is going to continue moving south. H-Win could wrap to the north, but 17 has control of the entire western line. If there is no path that H-Win can take.
17 is taking nothing for granted here. They're wrapping in really slow. As you're saying, they have Little Ghost up on the northern side. They know that they have 3rd and 5 ahead of them, so not in a hurry to push on in. They'll sit here and make completely sure that no one is going to backfill them, that they're not going to get backstabbed. They want to focus inward, because we all know that 17 Gaming, once they only have one direction they need to go, they are as dangerous as any team on the server.
Look, whenever you got your backs to the wall, you don't have to worry about being backstabbed. That's 17 strength, 8 HP. Oh, H-Win. He is going to find himself a recessed hillside that he can play in, but that is going to have some vision coming out from James and the rest of FaZe. So I think that they're kind of focused on the circle right now, and with that recess in the hillside, I don't think he saw it. Yeah, he should see it. Yeah, now.
Trying to get an angle now as well. The thing is, FaZe hasn't really been shooting a lot from where they are, so not a lot of teams knows exactly of their spot, so James might be a little hesitant in giving up his position. Not so much that he cares if H-Win knows where he is, not more so the teams around them towards the north, but now shots have been fired. It's actually Fex shooting down in this direction as James is trying to flex further towards the west, but again, they know that Na'Vi is nearby. They don't know exactly where they are, so again, James always really wanting his off-angle kind of surprise element. Don't want to shoot too soon.
And I gotta give respect to H-Win. This is a good read on the circle, realizing the approach area to come into. He has no targets other than FaZe. If he can manage to make it to the hillside, use the crest in the hill to kind of block out any sightlines that they've got, he's got survivability, and he can kind of let Na'Vi protect him from that stage forward.
I mean, for a little while longer anyway. He is inside the circle now. We're close to placement points too, and in a best of 12, you know that every single point could be the deciding factor in and just that one extra point could be the deciding factor in whether or not you make it into those grand finals directly, or if you have to go down into losers bracket.
Okay, we're getting into that stage, though, where it's kind of Na'Vi can see everything that they want to see, right? Yeah. They've got vision for pretty much anything. TE is going to be playing the lower section in front of them. LG still playing on the edge. They've just got Loki in front, as well as a weakened Falcons, as we're all just kind of waiting to see which direction this goes. It's going to lean in the south into the hillside, move away from the coastline itself, which is going to be great for FaZe, oddly good for H1 as well. But look at that T5 Na'Vi 17 mix-up.
Yeah, Melman is on a solo flank right now, and currently is a little further down the hillside, but I think once he realizes it's 2 full 4-man teams up here, he's probably not going to want to peek on over. And he is now running back towards his teammates. So you know what, as much as more kills could be good, as long as we know Na'Vi likes to kind of flex out and do damage on the edge, it's just not worth the risk. They have the compound, they have the edge to hold. Let these guys wound each other and take what's left.
And 17 needs, and they know this, right? But they need to be very aware as they're moving forward. They're going to be moving hillside to hillside. It's kind of what we were alluding to beforehand. Yeah. It's great to get control over this western hillside, but the circle now heavily flavors Na'Vi, and they're going to have to move down into this valley position, and it is so hard to survive through. They want to take out T5 quickly. They want to start.
Я уже вижу, что погибли QM. Я очень сильно расстроен. Не знаю, как это случилось. SQ живые, Нави живые, одного потеряли. Фейс ловый, Донава один остался. Капец. Что там? Кстати, ничего. Так, я сейчас сделал покушать, это никому не то.
Loki again, just making go of it, and LG just cannot find a path inside of a circle to save their lives. Hence why they're always dead, right? But anyway, T5 still just trying to hold it together down here. This is going to be Rosted taking the shots into 17 Gaming with a little bit of combined effort. While we do see TE taking some shots into T5, who really can't move too much. This is just that valley fight, man. Yeah. It's just. Nobody really comes out of this clean.
And now is when Na'Vi can consider going down here. They've seen the elimination of one team. They've seen all the damage done on the other side. This is when they can start harvesting on the edge. Xiaobei should be down to this nade. Nope. If not the first one gets him, then at least the second one should. Nope, not going to happen either. Able to dodge and weave, get fight out of that one. And in the end, it's actually going to be 7 team out on top. Ppocecsop falls down to blue. Rustic is taken down too. And Loki, the lone survivor of Danawa, continues to rack up points.
This is great. He was watching. He saw out the fact that Navi got distracted for just 1 second. Tried to send it in. But the problem with it is his face is still going to be defended in.
Yeah.
Mel is still holding back in that 17 line, as you were talking about, moved in a bit more aggressive. But FaZe, they did a good job of getting control of the southeast early, and day trade has been kind of functioning up into that northern corridor from them, so that's made it a lot more, like, as you were talking about, they really just had to deal with H-Win and get control over territory, and they've got that recess hillside that is so strong.
From a group stage now, where everything was pretty quiet in the early game, we have had a very, very action-packed, pretty much entire game here. So phase 5, but only 19 alive, is not something you see too often. There's plenty of space available. Issue is you can't really use that space for a whole lot, especially not if you're Falcons trying to cross a road, and you have the entirety of day trade and Expendables sat on the other side just waiting for you.
Yeah, Falcons, I was going to say, there's not a lot that's going to be able to be done there. Circle does pop, phase, and a day trade feeling pretty good, but let's be honest, also Navi to some degree, even though they're not inside the circle itself. They just want to take out this last 17 member that just refuses to go away. And with that, going to go ahead and feed over the blue. No surprise on either one of those. You know, whenever we've got so few alive at this stage, don't feed a point over, right?
Exactly. You see Navi here. We talked about it with 17 earlier. Just do not allow for any snakes to wrap on through. And they know that there was a Sonics fight happening on the west earlier, and they have not seen that last kill come through. So they know there's H-Win somewhere. They have to respect him. They have to be very, very careful. I mean, we saw just before a solo Loki take out 3 from Luminosity. Every single player on this server has the capabilities of really wounding your team if you're not ready at any given time.
TE is going to have, I want to say, a bit of an awkward path as the line from Navi is starting to be much more northern facing. Good news for H1 means that he can creep in a bit easier depending on how FaZe manages to spot him out. But the big factor in it is we're also starting to get some more vision from day trade into what's going to be happening with this. There's a hillside that TE is trying to use to block out day trade's positioning, as you can kind of see FaZe lining up more into that. But I'm concerned about this. Yeah, you can see that Navi is going to be creeping down more and more to the north, and Delwyn is kind of eyeing this direction, but with the way that these hills are working, it's just kind of like popping in, getting some vision, and then feeding it over. And now Example finally gets it, goes for the shots, gonna step away from it, and now feed that information over to his teammates.
What do they do in response to this, though, Navi? They have a chance to back off. They can potentially shoot. They want to wrap down on that southern side. They don't know exactly how many from Expendables are looking this direction, but it seems like it's going to be a stalemate for now. Now you see Example starting to wrap back towards his teammates. I like this play. When there's a wrap on that side, you can be pretty convinced that it's not just going to be one guy. There's more people coming your direction. So Example is backing off, setting up with Millman, because keep in mind, they lost one earlier.
I really like this. We can see the Expendables were like, look, we've been harassed from day trade for so long. We're making the Western commitment. Yeah. They're shifting heavily into that Navi line, and they're saying, okay, we're going to defend from here. We're going to use this. We're going to try to brute force. And let's be honest.
Oh no.
No, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna reveal. He's got to hit these shots. No,
there's no way. That one's gonna hurt. In any case, H-Win at least got some placement points. He was a solo player with 11 alive and he makes up 5, so there's that. Well, that's probably all he can take away from that situation. But here comes Expendables. As shit, this fight was bound to happen eventually. They didn't want to go into day trade, and now they're forcing the fight against Navi. Delwyn up and over, fights the first, goes for the second as well, but can't quite connect.
It's going to be Navi that's got their backs up against a wall in this one example, trying to be careful, but it's going to be FaZe also coming back behind, gives no space. And if you've got a team that's back against the wall right now and the Expendables, that is to be terrified of. Day trade shifting over, but these guys, the more mad you make them, the more pressure you put on them, it feels like the more they're growing.
Great timing on Expendables as well. They see Navi back off to go down to potentially third party, and then they wrap north around. The issue for both these two teams is Expendables finished that fight so fast that no one could really punish them off of taking it to begin with, and now they get to back off towards day trade. Issue is, I was just gonna say, are they aware that day trade have made this play? They weren't, but at least they haven't been knocked.
We have Delwyn that's trying to hold back FaZe at the time, taking a couple of pot shots into him. FaZe with control over the hillside itself, kind of eyeing in as day trade without a lot of very good options, now starting to look more into that expendable line. Poochoo's is really, really close, but this is just not going to be a comfy fight given FaZe's positioning for either one of these teams.
The more shots getting fired here from day trade, the more Expendables are starting to realize what they're up against. And Flash on this house, they have to wait him out. I know they're on the edge of the circle. They should be wrapping south into, but as you can see here, there's a lot of open space, but that open space is completely unusable for anything. You don't have your cars with you here. You have to take fights and fight. I think right now Expendables are trying to figure out which play do we go for, and they have to push us now.
Positioning is massive. He does get spotted out. 777 reads it, moving in, but then the lines open up for day trade. It's going to be Flash that hits the shots into him, but now the Expendables know that they need to move. FaZe now going to be more aggressive into this. James, Fex, as well as Kurexi all moving down the hillside.
And Flash with just 14 bullets to work with, not going to be any more he can do. Nice reset once again from Tanwu and Expendables. No flushes so far. FaZe have to be real fast if they want to punish off of this.
I mean, again, just a clean, quick firefight coming out from the Expendables, sitting at 8 kills right now. And FaZe has control over the circle, and they're moving aggressively into this, but they had to leave Gustav back. So 3 members in FaZe now moving aggressively in, gets the shots, knocks 2 of them, and it's going to be Tanwu on the other side now looking in patiently.
Yeah, this is FaZe written all over it. Great timing on their part to come on down. Again, keep in mind, FaZe hasn't really had any good endgame performances in the group so far, so for them to come out with a win, they would rather play it safe, rather claim that win than go out, potentially risk it all, and end up in third. So nice, good finish off here for FaZe in a game that I could only imagine they're able to bring home.
Yeah, this is going to be it for the Expendables. The hillside just too strong. The defense lined up from FaZe. And his Flash is going to be leaning into Gustav, but remember, he's been holding this line for a while now. He knows exactly where they are. FaZe already repositioning him out. This feels like it's a matter of time unless Flash has the biggest play of his life. The hillside could provide it. There is a world where it could happen, but it's not the likeliest of things.
It really isn't. And with the change of the phase, not roster, but role management on the team, they are much more grouped up these days than they were before. I mean, obviously, Naze have been lobbed on forward. With all of them up on the northern side, there's only really so many places he can be. And what other teams would do in spreading out and trying to find him, look at FaZe. They're set full together again. No risks being taken here. 4v1. Flash literally doesn't have the ammo to get them all at once.
But this is really well done by his part, realizing how they were going to be moving into it, shifting back up, moving into the hillside. He doesn't have a lot to work with, you're right, but he's making sure to exploit as much as possible. Keep in mind, he doesn't know it's 4 members of FaZe that are up at the time, so he's got to be...
He should know.
He should have a pretty good idea that they're all going to be up. Now here comes the hillside push. They now know, start to throw everything in. Flash going to go for something. He's got a shield up, but yeah, not too much you can do there. FaZe, though, 10 kills and just a dominant win.
Great game for them. They played it quiet on that southern side from the start. Again, they were hesitant. Even when H-Wing came around the corner, they were playing it slow. They want to get late game presence. They want to get time in on the server against these teams rather than go all in early and potentially die. So very, very calculated play from FaZe to bring home the win in the first match of Winners Bracket.
You got your melee circle now. Are you content?
There you go. Now we don't need more. Now we got it out of the way.
Or maybe now it's just the beginning of an era of military-based circles. But as we've got everything, we're going to take a quick look back in all the glorious action from the last one. So without any further ado, highlights!
Yep, Toughies isn't here, but I am. We've got FaZe Force 5 all over the place here, able to get themselves the victory here on military. What a victory for them here to start off the winners bracket.
Yeah, they're able to deflect the H-Win backstab quite nicely, and they were staying 4 guys strong with that. And then, of course, they're pushing in for the Expendables and taking over that position quite nicely. But yeah, they played it super clever. They had Korexi on the anchor position on the other hill, and then they made sure that they were the only team coming in from the south.
And doing well for themselves here as we take a look back at some of the highlights. And for all of these teams trying to crunch down on the northern side, eventually when you get to some of these compounds, this roadside as well, you do get kind of bamboozled by a lot of these teams. But once again, the Expendables is able to thrive in that situation and get themselves towards that late game.
Thriving in the chaos, man. It's all about the Expendables.
Yeah, they did well for themselves. And of course, FaZe here with a big victory on the board to start things off. They are a team that once is given a little bit of momentum, a little bit of push forwards here, I think FaZe might do pretty well off the back of that.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, it's very important for them now that they didn't do well at PGS1. So starting off like this here, the momentum that can build off this is something that, of course, they would love. And yeah, having a start like this is like, basically, okay, we're gonna make it. We're top 8.
Yeah.
Because you have such an advantage going into that for sure.
No, I would say so. There were moments where I thought maybe like H-Win, for
Так, ну что по итогу мы имеем?
example,
Донаву закрыли. Ой, да, QM закрыли в 0 почему-то. Даже поинтов они не залутали никаких. ЧПТСов. Это, конечно, обидно. Очень обидно.
Point, you should always take it. Unfortunately, there was some ducking and weaving going on. But on the other side, I'll say, you know, with the Expendables, how they're able to take the Onawi, that was super impressive. They, again, pushing in utility-wise, winning their fight, winning their 1v1s. It's just, yeah, it's Look like they're continuing what we saw from them group stages.
It felt like they almost knew that they had a numbers advantage very early on in a fight like that, because it was kind of a very aggressive, very oppressive against what Na'Vi had available to them there. Unfortunately, losing Alias so early on does put a spanner in the works a little bit.
It also helps, you know, everyone else are like, okay, Na'Vi lost one early, so they know if you're fighting Na'Vi, because when you lose it outside like of all the chaos, then it's pretty easy to kill feed. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, beyond all of that though, the fact that we actually did have a military circle to start things off.
Fantastic.
I came back from the maker room and I'm like, oh, okay, because we didn't actually have any during the group stage. I was expecting maybe one or two to kind of crop up here, but for the teams dealing with it, actually a lot of teams were able to get there quite swiftly, but some teams had a little bit of a harder time, I suppose.
Yeah, Dano had a little bit of a rough time out jumping off for the ferry. There was a little bit unfortunate, delayed it a little bit, but Loki still had a huge pop-off game. I think he ended up on like 6 or 7 kills, but here, of course, the winning team, FaZe Clan, Jeems ending up on 4, and there's the guys they share a little bit. I talked to them a little bit before the games, and Fex said, these guys are absolutely inhuman. I don't know if it was like a slant for fun or what it was, but yeah, they start off like this, and I'm pretty sure he's happy, and of course, the man of the match by Kadir here, Jeems.
An absolute veteran of the scene here, Jeems taking that #1 spot to start things off, brought to you by Quidia. And I think ultimately as well, Jeems is kind of one of the guys that flies under the radar a little bit sometimes in the later stages of what I'm saying for PUBG esports. Still a great player, it's just that, you know, again, you've got all these young guns coming up and stuff like that.
He's getting old. He was young when we started out. He was like, you know, 20, 21, but now he's, you know, if you ask him, he's like the boomer. But the match leaderboard here, 20 points for FaZe and Expendables is 13. Really good. Daytrade, happy to see them also step up. They were also really good in the winners bracket for PGS1.
Definitely a lot of kills coming in for 17. Danawar as well, getting 7 on the board alongside Cerberus, who went through the ringer in this game. I felt like every time we saw them on camera, just fighting.
Ну, фиолетовая, братан, она... Ну, фиолетового цвета банк.
Of course, super important for them. Popping off 3 kills in this game too.
Yep, definitely. All right, well, that is how things sit here for game #1 of Erangel. Again, it's difficult to kind of extrapolate from a Miramar circle, from a military circle, how things are really going to unfold in Erangel, because it is such a different approach to the game here. But for FaZe, as we see them on screen, they're going to be sitting happy.
But you can definitely tell, like, the more slow approach for the vast majority of the teams, like they're staying more calculated, they're staying together, more like moving like a unit for sure in this case here. And this is what we expect from the winners bracket, like calculated moves, pushing together, playing together. We're not going to see like these flashy moves until where maybe we have the teams that feel like they're secure in the top 8.
Yep, definitely. There's an opportunity here for all of these teams to kind of situate themselves decently in the middle of the map if we do get a decent circle for that, as we take a look over towards the Expendables and how they're going to fare here for them. I think so far so good. When you see something like that, it's the glimpses of continuing on what they had in the group stage. We were talking to some of the guys earlier who were saying, you know, they were all laughs and giggles even at the beginning of this as well. So that does sit well for them to try and kind of bring that attitude from the group stage into the winners.
I think when it's, especially for their case, like they're here for the first time for a PGS, and it's the biggest PGS so far, right? $2 million.
It's huge.
It's all fun and games for them. Like if they're able to play the game that they love and they're able to do well, it's just like roll with the punches and roll with how much fun you're able to have with those goals.
And I was theorizing, we were theorizing even backstage, you know, how much it would mean if Cerberus or the Expendables or one of these teams was able to actually win PGS here. Like, it would be huge.
Life-changing.
Not only life-changing for the players, but for their region as well, because there is a lot of fans down there, of course. Very excited to see them do well.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, we were back at Bangkok last year for Nations Cup, and the fans were absolutely nuts when they won one of the games, right? So it's obviously super crazy to see. And Patrick Rhodes here on stage, and I'm hoping that they'll do well. They didn't really surpass my expectations so far in the group stage.
Let's see how they're able to fare then. I saw that plane path. Let's get into it. It's Erangel, the grassy pastures once again. Let's head over to the commentators.
Thank you so much, guys. Here we go. One more Erangel for today before we hop on over to Takeo. I'm Toby, joined by Matrim, and Matt, we finally got a melee game.
We finally got a melee game, but look at that plane path.
We finally gonna get a melee game.
We're finally gonna potentially get another melee game. This is a very southern plane path. I mean, what? South as built up
it's safe to say
going over quarry.
This is as south as they come. Like, you cannot force that plane further down there. It's
Так, шов, пошел, Вишена, да?
As planes go. Now, last game we had Pushels on Melee Island. I feel like this game there's going to be a few more teams down there.
Maybe? I don't know, like, I almost feel like I can kind of see, I kind of agree with some of the players. You can see the players are like,
Так, и шо у нас?
pretty decent chance they can go military base, but
Разлет. Нави опять что ли на свой спот летят? На типейте забирать или нет? Вот эти кто это? LG, короче, поняли?
They don't see anyone jumping towards the south, so we'll claim it. Because what they did yesterday as well was really smart. They'll take melee, then they'll find that emergency pickup, and if it doesn't go melee, they will just fly towards Georgia Pole with that plane in the early game and then loot from there. So regardless of what happens here, they should be alright. But let's see, just about 10 seconds to go where that first circle pops.
Oh man, that is messy over there in the west. We've got so many teams. We have to talk about secondary and tertiary drops. This is one of those where you've got to be thinking, okay, what's the fifth down on my list?
О, Сосновочка, все в распоряжении. КМ и Приморск заняли. Там что-то сейчас возле починок что-то должно быть, что-то кто-то кого-то должен там догнать.
Exactly, but military looks to be the playing ground once again. It's not 100% sure, it could still hard swing north up towards where now is currently located, but there's a very good chance that we do end up going down in that direction.
I never count out the bridge games anymore. We'll have to see how that's going to go through. 17 though, still going to get over to Pochinki. No surprises on that one. Updating you, we can see that question mark's going to go over to
Опа, шар спасателя сюда.
Sonics that are kind of doing along Berry Pier itself. Navi playing pretty far to the south. Cerberus, Petrichor Road, the rest of the team still stretching up to north. Oddly enough, Falcons and T5 as well as TE still kind of pushing that Georgia Pole Gatka route.
Yeah, I mean, they know they're going to be late anyway. They jumped out of the plane late. Everyone is in a better position. You know what? Go up there. Third and 5 flew in last game. Falcons had an easier transition in the previous one, but neither of them had games, so it was like, oh, it was miserable.
Ну, у QM есть лодка. Они сейчас фулл лутают Приморск, садятся на лодку и спокойненько переезжают.
Way back in the day, whenever it was like, all right, well, you got to get one of the 5 boats or you got to push the bridge, right? Exactly. So we've got ourselves a 777 interview to give us a breakdown on kind of what's going on with their team.
Chắc chắn là sẽ có những cái chiến thuật nó khác và mọi người sẽ
Он песню поет или что?
Em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ chơi game theo là một cái đầu lạnh và chúng ta sẽ cố gắng thể hiện hết sức để đạt được vào chung kết tổng. Mục tiêu là trong top 3 để đến.
Он песню поет какую-то 100%.
Is very politically correct answers. We have gameplays for different games. We'll show them in the match. No spoilers, no reveals. But I love the fact that he said their goal here is top 3. This is a team that didn't just want to make grand finals. That didn't just want to play mediocre. No, they're coming
Тут
here.
школу заняли.
Respect, like 777
Общаги.
is one of the cheapest options in fantasy, and if you pick them up, you're feeling.
Блин, ну я надеюсь, QM-чики-то подлутают в этой катке ПТСики, а то прошлое там 0. Вообще ни одного.
They're playing so well, and they're doing a really good job of exploiting like the small mistakes of the teams around them, because they're not a team that's afraid to be aggressive. It's not like slam your face into the wall kind of aggression. It's the right there, we can pick that guy. Once we do that, we flood them in and we wipe them off the map. And it's clean every single time.
And that's one of the things I like the most about the way that they do their up-close fighting is, and I think that's maybe what's catching some of these opposing teams off guard as well, is that they never just come full like steamrolling straight into you. They'll out-position, they'll spend as much time maneuvering on ground as they'll do sitting waiting to take a shot. Like they'll always be the active team to go out and try and battle against your ankles, but every single time someone starts shooting, you can be pretty certain that someone will have an off angle and creep up right behind. So it's a lot of attention baiting and getting free shots on opponents that really is working for them.
And in group stages, you can also see a lot of hesitation, or I don't want to necessarily say fear, but some anxiety that will build up by playing those like solo flanked positions, right? The Expendables they don't have that. It feels like they've got confidence in every single one of those positions whenever they play it, and the team will execute based off of going, I know if the three of us push here, they're going to retreat off of that point, and then our guy on the side is going to get him.
Exactly. Now, as we're looking at 17 gaming here, I want to take your guys' attention to the map, because as much as I know it's a melee game, look at how Tai Lu are currently split. They have Shen south of Potato, they have 755, he looted Ruins, while the rest of his team looted north of Volcano. That is as wide of an early game split I think I've ever seen in this center of...
Ну чё тут, видишь, есть, нет? Ага, тут что-то Нави рядом. Что-то будет сейчас. Ага, поедем домой. Посидел, родненький, посидел. Прошлый, кто топ-1 взял.
As fast as they could, but could not get there in time. Gen G full speed forward came here and they claimed the area of the map. Now James is still alive, but are we really going back to the days of the win into 16th curse?
Ну, не пошло.
That was a good period back in the early days of PUBG where that would happen pretty much every single game. And, well, at least James is still alive. We'll see if we can get something going.
Нави буду душить,
in
нет?
the previous game, not so good on the aggression, but really, really impressive throughout group stage when it came to defending a spot against the opposing team. So Navi, well, they had a good game from this spot last game. They want to take it once again.
Just stepping in, a good bit of like opening nades just to go ahead and kind of break open the doors, get everything. Now they've got to do the more complicated part, but
Нок. Нок. Хорош. Дожать. Хорош. Добить, конечно. Хорошо, до свидания. До свидания. Это что бегает, блядь?
That Kia just got totaled. There is no reselling of that one right there. We're just going to call that one done and quick.
Out. Skilled.
We've got LG now making their approach over from Radio Tower. There is a weird thing to kind of see right now on the map whenever we're looking at how people are set up. The ones that are like, okay, look, let's be honest, let's go in military base. And the other ones that are like, well, maybe not. Let's play this a bit like in a safety position. We do have, it's going to be TE, 17 Gaming, question mark, that are a bit more on the hesitant side, right? Yeah. And I feel like that is also going to come back to the emergency pickups and stuff like that. You have a couple more options on getting to the circle, so you don't have to make that commitment just yet.
Also, I mean, there's enough space in that northwest that it's not just, oh, it really has to be a wild shift in order to do it. There is actually like a problem. I'm not going to go into percentages, but a decent enough chance that you can say, let's wait. Like, we're going to be down there late regardless, so let's wait and see. If we get it, it's going to be amazing. If we don't, well, we're still going to go late anyway.
And there is the benefit as well as playing into the north. You can potentially pick up some kills. Is LG going to be trying to rotate down in, but it's going to be Loki, just good defensive up. Got the walls around the outside, but remember, he's by himself right now. So every single one of these shots is very important. Hey, well, you know, as LG, this is not looking too comfy.
For those of you guys
Сейчас еще и развалит этих бедолаг.
That's okay. Absolutely frag. I mean, this is just, we always go when you go from stage to stage, it resets. Maybe some teams aren't as hot coming into it as how they lift off. And despite the fact that Dano are coming in with sick players, with wounded players, with Loki having hurt his knee and all, they, at least Loki, is out here to frag.
I was expecting that one given the fact I saw LG moving into a yellow on the map, but that's the Na'Vi yellow. Gotcha. So now looking through, back into what I was talking about a second ago. Playing into the northern area does mean the fact that you can set up a gauntlet style situation and pick up some of these kills as they're making the rotations in. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of one of the reasons. Specifically, if we look at the lay of the land, the way 17's formed, the way TE is formed, they're kind of set to see if anybody does push these bridges or does push the peninsula, they can try
to... наигрались.
Это
что, ДК наигрались. Все остальные фаворинки. Где QM? Где вы, ребята? Включайтесь. Алло. Ну ставьте ПТС. Что такое? Все дерутся, все там что-то... Они где-то что-то сидят, а потом их закрывают по голову. Вот, пожалуйста, вот этих...
Зелененьких надо отпинать.
Falcons need to be very careful on this pathing as the circle is going to go way more military base. No surprise this time, but the eastern bridge is pretty open. It looks like Cerberus is
Там вот заруба вообще, где Донава, где ЦЛ, вот это вот, где Перо, вот это там, короче, Перо, что вот это синенькое. Там вообще заруба конкретно идет.
Take some good real estate in the center of the circle. You see T5 waving from up high, saying bye-bye 17, we'll see you on Millie, as they come flying across your mini-map in the bottom right corner. Here they are.
Well, worry not. 17's going to do the same thing in just one moment. As we've got a lot of very strong shots that are going to be in military base that are going to be capable of looking up and seeing this. Most notably, we've got a stack where we can just see, wow, so many in this window. How are you going to drop into this and not get picked?
Imagine this. Third and 5 don't see vehicles up on observatory. They fly all the way up there and these circles keep shifting east. That will be the sickest emergency pickup, like area claim off of a circle that just swung towards that east side. If they somehow, it's a ballsy play to even go and check it because you're that much closer to your opponents because of the altitude. But if they get that, that'll be huge.
And it looks like they are leaning more to the road itself as Falcons still kind of make their push from that northern area that we were talking about just one moment ago. But this is going to be right up against the blue zone, pretty far out. So they don't want to get too tangled in this. They want to get to the zone.
And this is dangerous timing too, because down there you can see they're trying to get onto the attached to this one as well. The plane is here now. Do they get away in time? They're trying to throw smokes now to deny Judge to come through, but Judge will come through as MX sprays on through all of them, trying to shoot down out of the air, but somehow they're able to dodge and weave halfway up the sky and safely get away. And now it's Falcons to move.
For now, there's a lot of tracers that are going up and after him. Expendables now taking the shots into QM as they're trying to cross the bridge. Nothing going to be on the opposing side of it, so they should be fine from then on out. We also do have a boat cross that's going on right now, as I believe Petrocor Road is opted into doing this while we see QM making their play out. Where did we see the drop come out from that pickup?
They're on 5. They're towards the north side. And it makes sense to me they don't want to fly further. This is a compound. You see them in the compound now. They're in a spot centered in the map where they won't have vehicles. The issue is...
Схему даже не показывают вообще, потому что они где-то там, я не знаю, в проебе полном. Вот это заходик, вот это заходик. Ать, мимо. Вот это заходик. Еще и выиграли этот заход. Приемку ехали, блядь. Ну, смотря, он уже сможет и сам Донава один в закрытии. Нави поинты лутают. QM. Где вы вообще, блядь? Что вы делаете?
With that landing, though, keep in mind, Cerberus, here's what's going to be happening. They shifted off of that bridge position to the west, and they're very involved in sightlines on both because they're running a 2-2 split.
Now we've seen it all. Emergency pickup third partying. That is, I mean, you have to time it so incredibly well. It's a 1-minute timer on the plane to arrive. Then you have the whole trail over, and then you're parachuting in. Tai Lu could not have timed that.
Chaos isn't done. The new circle still has water. We've got QM, TE, Sonics all needing to move. 17 right on the edge. LG is going to be bisecting right in between all of that. T5 still holding on to their 2 members, and Dano on the opposing side with just 1, but nobody's going to move. There's what? 3, 4 teams looking at this now.
So let's try and catch up breath while we have space too, because we all know that this is gonna go absolutely crazy.
Тут еще эти едут, вот эти ТЛ бегут.
They've claimed the northern shores off of a very, very fortunate timing in that fly on through. Third on 5, flew in with 4, only set 2 left alive, and Danoa down to just salute. So it's 3 emergency pickups back to back to back that caused a ton of damage. But the victors in this, not only did they get the position, they also got the
едут. Сейчас их Нави отпинают ко мне.
I also like what Falcons is doing, making a quick stop over there, getting some vision. Remember, they were the ones that were harassing Danoa? Yeah. And that's gotta suck. Imagine being Danoa, taking off, getting some small damage, being shot at by Falcons, and then you land on top of T5 directly into a firefight. Unofficially, Falcons probably assisted T5 in that fight so much.
That's an ambush. That is an ambush set up perfectly by Sonics, and Expendables have no clue what was waiting for them. Once again, we're seeing these trap plays, and this time around, Expendables are completely torn to pieces.
Good read on the circle with this one. We have some more problems that are kind of brewing with it, as QM was thinking about taking a similar path, but Navi playing from that hillside, taking some shots, making it more complicated.
А почему Сониксов ни в QM не закрывают? Они же должны их видеть, нет?
Again, I mean, we talked about it before. Navi likes flexing out of the compound. They do it here as well. They hear Sonic shoot towards Expendables. They go, if this turns into a proper fight, they cannot focus us up the hill. We'll have a good chance of doing something here. Now, we hop on over to Flash. 750 damage in the previous game, but 0 kills. He really wants to go out and get him. But in the meantime, now, it's actually Cerberus who are doing all the damage and finding all the knocks towards the center of this circle.
This is a very awkward fight, as 17 does have a little Ghost that was playing more to the north of this. He's already been taken out. And as well, Cerberus has a lot of pretty decent sight lines with the control that they're playing from, but this is a very wide 2-2 split. If they see vehicles come in and kind of push into them, it's going to make it very difficult, but we've seen so many emergency pickups. Vehicles aren't as a big a factor in this.
Not a factor at all, almost. We'll see now if Xiaowu can somehow regroup with his teammates' issues. Daytrade knows exactly where both Sushu and Xiao
Хаешечка пойдет.
so it's going to be very hard for them.
Трехочковая пойдет. Полетела хорошая. Бум! И туда же еще одну. И это ног. Бум! А нет, это не 13, хотя тут жопу на одного
but he's now just him, Suju, the only ones that are going to be up, and Daytrade as well as LG both taking some shots into it. Luckily, this reposition coming out from the Falcons into the east means the fact that Cerberus has been more distracted, can't really shoot in the backside of Suju. Got to step in, take down Nurens, and look, so close. He's just stepping in, going for the spray, and he got away with that safely. I thought he was going to be dead right there.
He is. There he falls, tried to go for the flash, not going to work out for him. Spellman just full commits to the peak. That's one more down, and Sushi now the only 17 player left alive. Now Daytrade did take casualties too, as Norrens was taken down, but with a half second left. Sushi goes down as well.
А где QM-чики? А хрен знает. Где-то там понад зоночкой сидят. Господи. Все рубятся, у всех заруба везде экшен. Их даже не показывают, что они делают вообще. Нави минус 1, минус 2 будет. Патроны закончились.
Sonic sat here earlier, and now we thought surely they would have left by now. Not quite the case. Sonics haven't had to move, and all the kills are just coming to them.
Хорошо, TGLTN, хорошо делает. Хаешечка хорошая полетела. Убежал, убежал. Молодец, молодец, молодец.
He's gonna get down here safely. He's a phenomenal player, don't get me wrong, but the longer you stick around here, the bigger the chance that you fall down with the rest of your team.
LG is coming up back behind. They heard what's going on with Sonics. They're about to pounce. Tickleton cannot make the commitment into Uba. I was so wanting to see a Tickleton Uba 1v1, but instead, Mime says, no, I need assistance. I've got some friends over here, and Luminosity wants to get control over this because this opens up them to have control of the entirety of the majority hillside.
Nice timing bolt there by Sonics. You had Tick still rotating in. You had Strimsy trying to go for a rest.
А где QM-чики? Ага, неизвестно, где QM-чики. Неизвестно. Ребята, неизвестно, где QM-чики.
Massive upper hand should they commit to this fight. So time being bought, everyone's healed back on up. Nice reset there by Sonics.
This is such an awkward place to fight, given how just massive the decline in this hillside is. Means the fact that you kind of have to play specific positions in the defense for it. But while all this is going on, remember, Sonics is still very nervous. They know that they've got Uba back behind them somewhere, and they don't know what he's up to. So he's presently in a vehicle repositioning and using this opportunity. But
а ну-ка, блин, вот это, ну чё вы, блин, вот, QM-чики, домой, Адоузик, домой, Филерис, домой. Приехали, обоссали просто их, все, до свидания. Господи помилуй. Заехали, просто обоссали типа хуй. Нави, все, да? А, еще один живой.
This opens up a lot more for Sonics too. Now they know that they can play a bit more
Один
aggressive if they
ПТ.
do need to do so. You can see now, starting to be a lot more on the run offensive, looking at the circle. They're just trying to push their way more northern. But this is an interesting set of brewing that we've got going on as Falcons now trying to make their rotation. I mean, Cerberus are just maneuvering this forest to perfection. They're wrapping around, they're spreading out, they're taking full control. Falcons nowhere to go. They know
Мне
they have
кажется,
just on
Соник
the other
заберет
side of
эту
this
катку,
hill.
не?
Flash should be seen by now, you'd
Это не
imagine,
прям
as they're getting ready
уверенно,
for this
вчетвером,
fight with the regional
13
battle zone.
ПТСов,
It's
уже 7
Apex
килов у
Leads,
них.
and it is NA to the southwest. Our big movers that are coming into this one, Day Trade trying to make the push into Cerberus. Cerberus stepping away from that line, wanting to go a bit more centered. Tai Lu also still needing to rotate in. They might find themselves pathing a bit closer to the Cerberus side because that's one of the stronger places to play into the circle, but LG and Sonics both still kind of in their standoff on the outside. This is the thing that we need to watch because this could denote so much of the end game.
Yep, one single knock to kick this off, and in what could probably be 30 seconds, you'll see two teams wiped off the board. It's very quickly gonna get very crazy, especially also here down towards that southwest side, with Sonics getting ever so much closer to Luminosity, just over that ridgeline. Flood, ready and waiting for the push from Seekers.
Ой-ой-ой, а вот этот ног вообще, вы теряете очень хорошего бойца, ребята. Его нужно поднимать. Этого бойца терять нельзя ни в коем случае. Вообще ни в коем случае. Молодого надо поднять вообще. Быстрее, господи. Что ты бегаешь туда-сюда, дура? Блять, у меня нет смоков, ничего нет. Они, конечно, тут зажаты, но все равно максимально забирают. Максимально забирают молодцы. А вот если фул лево, да, вот как они сейчас фул лево, а там в кемпах типа сидят, и то там хайграунде играют пиво. Вот это, кстати, пиво серьезный дядька, может навалить такой лимитер. Там подпотеют они.
As Sonics is still trying to figure out exactly what LG's got planned. I think that they're going to realize that this is pretty clean.
Делает это, делает.
You can see that Shin has now creeped up and gotten very, very close to a duo for Cerberus.
Это шо вообще?
The torch that's going to kick it all off, but not quite the case. He's quickly
Стратегия пошла.
now with the elimination of Luminosity realizes great that is space towards the southeast. We can backfill, but as you were saying before with Kick, do they know what they're running into? Because there's a big pack of teams sat down here towards the southeast side.
Все грамотно. Вот тут сейчас они в яме. Закидать бы Куда ты понес его? Куда ты понес? Положи на место.
This is slow roll firefighting, nobody wanting to commit too much just yet because they know the third and fourth parties are coming.
But you can see that Cerberus ain't budging this.
Положи на место и не трогай. Вот эти вот кесы.
And they do not know how aggressive they're planning on playing. We know they're more passive, but Cerberus don't. So you can see him as in the minimap there. He's constantly looking towards that western side. He has to be ready for potential push through from Gen G.
Meanwhile, we've got good old T5 and question mark like, yeah, guys, just keep on fighting in the hillside. Forget about us weekend over here. It's perfectly fine. Sonic's now starting to move in.
Ай-яй-яй,
see if they can get more out of it, but that means that the duo from Cerberus now coming in from the north is going to be a little bit more pinched into this. Day Trade have walked right into a thick position, and they are just going to get pulled apart here. There is nothing.
Хорошо, хорошо, ребят, хорошо. Хорошо, что они фуловые. А, QM еще живые. Так вы шо, родненькие. Нет, не нокаться! Не нокаться! Ну чел, ну ё-моё! Джилтен, что ты, куда ты, что с тобой? Ты хилишься? Не успел, да? Нет, все было. Тут за размин сразу, да? Очень много осталось людей на такое. Блин, я теперь не уверен, что заберу, так хорошо шли.
This firefight, sure, go for your res on a PO. We're gonna go ahead and for the fight on the opposing side of it. Tycon now starting to lead the way with Isaki, but they're walking close range up against Jinji. PO playing the outside of smoke.
А как он так бежит на двоих?
PO's gonna go down again. Cerberus walks into the smokes, believes in their firefighting.
Вот это мясорубка в натуре реально. А это для нас типа мы видим их. А там же full смог. Домой. Забрать сразу. И лицо в смоку. Бам! Да ладно, прям туда ХЕ залетело. QM остались.
But the other two teams heavily fortified, looking at a 3v2v2. But
они там так и сидят в этом доме, блин. Вы что они там прописались уже, господи. Выйдите уже, дайте пацанам ПТС.
Eliminated 6 teams in literally a circle shift, and now you have Dante, Best of the Luck, Thadadot, and Pathanbong sat here going, guys, I think we need something.
I just have like a Jurassic Park like mindset coming up when they do like the T-Rex box up and they're just like, don't move and they won't see us. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Dante though has himself at least the information to see how.
Шо эти, блядь, сидят, шо те сидят. Сейчас эти приедут и люлеем навалят.
Question mark's position as well, given the fact that they're running a 1-1 split, kind of puts them a bit closer to Tylu's line.
Ну, Сониксы хорошо сыграли. Нормально лутанули ПТСов фейзы, которые прошлые заняли топ-1, как ВВТ отлетели в начале сразу.
That there could potentially be players in and around the forest area to that south side. Because of how chaotic it was up here, I don't think they have the lay of the land of the exact kill feed track, because how chaotic it was. They're playing it slow, they're playing it smart, but once they realize they're the only ones here, they're going to wait at least for another 25 seconds and see if that last circle goes out of the compound.
And we're seeing the impact of emergency pickups right here. T5,
definitely.
Tylu, look at we saw them come in just a moment ago with it. And so now managed to get past a lot of those hurdles, get to the positions that they wanted to play from, and managed to make it into the end game.
Да, вообще как-то оверсы его не играют. Если честно, это прям расстроили немного. Вчера так хорошо ПТСов лутанули.
Like they could have gone for an extra couple of kills, but they would have risked them too. Here they say, let's just save that one extra kill and make sure that we keep our 3 players up instead.
And I mean, this is kind of what we're looking at for the circle, right? Tylu knows that they need to move down into this fortified line. The hillside doesn't have the best of cover to really work with, so Tylu's taking this a lot slower, trying to use the hillsides, trying to use the trees as they can, but they don't want to burn a lot of utility. Bit of it, though, is the fact that Tylu has been bouncing a lot from firefight to firefight, and they should be decently looted. Yeah, I mean, look at the ammo that we're looking on versus 2 teams that have been entrenched for, what, 4 circles now?
Half the loot on the map lies in this forest. I mean, on various crates. They've like every loot from all the big cities on the entire map has been brought into that forest. So I'd be surprised if you'd be seeing Tylu players without utility at this point. They better have looted up because they've had the time to. But here we go. Smokes being deployed. I would be surprised if they crash all the way into the compound now. Use the trees for cover. Block your car into one. Maybe they have a deployable shield for that extra angle block as well. Play this one slow, because even in the compound you still can see exactly what buildings your opponents are in.
I really like this. Just be slow with it. They've got
to заезжать куда-то, нет? Или они подбегают тебе, типа как щитово.
we saw them fly over, so they know that there was a firefight happening here earlier, so these squads are likely weak. Instead, just kind of use the war of attrition in your favor at this stage. I mean, look at the ammo on the opposite side.
Если еще QM заберут, я вообще в шоке буду.
Now, while third on 5 has the dot, and therefore the best position, they're split in each their building, and if either of the two gets knocked here, there is no way they get each other back up. So at least for question mark, should Dante get knocked on the roof, best of luck. I mean, you could crawl back down on the other side, that being if he does it fast enough, and best of luck get him up. But the circle is closing in, they're gonna have to leave the building eventually. I'd be surprised if they use all the smokes.
Кто сейчас на характере заедет?
Ooh, nice use of that smoke grenade launcher. He wants to get it up in the building so he can block off the
Кто на характере заедет сейчас?
Shotguns could be big
На
in this
яйца.
stage.
Кто-то
So we'll
заберет.
have to see how that comes. As not going to have the easiest vision in what's going to be going on with Tai Lu and as they make their approach. But Tai Lu, again, slow, steady. Tree, step down into it. Dante realizing that I can't even take that many shots into what's going on. I need to conserve for the firefight that's going to happen. Blue zone nade not going to get quite far enough to take them out. But question mark still slow creeping up into this one. And with this firefight now going to happen, that's just even a bigger beneficiary for Tai Lu.
A lot of damage done, but as you said, that blue zone nade just best of luck now though with the smokes deployed, able to get all the way up towards
А тут дробовичок, ребята. А тут дробовичок. Ё-моё. Бедствовать, да? Вот это ты дорвался. На. Домой. Поэтому выпрыгивать надо по-любому. Да, зона сильно будет. Очень сильно. А, даже так ты можешь сделать? Нормально. Нормально, реально. Ну втроем-то одного поджидушить.
To him, they know where they have him. Longs is blind for a second, but as you can see here, at least the first 3 takes are gonna go their way, and in the end, Xiao Yang will bring it home. Not a flashy game from Tai Lu, but they knew what to do. They flew in, they knew when to engage, and get themselves a second kill win.
Dude, they emergency picked up into the middle of a hot drop with them like fought other 3 teams. I think it was still flashy enough. They can take that and use the momentum from that to be like, okay, let's just play this one.
Great decision making from start to finish from Tai Lu as they come out victorious, but for both Sonics and for Cerberus, harvesting the forest to the best of their ability. Pop-off games within there too.
I mean, this is just 2 million bases back to back means the fact that we're starting to now see how people can just stretch out into a very dangerous mid game, and that's been kind of the uncomfortable situation for our teams to have to kind of deal with right now. Is you haven't even come into this stage yet with a chance to have pretty much a way to even land at your normal drop and looting position.
Все, ключи уже домой ехать.
In terms of playing path, we'll see as we head on over to Takeo after this one how things are gonna pan out. We didn't see any hot drops here in the first one. Maybe, who knows, we'll see something as we head on over there. And on Miramar, where we'll finish off the last 3 games today as well.
There is, yeah, I know, I can't wait. If this is the way we're starting off with Aaron Gill as we're moving into the highlights, I cannot wait to see what's going to be going on Miramar.
No, it's going to be phenomenal. And I like the fact that the game realized, you know what, we didn't give them any melee games in the group stage. Let's give them back-to-back ones here. And also, despite the fact that they finished off in pretty similar, in pretty much just 100 meters apart from one another, they played out very differently.
Look on the mini-map right now and how just crazy this is at this stage. Tai Lu lands over that, moves into the north, and then from then on, this positional coming out from Sonics is really good. Understanding that this is how pathing's going to be right into that trench. It's the safe approach from a vehicle.
And the thing is, Tai Lu, I think it was very clear to see their plan was coming to that compound. They saw what Danawa saw when they came in. No cars, let's claim it. They just didn't know that the third on 5 was already in the spot. So very nice, like last second audible to go, oh no, you know how they go like almost completely sideways with the parachute sometimes? Get across the street, get in the forest over there, because there's a mega fight happening right
here. It's up there. Tai Lu got to see the fact that there was like a firefight happening. They heard all the stuff that was going on and was like, no. First team that jumped in just jumped literally in from the fire, right?
Yeah.
From the fire pan into the fire kind of situation.
Nice backfield there as well. But now let's hop over to the stage, over to an interview with Barney and Sandstorm.
Welcome back to the main stage. It is day one of the winners bracket. We're joined by James from FaZe Clan. James, an amazing opening map, we've got to say. It really has been strong so far. Now, tell us what you guys have been working on since, you know, group stage coming into today. It's obviously only been 24 hours, but what was kind of the focal point of your practice?
Not much really. When we had bad games, we've just been shrugging them off. We just acknowledge our mistakes and we try to not do them again. Obviously, we made a mistake here in game 2, so that didn't work. But yeah, that's just what we do. We just shrug them off, go next.
What do you think like the best attribute of you guys is? Do you think it's like your in-game communication? What do you think it is? Is it just like that you're all just really good fraggers? What would you kind of hone in on?
I think we got a really good mix here. We have like me and Gustav doing the in-game leading. We have Fex doing kill feed, and he's amazing at that. And Corexi is just like insane at killing people. So it just works out really easily for us because Fex has full kill feed knowledge in game 1. We know exactly who's where, and it makes our decision making very simple.
Yeah. Well, next up you've got Taego, and you know you're yet to kind of surpass a top 10 finish. So, kind of, what are you going to change? What's been preventing you from claiming those chicken dinners on Taego?
Taego has actually been one of our strongest maps back in Europe, but here we've had 2 bad games. So, I mean, I think we just played those 2 games poorly. We could have played them better. I think we'll just try again, and we'll see what happens.
برحب فيكم اعزائي المشاهدين وبنرحب في جيمس من فريق فيس كلان بالمقابله بعد مباراتنا الثانيه وحبينا ناخذ رايه بسؤالين على السريع. بدايه قويه جدا في الوينرز براكت بعد ما حصلوا وينر تشيك دينر في مباراتنا الاولى، لكن حبينا نساله ايش التغييرات اللي اشتغلوا عليها بين مرحله الجروب ستيج ومرحله الوينرز براكت، وما كان فيها التغييرات الكبيره. المهم بتطلعوا على الاغلاط اللي بيعملوها في كل مباراه، بتعلموا منهم وعلى طول عم بيتحركوا للخطوه الجايه للمباراه الجايه. وغير هيك حبينا نساله انه ايش بيكون تركيز كل واحد من اللعيبه او ايش بيكونوا الشغلات اللي عم بيشتغلوا عليها. بيكون مثلا هو واحد كمان من اللعيبه بيشتغلوا على التحركات والكو اي جي ال، في عندهم 2 بيكونوا شغالين بنفس الوقت. بيكون في عندكم اللاعب فيكس اللي بيكون مركز على الكل فيد، بيعرف بالضبط وين بيكونوا كل اللاعبين موجودين، مين الفرق اللي تم اقصائهم، وبالضبط من هاي الحركات ومن هاي المعلومات بيعرفوا وين يتحركوا. وبخصوص سؤالنا الثالث والاخير، نروح على خريطة تايجو بما انه هي الخريطة الجاية. حبينا نسأله ايش الغلطات اللي عملوها بسبب انه يعني ما اخذوا غير توب 10 اعلى مركز حصلوه في خريطة تايجو. رده كان انه هي تعتبر اكبر خريطة واقوى خريطة لهم في تصفيات الاقليم الاوروبي، لكن غلطوا مرة ولا مرتين في اخر مباراتين، لكن حيحاولوا يركزوا على المباريات الجاية وبدهم يحاولوا يطلعوا بتشيكن دينر في المباراة الجاية. نشكرك يا جيمس على المقابلة وعلى تواجدك معنا، وبنتمنى لك التوفيق في باقي المباريات، وبنرجع للاستوديو خلال ثواني بسيطة.
Sandstorm never fails to impress me with that. It's absolutely amazing. Right, James, thank you so much for chatting to us after the game. What were you going to say?
He's a rap god.
He really is a rap god, isn't he? It's incredible. So thank you so much for joining us in the interview. It's always great to chat with you, and best of luck with the remainder of the day in the winners bracket. Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to send it back over to the desk to continue our winners bracket day 1.
That's right, Millie's so nice, we got it twice. We've got ourselves here another win on the board down the line for Tyloo of all teams, without Shen, who was taken out early here, but they're still able to produce the goods here. Joining me, Avenger, to talk about this one. Tyloo, man, still on the tirade.
Yeah, something I didn't have on my bingo plate. Tyloo winning a game without Shen having any kills or any impact, because of course he got picked off. Man of the match here, of course, Yao Yang, 4 kills. 200 damage, very efficient with that. A lot of steals, maybe some last hits coming in, but then again, a turnaround for them, that's what we really look at when we have any of these the back-to-back zones, like back-to-back military, right?
Yeah.
Is definitely a case of this. But yeah, the man of the match by Kadir here, Yao Yang, and the match leaderboard. Just finishing up here, them being able to, you know, go from getting completely torn apart in the first game to then go and win here, the huge difference in that is super important for them to improve on from game to game. And look, same circles.
Yeah, and looking at the match leaderboard here, we still see Cerberus able to put up numbers. They were on an absolute barn burner as well. 17 points.
And 5 teams on double digits here. That's like super insane here. Overall leaderboard, Cerberus still in the very top. It's shaking up a little bit, but still it's just 2 games down to go, and we of course have 12 in total.
Well, it's going to be close up towards the top still though, because teams are getting a lot of kill points, but not being being able to get some placement points here and there. Sonics, of course, looked fantastic in this game as well on another Blazer.
They popped off again, and the way they're able to defend in general, how they're able to play in like terrain, take advantage of that, winning their 1v1s, winning their fights there, super impressive. And so yeah, I'm really having high hopes for them, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely, considering what they were able to show here as well. And I think for a lot of North America's fans, looking at them trying to get something going, very, very important to see them do well. Of course, you can check in with Doritos, Instagram.com/DoritosArabia as well, which are always yummy and tasty. I haven't had Doritos for a while, but I think I'm going to go grab some after this.
Yeah, I love Doritos.
Yum, yum, yum. Yeah. And also, as well as if you want to slice through the competition, you've got yourself Razer to thank for that if you're able to do so. Check them out at Razer Mina over on the Instagrams, and you'll be able to potentially pick yourself up some goodies along the way here. So before we actually move on to the break here as well, Avenger, I've got to say, really two varied military games in terms of results here. But again, teams are not going to extract a whole lot from this because it's a little bit unusual to have this much military presence this early. Erengel's going to be different probably in the upcoming games.
And you can see how teams were approaching it differently. As you pointed out yourself as well in the green room, like there's so many teams still on North. It ended up being, because of some emergency pickups, Danawa coming in late, Falcon seeing an emergency pickup on Danawa, and they're like, we're going to try to get some points out of this. And Danawa, they landed with low HP, so landed with like 20 HP and got taken down immediately from 3rd and 5 because of that, right? So it's some rough situations. The military always have these kind of curveballs thrown at you but if you're able to do well, of course, here, Cerberus getting a lot of points, Jiang doing well too.
Yeah, all right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Here we are going to a break. When we return, more from PGS2, and it's time to Tego after this break.
Так, а шо он? SQ. Где вы, родики? Где вы?
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا أجيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنقة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنقة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want, man? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Commenced on Erangel as we headed to military base in back-to-back games. But now we take our eyes over to Takeo as the winners bracket continues. I'm Toby, joined by Matrim, and in just a short moment, Matt, we're gonna see these teams play their way through Takeo. And our winners of last game, Tai Lu, oh, they've been looking pretty hot on that map too.
Yeah, I mean, we were just joking going into this one. Hey, at least it's not military base, but as you pointed out, hey, there is technically a military base on it, so you never know. We'll have to see how the circles come into this one play. As we're looking in, consistency in kills feels like a big thing that we're going to be kind of keeping an eye on throughout the day. Is with the circles being this cruel, finding a way to make sure that you can at least keep your points per game average up is going to be big. Like we were looking back into it, Cerberus, not the best first game, but still managed to pick up 6 kills, went out at 15th, but then managed to follow that back up with a 5th place and 14 kills. It's been the kills that have been balancing back out. Same thing for FaZe, right? Yeah. First and 10 kills, and then 15th and 0. You got to be focused on your points per games as far as the series is going to be going.
And that's what we were talking about before. 2 military games, sure, but they played out very, very differently. But now we are headed on over to Takeo, one of 2 Takeos that will be played here in these winners bracket matches. So here we go. We saw just briefly before one salute screen that it is a very fair playing path, pretty much, honestly, as fair as can be on Takeo.
Unless you're like kind of a shipyardy team, but even then you can still kind of make it over. Like I find in Takeo there's not really too much unless we get one of those crazy plane paths that was very far south like we got in the last one, right? Looking out, we'll have to see as I don't know, the circles have been mean with what between military bases today, hard shifts being predominant and back-to-back like opposing side hard shifts, specifically in the mid game. Specifically also on Takeo have been making it very, very difficult for our teams to deal with.
Now, I am hoping that we won't see any hot drops because, while you can do all those crazy things in the group stages, winners bracket, you want to be able to get space, get looted on up, and then keep on going on your day. But I was over talking to the players in the arena prior to the matches starting today, and I kind of figured, wait, why are there so many of the coaches kind of maneuvering around between the different team booths, and what's going on here? And then I just kind of called off of my ear saying, teams are changing spots, and all of a sudden I realized, wait, 6 teams have started talking about whether it's just rumor spreading. As a coach, you have to be ready for it, right? 6 teams around the same time, just 1 hour before the game started, we're talking about changing their loot spots, and that's gonna play a huge factor. But as we're seeing here, there ain't really any commotion early on outside of Lil Ghost trying to get some early damage in on Na'Vi, but seems like Uber will be safe as the circle heads east.
No military base, no craziness, much more comfortable, but in just the thick of everything, I want to point out the fact that we do have a pretty decent stack of rice patties that are going to be inside this one. This is going to be pretty open. For those of you not the most familiar with Tego, roughly imagine Gatka fields whenever you're looking at them, but with more recesses that you can kind of play and get cover behind.
Exactly, because I was gonna say Gatka fields I don't think does the Tego rice fields justice, because I've actually seen a couple of end games in and around the rice fields that as soon as you get compounds out of play, as soon as you get some of that high ground elevation out of play where one team can just sit and overlook the entire thing, once everyone goes, okay, it's rice fields time, it actually proves to be some pretty fun end games you get out of it.
You just got to make sure you get the hills out of it, because if one team gets the hills and everybody else is in the rice paddies, not going to be a good day.
But that's yet another good balance thing on Tego, is that you don't have those same mega elevations that we see on the likes of Miramar and whatnot, and Orankle too to some extent. It's much more leveled out, which means that for the most part, open field areas will be more playable, especially in and around those rice fields. There are, of course, plenty of open barren wastelands on Tego too, but all maps have to kind of have that. And look at this, top kills so far, back-to-back Cerberus players. People were worried if there was just going to be a group stage fluke for some of these APAC teams, but Cerberus, they've come in and said, you know what, we did well in group stage, we're going to pop the head off in winners too.
Being immediately followed by some Sonics players as well. I know there were some eyes drawn to them about some of their performances moving in from the group stage into this bracket, but they had a phenomenal game yesterday, or a phenomenal day yesterday, we should say. So, looks like they are definitely coming in with that momentum, with that gusto, even though H1 did have to live some solo lifestyle for a while.
I mean, they came off, as I said, they come off of their last Take-O game being a win. Now, the only issue is they're very far from the circle. Last game winner was off of a emergency pickup. We'll see if that's what Sonics are going to do, because not only do they have to backfill the likes of half the server, but they also will have to cross a bridge somewhere.
We're looking at pretty much the center of the circle right now, where we've got Phase 17 as well as the Expendables. The usual suspects already centered up, and we were talking about the struggles of teams that like to play Edge right now. Well, look at it. Look at the leaderboard. Look at the teams that are already centered, and realize the fact that that's why it's going on. The teams that are finding ways to get center, manipulating them well, and doing a good job of controlling it are the ones that are handling the leaderboard, which is weird because our points per game averages in previous years have been mostly based off of edge play.
Yeah, it sure is. And now while Luminosity is rotating on forward, I'm a little interested in following what we saw the start of the Na'Vi rotation just before, because we saw and heard Little Ghost from 17 Gaming shooting at Uber as he left, but I'm not sure if Na'Vi is maybe expecting 17 to have positioned differently in and around the terminal area, because they're wrapping straight in their direction currently. Maybe just regrouping a bit of where they are, but they're getting very close to 17 very early on in the game here, so could potentially be some early fights happening. In yesterday's Take-O matches, we didn't see the first kill come through until plus 10 minutes. So who knows, maybe with teams centering up, as you were saying, so much so early, that could be different here.
See Danawa making their rotation as Jinji watches it in passing. EJ just going to feed that in.
Yeah.
Only team that's even remotely near them is going to be Danawa, so not too much to be afraid of. Falcons, though, has a different problem, as they're about to run right by FaZe, as they want that centered position, but they've got FaZe on one side, Cerberus on the other. Gonna bypass that, but let's not be done yet, because FaZe is running a split, and that split's also gonna be right next to 17 Gaming. So Falcons need to find somewhere to stop pretty quick, otherwise this is not gonna be a good rotation.
They sure are threading the needle, because as you're saying, they're coming in between a lot of teams. Good thing is, with all the bullet holes in their cars, they're gonna be able to go out and say, great, so there's a guy there, there was a guy there, there was a guy there, and well, yeah, we're surrounded, because that's essentially what they are. And I'm a little worried that now that they had their foot, like their path on in, it's not gonna be easy to get out. But you called the FaZe split,
It seems like Falcons is coming to punish.
They just send it straight into it, but the defensive line holds. Krex is going to go ahead and get one. Silzen, though, is going to go ahead and make sure that he's going to go down off of it. He's going to be picked up in the post side. Krex is going to have to step away from it. This is just a duo holding up as Falcons just get ripped apart from everywhere. And now FaZe coming in, it's just a full regroup, and this is just done for them.
Corexi found the first three. They do lose Gustav. That's, of course, unlucky. But Corexi and Gustav bought enough time for FaZe to regroup in this position. What a hold. What a standoff here as they were able to defend this spot. They only get 2 kills off of it, but that's just, again, showing how many teams are already in this area to claim those points off of them.
And that is scary. I mean, running a 2-2 split centered, a full 4-man just crashes into you. Corexi just doing massive work there to keep his team in this.
Despite the fact that Falcons die, great read on their part too. They're getting shot at from pretty much all angles possible and still read. Wait, there's only 2 cars here. We might actually be able to pull up on this. They do. Execution, not so ill, but also while they didn't do well, Corexi played those angles to perfection.
Tactics only get you so far. Eventually, the gunplay is going to be the secondary factor for it, and Corexi just read it. I mean, just so clean. Most of our teams inside the circle right now, oddly enough, really just centered up, pretty comfy. Day Trade's doing a really wide split out, but they'll get in the circle. They've got one player that's presently over the next to Ppocecsop, and then they have another one that's all the way over at prison.
I'm loving what we're seeing from D+. The way that they got them, their highest point came off of them just full speed sending a center and Tego holding on the fort in a dip and just stayed there. Now they're going into the exact same spot that we saw Falcons die from just before. The issue is they're running past teams time and time again. They're literally following the exact footsteps of the Falcons, or tire tracks I should say. Good thing for FaZe is they don't have to defend once again because they're going another direction straight into 17 gaming.
I mean, you gotta do what you can. Jumps out, Zenith at least gets it down. You can see going for the flush like, okay, this is going wrong. Let's at least try to get a point out of it.
Yeah.
We do see a separated 17 running similar to what we saw come up with FaZe. Issue is, 17 couldn't quite get the same defensive line that FaZe did. Now it's all slowed down. Regroup is coming out from 17, but you gotta give it. Kia's doing a good job on surviving in this one.
And we talked about it before, 17 having Navi right behind him. There's a nade coming through. You can already see Alia in the minimap on the left-hand side. Expendables starting to flex in this direction too. If this fight doesn't come to a close fast, it's going to be difficult for them to maintain their footing. And just like that, Little Ghost gets knocked. They already have Sushu out, and they have Xiaowu knocked as well. Navi might just want to fully commit on a proper pull-up here because they're going to get a good compound out of it, and they're going to take out one of the main threats in the center of this circle. But with only Alia and Melman here, how much does Navi dare risk to claim this compound?
I mean, this
and mortars.
Yeah, you can hear the mortars at range coming in. We're gonna have to be careful as we're watching this one. Given how open this could potentially be too, you can see a lot of teams are having to start to commit. They've got buildings for now, but it's not gonna stay that way.
Yeah.
So mid-game mortars are probably going to be a feature we're going to be hearing pop off.
It's not the first time we see Danova and Genji run into one another. Genji continuing their wrap around the northern side, and Danova again. I mean, it's not that they didn't finish off with flying colors yesterday, but the start to the tournament wasn't too strong for them. And as we were talking about earlier, they've been under the weather. Some of them not feeling too well today, so playing things a little more slow, a little more cautious up here to the north, and maybe, just maybe that's going to result in a fight between them and Genji.
This is a very cautious setup coming out from Genji. I mean, they got Taemin so far up to the north, making sure that nobody does a wrap back around Yongcheon. So it's just more a, let's play this for safety. I would say that if Danova even goes for any directed shots in, they're just probably going to step it back and retreat.
And the only threat that would be, I mean, we know that they don't, the only threat that could be a team pulling up on them over a bridge, well, they're right here. Third on 5 is going 3 for 3 on emergency pickups so far today. We'll see how many games in a row they managed to keep that streak going. But where, oh where, my dear friends, are you planning on going? Because that circle center is very occupied.
It's been going okay. They are presently just straight up tied in. There's 3 other teams holding down 14 as the circle is going to pop. And while they're going to be in the air, they're just going to go ahead and cut. And it looks like they might be looking more into that question mark. Like, no, I think that they actually see the building that they want to go to, and it is open. So
they came in with the circle pub in, and now they're seeing a compound with with no one in it. But as you're saying too, Petrikov are wrapping in this direction. So who gets there first, the cars or the parachutes? It's going to be fun to see as now Summer and Chewy realizing that they're late to the party. And this, my friends, is a perfect showcase of how to use the emergency pickup. You've got to be early, you've got to be smart, you've got to lug up those compounds with no cars in them. A little scary in this area because it is a warehouse. They could have parked their cars smartly. And I think that's something we're going to see more of in the future too. Teams playing reactive to the potential of pickups coming through. Park those cars safe and be smart. Power in for pre-nades, locked on through. That's Navi denied on entry.
That is just a catastrophe. Now he was trying to hold it. He's going to go down. Mel playing the outside of this one, just the last one up. No real winners in this situation. As you can see, 17 still already down 2.
Wow.
You're going to be able to pick up Navi, pick up those kills, but that's kind of what they've been feasting off of, right? Everybody's just been coming to them, and I mean, still, even if they do go out 8 points already, that's a pretty decent game.
It's a gameplay mechanic that I feel like it's been a while not in the making, but in the proper perfecting, the pre-nades that is, and we've seen it for the last, I would say, better part a year and a half of how teams have just perfected reading the timing on teams trying to make their way on through. And Xiaobei lops 2-1 over. That's 3 Navi players down, and just like that, just Mel left alive.
I cannot wait. I keep waiting to see it, but I want to see somebody do the pre-cooked nade, throw it over, and then immediately follow it with the blue zone nade as somebody's jumping outside of their vehicles and just watch the catastrophe.
I mean, we saw Pixel with a pretty good showcase of what happens when you combine blue zone nades and frags yesterday. But of course, it wasn't on a. I mean, it was on a pull-up, but it wasn't. Okay, the only difference to what you just said and what I'm saying is it didn't take place outside.
I was more like throwing it over the wall right as soon as they're making the crash.
Okay, fair.
Bye, Sloop.
Yeah, he's gonna leave. All of Gen G, are they on the hunt here? They might just be low-key. Falls down. Stano are now for the 3rd game in a row are taking casualties early on. They've had some individual performances that have kept their score pretty high. First game it was Loki, able to rag up points, and then Salute had a good performance in the second one. But now Loki is down early once again.
Gen G looks like they're going to have to send EJ out of the safe zone, going off into a different direction. Sonics also managed to find themselves a pathing into this that's just going to be to the southwest of what we were just looking at a moment ago. Nearest friends are going to be them and TE, as the compound where everybody is scrapping at still has Mel and 17 over there. That's going to be to the southwest of them.
It's going to be interesting to see for how long this river is going to be in play. With phase 4 shifting away from the open waters, it's not all of the river here that it's going to shift away from necessarily. And we do know that if there's an area you don't want to be caught, an open area that you don't want to be in unless if you absolutely have to, that is down in and around those riverbanks, especially around the shallow river to the eastern side, because it is just open.
And if we see a shift hard east like that, we already have we actually have QM and Petrichor Road full defended up. Look at that creek, river, whatever you want to call it, that's cutting through. If you got a path through that, it's just, I know we make the joke about fish in a barrel. That's about as close to it as you can get.
And if we end there, it's going to be even worse than C. Well, I mean, that's
I am very, very sorry, LG, Cerberus, Day Trade. I did that to you. My bad. Good luck, and
we'll see.
It's fun.
We'll see how far away we shift. Right now, it's right on the top. And of course, Tai Lu is going to group up on 755 and Xiaoyang. Makes perfect sense. Day Trade are going to backfill. But we're in an area of the map now where there's very little to utilize. A lot of open stretches. And for the likes of Question Mark and Petrichor are the only teams on that eastern shore. They're going to have a field day looking towards the west. Issue is Day Trade is trapping on the southern side. Danoa is trying to flex out on the north. They're quickly getting surrounded.
But at the same time, they were trying to regroup and fortify. Danoa was trying to make the push into where we see Petrichor Road at. You can see 17 trying to make the cross through. Remember Mel a moment ago that just sent it in just a few seconds beforehand. He's going to stop, gets those shots onto 17. Looks like the push coming out from Danoa is going pretty well. Well, it was going pretty well.
It was going pretty well. He gets the double. Does that mean that Nonix pulls up on this too? They have 2 knocks in the building. It's still doable. It's a 1v2, and unluckily for Nonix, he's down to under half HP, so I think he's going to have to skip this one. And once again, I mean, while they did have individual performances, I guess with Salute and Loki having had their individual games now, it's Nonix's turn.
And look, we've got a party on this hillside. Even Day Trade is there. As Flash is going to be moving up closer to QM. I will say that the beneficiary for all of these teams that moved in onto that western bank as they were trying to come in was the fact that QM tried to regroup at roughly the same time, and FaZe is airborne right now. It looks like they could be jumping in along Daytrade sidelines.
Daytrade has no clue that two players, I should say, are currently flying over them on the far eastern side. Pushos, he's running around, but I don't think he's going to hear anything until right now when the parachutes land. Very, very iconic sound, and he should be well aware that he is now surrounded as he sits down completely spilled. But did FaZe see him? Well, there's your answer. They know exactly where they have him, and there's none of the other Daytrade players around to help defend.
Ooh, that was almost an amazing nade there. Forced him at least out of that. You can see he has no idea what's going on. The rest of the Daytrade really can't commit back in because they don't want to surrender this position. Exactly. It's so good for the later stages of this game as that is going to be Navi going out. If they go move to support what's going on with FaZe in the solo, they lose the potential in-game position that they want to fight for. So no, they just have to leave him alone. Ppocecsop is on his own.
And if you guys are confused, yes, you saw it right. It was Fix that killed Navi, meaning that FaZe are literally playing each side of the circle right now. They have James and they have Corexi far out as east as you can possibly get on this one, and Fex is sat on the other side about a kilometer away from his teammates. So we'll see if this wide phase 3 split can somehow work out for them.
Screw the creek. We don't want to be contending with that. Just jump on opposite sides, get kills, right? Points per game average, what you're going to be looking at. Ppocecsop looks like he just wants to get out. Even if he does manage to get out, it's, I mean, it's not even the worst for FaZe as they're just trying to harass in. Circle about to pop.
Yep, Belmonth is there to try and help suppress circles, shifts towards the western side, and Fex is going, guys, why did you leave? We were in a perfect spot here, and
I told you this was the place to be.
Exactly, I knew this was where we had to go, but not to be. Hopefully for them, they have a second emergency pickup they can utilize. In the meantime, now the new damage was done onto Ppocecsop. More damage being done now from Flash outside as the entire team is doing everything they can to help Ppocecsop get away from here.
Just such great defense coming up from Flash supporting. Ppocecsop playing this opposite side means the fact that he is technically in a 2v2, not a 2v1. Just not a comfy range inside of Corexi. Tried to step out. You see, gets punished. Has to retreat, and this is just really well done. The problem is it's taking so long, so Daytrade, they need to get in the circle, but they can't. And finally taking down James opens up something for him.
And all these shots are being heard by Cerberus, who have just wrapped the entire circle to get over here. Now, Ppocecsop does go down, and James might just be able to get back on his feet. Issue is phase 4 is closing in 3 seconds, and you can't get that first date on up unless if James has a jammer pack on. Does he? Yes, he does. So he might just be able to get rest in phase 4 here.
And they do technically have a vehicle, but really it's about how long Daytrade wants to stay here. It looks like just Flash is staying behind. The other member looks like they're starting to rotate down to the south away from it. And now it's just going to be more about circle control on a very open, recessed hill.
This is actually huge. We've always said that once phase 4 hits, there's no point in trying to rest in the blue because you can't do that anymore. Jammer packs allows you to do just that. And you can see Corexi not in a hurry at all right now. He will get him up eventually. James is dropping equipment, so maybe they say, you know what, it just ain't worth it having 2 players up here. Let's just try and see if Corexi can somehow get to safety. He has 1 med kit, he has 5 first aids as James continues bleeding on out.
You see throwing down the smokes, trying to prep out, get the vehicle ready to go. I do believe that Flash is now also moved, so that should be an easy rotation to make out from this stage as well. We've got Cerberus that needs to make their way down the hillside, but that means that they're going to be open to potential shots from T5. Remember that emergency pickup a second ago? Still paying dividends.
Exactly. Let's see now the Cerberus going... Well, they were sat on the far western side of the circle just before. Now they're on the southeast. The Snaker sets up shop, finds Norrens. Easy one coming through for him. Did not know what hit him before it was too late in Belmonth. Solo player left for Daytrade is just slowly creeping on in, well aware that he's far behind enemy lines.
This is the dominoes falling from what we saw with that phase separation a moment ago, right? Daytrade had to slow down. They had to try to get everything in. They needed to regroup. They come over here. Now they've lost multiple members. LG gets a free kill out of the situation. Corexi is trying to make his way up the hillside, but you can see there's a problem with that as Cerberus also shifted out in the south. Now it looks like Cerberus and QM might be bumping heads in a moment.
I gotta put him in the car. Gotta bring him with you. Try and get him to safety. Are they just leaving Dogmy behind? I guess so. That's what you get. Well, there's a 1 point at least.
Should have won your fight, man.
Yeah, I suppose so. At least 1 point does go through for FaZe. We'll see if the rotation can prove for Belmonth. Not gonna happen. 755 takes him out. Dogmy will bleed out as well as the circle swings right back down the river.
Cerberus getting heavily rewarded for that. They were trying to send it in. Tyloo's got a full defending position onto him. They haven't managed to make it in safe zone yet, but with those shots, now 755 has to contend with LG, who's trying to carry them back behind this one. Tyloo finds himself suddenly pinched as the circle favors them, but also in the worst of ways, QM spraying down into him. Petrichor Road sees what's going on with 755. It's just a mess for everybody in the south.
Tyloo is trying to flex out and do damage to Cerberus, but Luminosity won't allow that to happen. 755 is there ready to defend, but he has just fallen. So that is that behind defender gone down. Question mark still yet to make an aggressive play. You can see how open this stretch is, but that is a nade on point, and that is going to be Cerberus out.
We are not even close to being done with this. Nonyx is going to go down. 17 Gaming's trying to creep forward, but where we see T5 out, we've got Sonics, we've got TE also needing to make a similar path, and while this is going to be going on, Shinji making a desperation push up into the area where Petrichor Road's going to be at. While we see all of this coming down, Petrichor Road is defended up, wasn't expecting the angle that they saw Shinji coming from, hit a couple of shots, but now Petrichor Road is hoping that these nades can pay up something for him, and they're not going to connect in the way they want.
Once again, a Genji pull-up where Now is here, but was not here at all for the start of this fight. Oh my god, if one nade hits here, that is 3 kills coming through. Do they get away in time? Yes, they do.
But the T5 firing line!
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that is just them running from one slaughterhouse straight to another. They pull up, mistime it, and now they try and get away, but they're in the lowlands, they're in the open, they're in the valley of death.
This is the circle. You can see what they're driving into right now. There is nothing to be had here. They're having to take these shots, they're having to eat it. They're just trying to find something that they can cower into, but it's the same time that Petrichor Road's moving forward.
Oh my god,
oh my god, the nade's not even gonna go the right direction.
He's blocking off the door.
That is just a hot box. There is nothing to be done for Genji.
That is the most insanely well-timed play there. And you know what, Pio? He just denied 1 point. I'm not against that. They were gonna get it. They were gonna get it. So for the fact that Pio nades himself, whether it be on purpose or not, at least you denied 1, because that was easily gonna go the other way. Sonic's now full speed forward, trying to get to the circle. Tanvu finds the flush on the double. The stance here from Expendables works out for them, despite them being the ones to have players knocked just before.
Trimsy all alone and by himself right now, as you can see the 17 duo trying to see if they can maintain being a duo. Tanvu dancing around, multiple members for the Expendables are around them. He spots it out, goes for space. Trimsy spins it back around, but that's just going to be the information they needed. LG is eyeing into this one, but LG, who's been quiet for quite a while, has such a strong position in the circle.
That flick from Trimsy was absolutely disgusting.
Shrimsy, man, there's something about whenever he gets down by himself, if you take shots, he is just on edge and can spin so quick.
Tanvu dies because of it too. I feel like even though I have him on my fantasy team, that is a well-rewarded point going Strimsy's way. What a reaction. What a great transfer in that one from Strimsy. Circle back towards the north. We are bouncing back and forth all the time here, and can't really fault teams trying to commit to a side because we just continue going back and forth.
Let's talk about the circle for a second, because T5 has a high ground compound looking into a very open creek bed and a fortified position that everybody else now has to push into.
And how did they get that again? Emergency pickup right down the middle. So last game they got top 3 of emergency pickup in their way into what turned out to be a chaotic compound. This time around they beat Petrichor to it by literally a second and a half, and now get to reap the rewards.
And now who's on the opposing side of that creek? Oh, it's going to be Petrichor. This is the circle. How do you move into T5's sightlines? The only problem with it is T5 is kind of committed in. They're worried about what's going on with 17, with the Expendables, so their eyes are a lot closer focused right now. So if QM is wanting to do anything with Petrichor Road, well, I was going to say they had the opportunity. Petrichor Road's not even going to allow it. They're just going to move over to here, but this is not the best. But
as open and as difficult as these sort of areas look, it's always so fun, because I've never seen a Takeo ending go down towards this river. It's always amazing to see players make the most of something that we kind of deem as being nothing. There are still dips. There are still micro ridge lines that you can use if you're good enough. And that is exactly what these players are. Xiaobei, well, he takes the head off of Stock Shoes as Expendables are eliminated.
A very important thing to note is there is like a weird pathing that goes down this hillside. As if we were to look back up to the right where Petrichor Road is from this perspective, there's like kind of similar to what we're looking at now, right? There's a drop off of about 5 feet that a player can technically cling to the safety of for now, and that's one of the reasons why what's going on over here with Petrichor Road and QM is so important. LG's taking shots into QM. Once QM is gone, this becomes a hillside fight, clinging and trying to avoid what's happening at T5.
Petrichor set up early. They wanted to cross knowing that they had question marks behind, and that's why they parked the cars the way they did. You would imagine when they came, oh my god, they have mortars too.
Oh god.
Wait, who has mortars too? I'm looking at the mortars go down towards ppocecsop, but I'm not seeing where they're coming from.
I had to take
it has to be Therodon 5. They were the mortar gods of yesterday's game.
Or LG in their position. They might have some vision on it.
Regardless, this is a brutal timing to get mortars flying, and you're seeing the explosions continue as more of the map is starting to be torn to pieces by the artillery barrages.
17 Gaming now looking in. QM trying to make some more of their rotation. They can get to that wall, but that's going to be it. We're looking at contained fights mostly between QM and ppocecsop Road, as well as 17 and LG. Nobody else really getting too involved as they don't want to step into T5 sightline.
Exactly. Best of luck should be able to get the rest up to 1. And, I mean, both ID-COOLING and Windforce are inside the circle. So a good thing for them is no one is in a spot from where they can flush him. But, of course, we all know that one single mortar, and that's death to all of question.
There's that hillside I was talking about. See the path as it navigates through. That's going to be how people are going to try to do something about T5. Yeah, that's about all you got.
Oh, ID-COOLING instantly headshot, and that is going to be the entire team down, and now ppocecsop alongside Therodon making sure that could not cross. They get the circle once again, and just like that, ppocecop's position is actually looking really solid down below.
17 Gaming at a ridiculous 11 kills, mostly due to those early crashes and the way that they exploited that. But they're still clinging to life. With the 2 members that they had to do a couple of small skirmishes to get into this one. So it looks like that nade is going to come close, but it is going to be enough to at least shoo them away from it.
They're dead.
Oh, follow-up nade hits, and now we're going to get the hillside firefight. It is going to be LG, T5, and ppocecsop Road is, I mean, T5, man, they're so comfy cozy.
Really good nade adjustment from Kickstart there as well. Lobs the first one over at where he assumes that they are. Second one, even though he doesn't see them at all or knows whether or not it connects, sends it a bit further towards the right because you know that that would be the direction they would have run in to try and adjust. So nice read by Kick as they try to maneuver their way further in.
I want to point out that the compound that we see T5 playing from, it has a flat section into it before it leads down into that dip. That's one of the reasons why we haven't seen them be too aggressive, because if they step up, they're technically moving into ppocecsop Road sightlines. LG's sightlines is, look, see how you can't really step out and look down? It's very hard to profile into this.
It's very hard for Therodon to get off of this ridge line and take a fight without being fully exposed to the opponents, no doubt about it. Oh, Sneakers, that's a helmet gone for Chewy, no doubt about that one either, as he's unfortunately the isolated player for the team, should be completely done for here.
LG actually has a pretty strong pathing that they can use from this. T5 finally realizing the vulnerabilities of their compound. They have the numbers advantage. They're now going to start playing this more aggressive. But that does also mean that they're kind of sweeping in back behind ppocecsop Road. ppocecsop Road just, let's be honest, in some trouble. ЭКСЛЮЗ just has nothing that he can do. He's going to be out from this one. Means that it's going to be the LG sightlines down in the lower ground versus T5 still just trying to get a read on exactly how LG is playing this.
4 versus 3. Therodon 5 got themselves a second place in the previous game. They're here in 3 out of 3 matches with emergency pickups, and now they have themselves a shot at winning this one. Luminosity has been brawling their way through this game. Therodon 5 flew in all kinds of comfort and claimed a compound. Helmets, vests should be in the favor of Therodon 5, and so should utility.
The northern defensive lines are so key inside. Rosted, you can see taking some shots into Kickstart.
Yeah.
LG is having to navigate through this one, but again, they have this weird little pathing that they can use to get kind of close to him, but that just puts them in nade range. Remember, T5 hasn't been in the thick of the fighting. They should still have a very large amount of their utility moving into this firefight, whereas look, LG has been much more open.
Exactly.
Oh, so smart if he gets away with this.
It is smart, but also incredibly risky. If he falls on transition, that is going to be one player down with limited info of what he can feed across. But for now, since he stays put, that is very, very good. He quickly gets the info. Spots 2 on the other side. That nade not far enough. They can't get them over the top of the rock. As I say that, they're continuing to get close. Molly not going to go far enough either. A lot of utility being spent here by Therodon 5, but no damage done off of it.
Flood has tried to make a similar move to what we saw doing Hasawat doing a moment ago. Moves down here. He needs to get this out of position, but the rock line just isn't going to let him do it. He's on the outside of this, so he's still going to have to get something. This is just a play of desperation, saying we're backs against the wall. There's nothing we can do. That shift coming out from T5 is so good. Blue Zone nade's going to come in, and there is just nothing LG can do. They don't have the sightlines for it.
No sidelines, and now blinded as well as their rocks are engulfed in the blue. More smoke's being locked on forward. Flashes for days as they're taking the eyes out of the head of Kickstart, trying to really deny any sort of vision. It's all on Flood to try and prevent the entirety of Therodon 5 to move
forward, and so far he's applying just enough pressure to force them back, but there should be no way that LG is allowed to get the rest on through. No way they're allowed to fully reset, but it seems like 3rd and 5 has pushed back. They know they have the dot. They can wait this one out.
They're now starting to go for the res. That little bit of pressure that Flood's provided is enough. Now he's going to drop down, try to get himself into the zone. He just needs to get closer and closer to this off-angled position. Maybe somebody on T5 will reveal themselves, because there needs to be something. This is just trying to play for errors. That's all LG is doing. They're waiting for T5 to make a mistake, walk in the wrong angle, and exploit it, but T5 just isn't doing it.
I mean, T5 is smart. They're waiting. They know that Flood right now is being the nuisance, and they know he has to move. That rock was not inside the circle. Now it's only the cover that the smokes can grant him, and he has none of his own. He's relying on his teammates to throw anything down there to help him out. Hatsawat, though, soon will be in the exact same situation. He has to come off this rock in just a couple of seconds' time. So right now I think it's going to be Flood versus Hatsawat on the southern side, and on the other side it's going to be Snakers and Kickstart against the rest of 3rd and 5.
And this 1v1 is so big. Hatsawat is focused up the hillside into Kickstart, and the duo, is that going to open it enough for Flood to get anything? He can't find just no angle to work with just quite yet, but somehow the duo of LG has managed to fight their way into it. Rusted does manage to get down Flood, but here comes the firefight. Stepping in, Snickers gets it down and the flush onto one, but it comes at a cost of him going down. That is going to be LG eliminated, and T5 finding themselves a chicken dinner.
Great win for 3rd and 5, making great use of the terrain that they had available. They didn't have to do much, but it's a full commit send to the center early on in the game that gets them out victorious. But what an effort by Luminosity to fight their way for so long through this one. They knew what had to be done, but in the end, 3rd and 5 prevails.
I just gotta give respect. There was so much. There was just one small misplay. It was all it would have taken for T5 to lose that.
Oh, definitely.
And they never put themselves in a vulnerable enough position to allow it to happen. And it was just very cleanly played.
And this goes off of what we were talking about yesterday coming into this one as well. 3rd and 5 started off as seemingly scared. When then we've seen the second group stage, they're starting to play with a little more confidence. And now we're seeing them. The fact that they said had some down towards the wall, that is a very, very dangerous play to try and pull off. But the impact that he had from down there, LG couldn't go anywhere because 3rd and 5 put matters into their own hands and claimed the win.
So with this, we're going to go ahead and do a quick review of the highlights and all the craziness that happened inside TakeOver.
That's right here for the highlights. 3rd and 5 getting themselves a huge win off the back of this. It's all about the potong here with the boys getting themselves so much damage. Joining me, Avenger, to talk about this one, and the power of emergency pickups here for them really pay dividends.
Extremely strong, but also what a rough circle, circling over and kind of ending in an area with almost no cover, except for the 3rd and 5 compound, of course. They held it strong, stayed 4 guys alive for a long time, put out a lot of damage, and then they're of course able to close out the end. But I gotta say, some of the emergency pickup decisions were questionable. Some of the crashes were questionable. We saw Gen G go into some of the compound, like they don't. Why are they take this? This is not going to be inside the next circle. Why are you not going somewhere else, or trying to? And then ending up some rough situation. Question mark also. Losing out 4 guys where it could have been just a chill crash on the shack. They could have easily gotten more of that if they went deeper instead of deciding to end up there.
Yeah, but it will be a great win for these guys who come as one of the underdogs into the winners bracket, but now that's going to be putting them in first place, which is all important. Welcome back here to the desk, guys. And I think when you look at that, Martin, what you said at the beginning about that was very, very important. A lot of these plays are going on kind of haphazardly because that is a very difficult location to try and play unless you are 3rd and 5, of course, in that kind of compound. How do you play the river? I mean, we saw teams trying to kind of rotate around on that here. So we'll yeah, what do you think?
In general, like when you have this river, right, and you have so little cover, you have to do it like what Luminosity did. You have to get an edge, and then you have to move in with your rocks, with your cover, with your terrain. They actually did a really good job considering how much pressure they were under from both 17 Gaming, 3rd and 5. Hatsawat was in a fantastic anchor position to hold on both Snakers and Kickstart, right? Flood, you have 3 nades. I was hoping to see him kind of push that, because if they were able to counter Hatsawat and they had the multiple angles instead of 3rd and 5 having it, they might have been able to do something. But yeah, 3rd and 5 was able to close it out quite nicely.
Yeah, very well done indeed here. As we take a look at all the other teams that are kind of trying to jostle for position here, we do have them being able to put up quite a lot lot of numbers here, they're on 5 overall.
Nice.
Again, getting to that position also important. And yeah, Thanadol with 620 damage. I'm kind of surprised actually, because I didn't think he was doing a whole lot, but he was shooting a lot of things.
Yeah, you have him in my fantasy team, but yeah, he was dragging out, yeah. 2 kills for him, but Hatsabat being able to get the 4 there in the end. And in general, what a fantastic game for them, of course. 3rd and 5 in a situation where they're able to hold the compound, defend it nicely, and also get out and take it in the end here.
Hatsabat, though, will be able to take the man of the match, brought to you by Giggabyte, and he is looking primed and pristine. Again, when you've got a location like that, you should be able to convert.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else is having to scramble for a location in these circles here, and it's not easy for them.
And also with how the circle went, right? When they had that northern shift and their compound was on the edge, they're like, okay, this is a free win. We just have to make sure, try to get as many points out of it. Total kills, 23 for Cerberus, 3rd and 5 closely after here for 19 though.
Yeah, definitely. Very well done here. Still Cerberus, as you say, taking that lead position with all of this. Still looking prevalent in some of these games. Of course, this one was a little bit more difficult for them when it comes to this. But yeah, I mean, how many teams have really practiced for an occurrence quite like this, where that compound is so quickly taken by Theranon? As we will see, also 17. Still putting up a lot of numbers. The way they were able to dismantle Na'Vi as quickly as they did was absolutely catastrophic for the boys in yellow.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunate for them. And I gotta say, with how with Take, of course, it's a new map, it's our newest map, but again, I really want to see the teams go into these situations where they're taking the compounds around the unplayable and close to the unplayable area. But you saw teams, you know, go for emergency pickup on the edges and trying to get somewhere else, trying to get some of those compounds that are like really high priority in these eastern circles here. 3rd and 5 though, end up at the top here, James.
Honestly, I mean, what they've got 35 points so far. If they get another good game,
Где наши QM?
final, as long as you kind of have middling results from there on out. And again, who would have expected them to be in this position right now? I don't think a lot of people would.
The cutoff for winners bracket for PGS1, just to compare, it was in our mid-60s as well, 66, something like that, depending on where they end up. So having this just after 3 games, fantastic for them. Just a win with double digits, they're looking fine. They're into the winners bracket. So looking good for 3rd and 5. Cerberus 2, of course, FaZe tied on 26.
Not bad at all here as we look all the way down towards the bottom.
Cerberus only 3 placement points, but 23 kills.
I mean, I keep saying it backstage, right? Are these guys just god gamers? Are they actually, like Himas and Tycon, constantly able to put up these big numbers? And if this kind of proliferates through the rest of the tournament, like, it's actually quite hard to call who's going to be the champion of this tournament. But if you watch as Cerberus is playing the way they are, they could easily be the champion with that kind of fragging power Avenger. That's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, and also for them in terms of securing a PGC spot, because it is that hard in APAC, right? If they have another good event, if they have a top 4 here, they're going to PGC on PGS points, so that would be huge for them too. Of course, I gotta say, like, I've been super impressed with what we've seen from APAC so far, you know?
Absolutely.
They have really had a rise coupled through the last couple of years.
Yeah, and it shows that they're all grinding. It shows that they're all trying to push as hard as possible. Yeah, I mean, ever since, of course, we saw them do okay before our previous PNC, but it felt like that almost was a turning point where we saw like the crowd come alive for them, where we saw kind of that grind slowly coming to fruition in PGS1, and then also previously when we watched PGC.
У этого клава под полотенцем. Алло, чел, ты чё? Приколите. Полотенце лежит на клаве, ё-моё.
And then he went up and absolutely stepped up. Yeah, PGC last year was really, for me, was really like my eyes was really starting to focus on them, and that's where they really proved us here. And then, of course, coming in and a great performance at PGS1 too.
Let's talk about LG though, because they were able to get themselves to the later stages of this game. It does feel like that they're able to last a little bit longer. When I looked at them in group stage Avenger, correct me if I'm wrong, but I felt like they were playing a little bit slow, a little bit scared. But maybe this is the boost they need here to get themselves a solidified spot in the top 8. What do you think?
I definitely think so too, and also they're the most damage dealers so far. I think Snakers already has 1,000 damage in just 3 games, so super impressive for them to step in and do like that. Of course, here in another situation, down on screen, rough. Let's go back to Erangel. Rough decision making throughout. Late emergency pickup into compounds that you have a hard time scouting. I would like to see them play a little bit more slow, a little like well considered in terms of their decision making, because once they are on foot, they're like certain that there's no one behind them. When they full focus, they 180 forward, they just completely slay. But that decision maker is just questionable for me.
Did you say they slay? Is that what you just said? Nice.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
I mean, the funny thing is that I have to agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, with it being two military bases to start, or military islands to start things off, it does create this weird situation where maybe the results aren't quite as they would have gone if we'd have got normal mainland Erangel circles. So early days, 3 games here down out of the 12 for the winners bracket. I'm expecting, say for example, a Danawa to try and come back, even though, you know, we're hearing murmurs, whatnot. They didn't have the easiest time in the group stage as well. But technically, on paper, this is an awesome roster. I mean, look at what I think it was it I9X or Loki was able to do in the first game?
Yeah, 7 kills on Loki, 1v3 and 1v4, I believe. Absolutely insane scenes. We're going to be seeing more from that later. We saw it in the replay too, where he destroyed Luminosity. It's just crazy to see how well, you know, even with just being one player left alive, you can just take on a full team and take them down. So super impressive to see.
All right, of course, as we're going on to Miramar, any thoughts before we move on?
You know, 3 Miramars here, 2 to start tomorrow. Like, if you have a great start here and you're able to secure some of your loot spots, that'll be a huge thing for some of these teams.
All right, let's get to it then. It's the Dusty Dunes, as Toffees likes to say here for Miramar. We've got 3 of them. Let's head over to the casters as we've got our first one on the way.
Thank you so much, Colares and Avenger, bringing in all the insights moving into this set of Miramar. As I am excited. Groups for this section of it, 3 Miramars back to back close out. We often see them to be fairly action-packed, depending on how the circles are going to be going. And I got a question for you here. Is it considered getting the circle if you now emergency pick up into the circle?
Well, I mean, if you're in the center of a circle, you get a circle, that's getting a circle. But you also, it's not like you were sat in the same spot that you looted, and then you just didn't do anything.
I need to know so that way whenever we start saying the fact that, oh, look at LG and their rats or whatever else like that, whenever teams start managing to jump in and they start going, oh, look at all these snakes and getting circle
You know what, if you're sat on the very edge and you dare to fly past every single team and just hot drop straight into the middle, knowing that we have some pretty damn skilled teams here that can shoot you out of the sky as easy as nothing, and you get that, and you get circles with it,
I'm in the same boat as you, so let's just go ahead and
hope
make that
everyone
the
else
universe.
is too.
It doesn't count. If you do an emergency pickup in there, it makes you smart, not lucky.
I mean, it would be. It is pretty smart. What isn't smart is for this pilot sent this plane so far towards the east, because it's the first time we on Miramar with this set of teams, and we do know that with
Что-то там океймов сейчас будет, мне
it can
кажется.
sometimes get pretty tricky for teams to get to where they want to go.
Look, okay,
Уже
it's no surprise.
стреляют.
The plane path wants to go to military base.
Yeah, I suppose so.
That's the trend today, right?
Yeah, I guess. Hopefully the circles won't catch on to that, because that's a little far away. Soon to be closer in competitive play, as we have seen the new Miramar has been put in play as well, but not on competitive.
Oi.
But I guess the circle master had other plans this time around. No Campo Militano. Instead, we're headed far down towards the southeast. And I'm just saying, Metro, imagine. And then I'm not going to say anything else.
But see, that's
we
the thing
leave it there.
I prefer the actual hillside fight. This is one of my favorite circles to get on Miramar. I love the hillside fighting that happens just to the north and the west of Puerto Paraiso. I think it's just a really strong position to be able to play from. Plus, you still get the outliers that come out of Los Leones. We still also do have the capabilities for a Los Leones ending, but I mean, we even still have Impala in this as well, which is just a crazy cool section to have that game fight at.
This is definitely going to be quite a spicy circle, regardless of whether we go far out towards the east or we stay on the mainland. It's going to be an interesting one, because half the circle is water. Los Leones already houses 2 teams, so it's going to be dangerous to rotate on through, and there's going to be a lot of teams that really have to figure out how do we maneuver on this. And keep in mind, we haven't been down here in any of the previous matches, and this lobby, this specific set of 16 has never played each other on Miramar. So it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how this one's going to play out.
I just really am going to be intrigued to see how people play around the outskirts of Los Leones and that hillside. Gingy going to be very, very happy right now, given the fact that they've got their positional. You can also see that 17 Gaming is going to get the Picado area. LG, for those of you that are kind of keeping an eye on where all these secondary drops are, I know the fact that Sonics tends to be more of a Picado drop. This time we're actually going to see them go much more up into the power grid area. So let's see what's going on with our team over here in Picado right now.
Yeah, a doozy. Let's see what he has to say.
It's our first war tournament after half of the year, I think, because we missed PGS 1. But I'm happy to back on the big stage and play against the teams from all world. I think TE, Team Expendables, they are doing really good job. They, if I'm not wrong, they finished top 16 in the PGC, and now they are playing like best team of the world. So I think Expendables We are warming up only right now, because as I said already, we had a long break. We didn't qualify to PGS1, so we kind of missed the world competition. And now I think we just need some time to like show our best performance, and I hope we will show it in the winner bracket. And when we will qualify to the grand final, we will show our best in the grand finals.
I mean, they've been playing out their minds, and in this circle, you can see that they managed to wrap into the south. They're in a strong position to already be playing from. This has the potential to be a great game for them, and I gotta say, I love seeing these guys here. The capabilities of what this squad is, I know that you guys have been talking about a lot over in EU. I don't even know if we've actually seen them hit their pinnacle yet, because I think that there's still more for them to keep going with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Question Mark was scary, and now you add Bestelot to the mix, that just makes them even more scary. Bestelot comes in with years and years and years of PUBG experience. He's been at the very, very high of PUBG and also down at the very, very low. So he knows exactly what it takes to build a super team, and that is what Question Mark is currently trying to do. They have been adding a more aggressive, kind of fitting to their playstyle, and I'm liking what I've been seeing. So far today, it hasn't been overly aggressive for them. A 14th, a 3rd, and a 5th placement points have been there. Kills haven't quite, but we'll see now as we go over to Miramar how they're gonna fare.
Navi now making their regroup. They're just going to be to the north of kind of what we see going on with TE, as they're going to be just, actually, I guess TE is more to the west. They're kind of scattered along this hillside. This is a ridiculously good compound, depending on how the circle is going to lay. Most of our teams definitely playing that southern area of Impala, more to the east of what's going on with Los Leones. One, because it can hold better territory. Two, because higher likelihood of how the circle's probably going to fall.
Now, I'm not gonna go out here and say, Matt, that crates predict circles. Even though we all know it's true. I'm just saying, if you guys out there watching the map right now, look at where the first crate of the game has landed, and then let's get some prayers in the chat.
I'm so weird. Like, I am the guy that, like, everybody just says that I'm like an agent of chaos. I like the cruel circles, because I do.
Ой, тихо.
Is there a limit to the cruelty? I always just prefer like the hillside firefight versus the actual like swimming and weirdness that happens on an island circle. They're fun to see. But as far as cruelty and like craziness go, I think that the actual hillside fight there is way, way cooler. I know everybody can get mad at me about it, but that's my opinion. He's in some trouble, and now he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, well, you say he's going to be fine. The entirety of Navi is looking this direction. He's going to need Summer over the top to help defend if he wants to not only get out of there alive himself, but also get Tui out with him. This is not the stop to the game that Petrico was hoping to have. Coming down on that southeastern side with Navi all around them. But good thing for them is the pressure has been applied, and that's going to force Ali back towards the compound.
Yeah, this is one of those things that while Navi got the knock, it would be too hard to follow up, so just kind of relented. Navi instead wants to get the higher ground control and kind of watch what's going to be going on with this. We do have the drop coming into phase, as you can see in the distance, and they do have a hillside, but it's not comfy.
Well, I mean, phase one of the compound towards the northeast, and they went, wait, Navi is there, and then they wanted to go south where Gen G is there. Great way playing down in and around the open. And it's not a bad place to be. You know you're going to be shifting away from water eventually. You know you're going to be shifting away from the mountains, and you know it, you should have shifted away from Haisagi, because he will find you any day of the week.
At this point, I don't think that Cerberus is a three-headed dog. I feel like it's a four-headed dog, because every single one of them can fight.
They sure as hell can. And for Daytrade, they just have not been getting any breaks in this city. Not only have they been forced through group stage to play off against DD team, but now, as soon as they try and leave, Cerberus is there just sat ready and waiting. So sure seems to be somewhat cursed for them to be looting in that center city.
Just about everybody's already made it in, but keep in mind that Cerberus Daytrade weirdness was up next to Hacienda. We do have T5 that's going to be over there, Daytrade, Sonics, DK, kind of being our outlier teams, but worry not. There's so much of this circle that's still open. Everybody is just packed between Puerto and Los Leones and Impala. Just a triangle of, I don't even know, whatever you want to call it down there.
Now, I'm no circle god by any means. I don't have the power to pull circles in different directions, but I will say this. If we are to talk tendencies and things we've seen in the past, when we don't go far towards the east, we've actually had to go far towards the west quite a few times. And the thing is, we don't have to go overly far towards the west in order for that phase 4 to be forced to go into Los Leones because of the mountains that we currently see Falcons on.
Most people right now are playing the geometry, right? So the fact that whenever we start to see how the circle and the water comes into play, mathematically, if you were to lay all the circles over each other, the best position is right in here. You are correct that we do sometimes see the pull kind of go more directional, But this one, everybody's just kind of playing the fact that if you were to like make a Venn diagram of how the circles could pop over each other, this is the area that has the highest likelihood of them all to stack. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the way it's gonna go, though. I mean, we could even see a far northern shift into a no man's land Vendita and Paula Field, and that would be a feat.
Yeah, it could easily swing north, no doubt about it. There are no teams up there right now outside of Cerberus, Third on 5, and Sonics, who are currently rotating on in. Behind all that, we have the 3 remaining players of Daytrade, and here, of course, the team that took out that one player from Daytrade. 2 in a car, it's going to be Dogma and I believe Himas riding together as they try to make their way into the circle.
Desk was talking about it, with the regarding of, position points, those are fine and good, but, kill points are kind of what we see Cerberus thrive off of.
Oh yeah.
This is an example. They're sure, they're right next to the circle, but it doesn't matter. There's teams around them. Let's see if we can, they want to find them, they want to kill them. T5 is back behind Tycon right now. They might spot them in a second.
I mean, they're definitely going to see them. The question is whether they're going to want to, and I don't say waste time, but take a fight here. We have 25 seconds till the new circle pops. Third on 5 has no clue what they're driving into, so there's a lot of scouting still yet to be done. There's of course the chance that they could just kind of emergency pick up into the center of something, but I think at this point, if we go anywhere towards the center, we
Что здесь происходит?
Third on 5 would get completely torn to pieces in the sky.
This is the most terrifying team to rotate next to, because you can see, like, more often than not, you kind of drive next to each other and you separate out. No, Cerberus is like, let's see if we can get a little bit closer. Where is this circle going to go? And right into the thick of it.
Right into the middle. So it
А
seems
вот
like
эти ДК едут, смотрите.
at least for now,
Смотрите.
do something crazy towards the west, but it's very, very unlikely at this point.
Remember that kid in middle school who's like, what am I ever going to use this match for? Right here, right now. This is how you get rewarded with it. As really Cerberus T5 and
Заварушка, Нави, Фейс.
moves. You can see that DK is also rotating kind of close to where 17's at.
Now I'm seeing Navi
Сейчас они
pulling up
заедут,
Tyloo, and I think
Нави, мне
Navi is
кажется.
called
Сейчас
this
они
split because
заедут.
755 and Shin are nowhere near to defend. Navi has had some really good games out of this eastern side of the city. In the meantime now though, we talked about Third and 5 and Cerberus just before. We're starting to see fights for these compounds, for these priority areas of the map. As both Navi and Tyloo alongside Third and 5 and Cerberus having a bit of a fight.
Cerberus going to be rolling right next to Duck Juice, we saw just a moment ago, but TE did realize which two teams did kind of get in the scrap because they saw that kill. They're not going to overcommit just quite yet. We do also see Kia making a very dramatic path, I would say, right next to 17 Gaming as well as Luminosity. They're about to hit a wide open field, and that's not going to feel too good.
Ну, хоть одного.
What they do best is play defense, and we see it time and time again. Phase 2 is their time to just full speed send it towards the middle, prone down somewhere, whether it be a compound, a shack, a dip, you name it. They'll sit here,
Вот эти вообще какие-то чуваки бешеные. Давай, что-то еще и задавил же. О, господи.
It is a little dangerous. At least they're outside of the range. Oh no, I didn't even think about that. Oh no, mortars.
Always got to think about that one in this one.
Куда вы едете? О май гад.
This was kind of what I was alluding to earlier. You can see that the hillside has got a lot of dips. There's a lot of very interesting footpaths that you can make, but note that the entirety of the hillside is just a slow and steady decline until it gets down to closer to Puerto, where it does a massive drop off, and the angle on the slope changes so much, which means that a lot of our times we see teams kind of having the capabilities to fight in a much more trench bounce kind of situation down over here, where they're chasing after each other.
I'm just sad looking in the sky for mortar shells flying on through right now. The good thing for D plus Kia is I think they're aware of this threat too. So as soon as they got the rest up, instantly try and spread out as much as they possibly can, so that if these artillery barrages do go their direction, at least there's a smaller chance of it hitting all of them.
I mean, if I was running a mortar right now, I would probably even still save it. This is going to be so much open space to contend with. That if we were to go into, like, let's say, circle number 4 with the mortar, I think that we'd have a much better benefit with it.
The thing is, there are only so many areas of the map you're able to use a mortar. Because sure, it's great to shoot into people in the open, but you're also going to be in the open when you use one.
That's what I was saying about with this circle. There's going to be a lot of angles that you can play from where you can use the hillside to protect you and be able to shoot into another open area.
Now, I'm seeing what's happening here, and that is our good friends in Daytrade planning on an early entry to phase 3. My only worry is with how congested this circle center already is. Where do they fly? Where do they land without getting so like completely just...
There are places to land.
There definitely are, but how do they get down from the air?
Ой-ой-ой.
Oh, there's the first one. We're talking
Ой-ой-ой. Это с миномета, что ли? Ай, шалеть. Ой-ой-ой, ты что он делает?
Juke in and out between them, and you can see a couple of shots gonna at least make it scary there. But with the vehicles now being gone, it's gonna be more complicated. Certainly pop, and it leaned more in the Impala direction than it did in the Puerto direction. But that still means that there's gonna be a lot of good territory to cover.
He's
running around looking for more shields. He know he has flushes. He know he has people lying around. They're just waiting to be taken down. Of course, he runs in and picks back up his mini just to make sure that he has his DMR with him in case they have to
thirsty shin over there.
I mean, they saw the Nux too. They're seeing smokes being deployed. They're seeing the smoke from the car too. There's more nades now coming in. And Luminosity wants a piece of this. All these teams are eyeing down D plus Kia. They want these points to themselves.
There is blood in the water, and the sharks are now starting to circle. Where do you go if you're Kia? Because you were the target that was picked. Shin's on one side, LG coming up back behind you, but LG has got to be careful. Sensei Gaming's going to be coming up right back behind them as the firefight's going to continue. It's just going to make it more complicated. So with these teams now having to take a moment, realize what's coming after them, that has allowed for Kia to have a moment of reprieve and to breathe about what's going to be potentially coming after them in a moment.
Able to somehow reset. Thank you, 17 Gaming, for that. Luminosity, of course, not necessarily fully aware that it is 17 that's just over the other side of the ridge, so they all sit tight at least for a little while longer while shots are still raining in from above.
We do need to point out the Kings of the Mountain right now are going to be our teams in Sonics, Falcons, and Tyloo, who are going to be capable of just kind of looking down into the more open areas. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing them lean into using the mortars, getting firefighting. They have the ability to move down the hill as they want to, as we saw with Shin just a moment ago. But Kickstart playing this very, very patient, just waiting for the moment. Oh, it is going to be flood that falls in. Are we just going to see them crest up the hillside? Nade's now going to come out, and it's just going to be a directed retreat as the nade just bombs back in their face.
Solid double up on over. They knew exactly where they had him, and now Little goes house to see if he can make a play off of it. Trying to wrap around one side, Xiaowu is going to try and help him out on the other. It's just flood line over here. The issue is every single time they peek over the ridge, not only do they have Luminosity to worry about, but multiple other teams on the
Куда
other side
камера?
too.
Куда ты смотришь?
Towards the east coast now, there's space, and down to a fight, one another, and Fex
Ага, прикинь,
finds the double. A little bit of help from Grexian teams there too, and once again, Danawa, 4 games in, only been able to catch 9 points.
Oh, this LG, man, that felt like a, you know, sometimes it's better to commit to a bad plan than it is to like try to figure out a good plan. They had a goal in what they were wanting to try to accomplish and then stepped away from it, and that nade just destroyed them. Molotov going to continue in. Snaker's going to go down from just more and more continual harassment. This is just a matter of time, it feels like, as now all the attention that Kia had has been shifted into LG's direction.
You say that,
Но они тоже, чтобы добить, подставляются.
Falcons up there defending. They don't care who they have to defend. They will defend both if they have to. And now Gen G are starting to backfill. Pio is far, far away doing Pio things as he always does. The team in EG and DJ98 are starting to creep up behind 17, so they have to be very fast if they want to be able to turn around. They do get them down in time. Comes to push from behind.
It's going to be Gen G now realizing the fact that, okay, we've got the numbers advantage into this, start making sure that we can exploit it. Nade's going to be coming out. Suju's going to step away, use some cover. But again, this high ground positioning from the Falcons is just refereeing every bit of this firefight. Nade is going to be able to get away from it and just
А, QM-ов закрыли. Ё-моё, вы чё, гоните? О, господи. Ну, ребята, это не идет. Вообще плохо совсем.
Those are just massive damage numbers that are going to be coming out from them. Sonic's been pretty quiet next to it, instead kind of letting them control what's been going on inside of us. To the north, we also have a crazy situation that's potentially brewing where we've got, what, Cerberus right in between multiple members of T5, while Daytrade looks like they're trying to path more into the center where Bellamoth is going to be at. Gen G still being the aggressors. They have a couple of pounds that they can play over here. And here we go. Here's that Cerberus fight we were talking about just a moment ago.
Once again, APAC action towards the north here. Daytrade up here joining them as well. Stanadol, one of the prime players for third and 5 success so far in PGS2, will try and creep further forward. Tycon did get rest. Haisaki forced to prone down, no vest available. They have to be ready for the push over the top. And with a few bullets missed, they will be. Tycon finds one instantly traded as a double from Stanadol comes through.
Cerberus going to play this one as clean as possible, and they cannot do it. The sight lines just were not there. It got close. That's what being the last one up needs to commit in. But here comes Daytrade.
Тоже потонокались в тренока.
Wrap in back behind this. Jeebus was making a play into what Petrocor Road was doing, was taking a couple of shots in and forced him to kind of commit to this.
Ну зато ПТС залутали.
Pick up a couple of kills out of this just with nades.
Ой-ой-ой. Ой, все, Габела. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Навика вот оно такой. Фейзы в опа не бегают. Алкоголики. Как они не выходят. Кто-то лутает, он по опану носится. 5 команд, блядь, он в опане двое бегают. Блин, я, конечно, хороший опан зачем. Так, скилл фуловые у нас, фейзы фуловые. Короче, кто? 17 КЛ потеряли. И ДК. А хаешечка трехочковая? Куда ты спрыгнешь? Зачем ты спрыгнул оттуда, алкоголик? Господи.
Starting to feel pretty good. After what coming into this one, they were sitting at a grand total of, I believe, was it 5? So already just going to be coming in, climbing up that leaderboard. Circle's even going to favor their positionals, but with that bit of a skirmish, that means that 17
Или что, ему там закинули что-то, что он спрыгнул туда, зачем он
direction is with this Petrocor Road still on the outside. Daytrade's going to be in front of them, and FaZe, who's just been kind of chasing them for, what, a circle and a half now?
Look at where 17 is. They know that if they run any further up that hill, Gen G is gonna completely shred them. Good thing for them is they aren't. I mean, Gen G is.
Почему не показали, как заруба была, как QM крашили?
Still a little worried. Look in the other direction, but again, this is where I'm seeing Gen G as being more indecisive. Make the push, go down the other way to fetch that info that FaZe is going the other way. Now, 4-man vehicle. We have seen this go wrong so many times.
This could be trouble.
Where do you go?
At the same time, Sonics were trying to make their move in. H1's already got himself down into kind of a foothold position, but it is looking like they're going to stop right before that hillside. So H1's not going to have vision. That hillside is going to block them out, but Daytrade is going to have the capabilities of moving into it. This right here is playing perfectly into the
Спалил, хаешечка пошла и не докинул. А вот это жадность. А вот EGLTN-чик на подствольнике пиздец молодой. Душить, 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 душить. Два нока. У одного второй ног, я так понял. Вау, парочка, пошли две. Точный, нет? Туда, нахуй. Перо один остался. Нет, перо домой, все. Нави фуловые, Джены фуловые, Фейзы фуловые, Сониксы фуловые. Правильно же называется? Т, Е, Т, я не знаю. ДК двое там где-то бегают. Давай. Кто не сдал правильно голову? О, опять в опыне, блядь, бегает. Ну ёб твою за ногу, ты шо, блядь, вообще алкоголик. Аляк с Дженов нокается вот.
But I'm not sure how they do that from here. They're going to rely on other teams to force Sonics off that hillside, I believe. Oh, Ghost up, the vehicle's on fire. Get away, he saw it and he started sprinting. Unfortunately,
он убегает, ну ему надо давать.
Yep, just taking some shots back in. Okay, you can have that, guys. You guys, Sonics, North is yours, but we're both gonna have to move anyway, right down in Falcon's company.
Exactly, that's the main reason they back off of this one. And
Так, а что Нави, куда
to
будет
go away from this, only taking one casualty, considering how much of a disadvantage their
ДК
position
вот
was,
эти
especially
двое,
with
потом
Mime
и
over the
сидят,
top.
он
Huge, they get to back off, reset.
Но они хрен куда двинутся, эти зеленые, СЛТ тоже никуда не двинутся.
Figure out how the hell they get into this one.
Yeah, FaZe and Sonic's not going to have the funnest of times.
Сониксы лутают.
Okay, do we push through being shot at by Gen G into Falcon's
ПТСики
compound?
потихонечку лутают, у них 4 килла.
Sonic still do have their vehicles, so they have some options to work with. Really, it's just going to be
Киему сегодня чисто лут приносят, пацанам, и все, короче.
distracted by what's going on with FaZe. FaZe wants to breach into this line from the Expendables, but the Expendables are all locked in together. This is allowing Sonics just to kind of roam right into this, and a free circle rotation at this stage is insane.
Sonics is reading this perfectly. They saw the flush from 17 on one of these players from Falcons earlier. They know that because
Я вот
DraftKings
смотрю,
fell
Сони
to
все время
17,
где-то втроем в одну точку приезжают.
70,
Опять по полю бежит. Блять, стоп, нахуй закуривайся. Ой, господи.
nice headshots come through from Corexi, but it ain't gonna be
По
enough.
полю опять
I mean,
бежит.
that was... There's not much FaZe could have done there. They've been so loud, and they've been so aggressive on other teams for so long. The Expendables have been taking shots out of
Все,
it exactly
Соник
how they're
втроем
probably going to
пробежают.
through and open on either side.
А один где-то все время чуть позади бежит.
Also had small bit of vision. I do want to point out what all this is going on with Sonics taking shots into TE and distracting Falcons. Gen G has crept down to the south. You can see them on the mini-map down there. It's not the best of places to play, but they have managed to find a way to get into somewhere that they probably should have died at.
I am a little worried for Falcons here. They're still trying to claim both the warehouse and the main brick building up towards the north. They should prioritize one. Just give up the low ground to the opponents. Play 3 out of the top. Now, Captain getting enough. Run off, Fred. You're 36 HP. You got the flush even. Get back up that hill, because if you're focusing south, you can be damn sure Sonic's going to be back for the
Флешечка, слепой, слепой, он слепой.
I mean, I do like the fact of clearing out 17 Gaming, making sure that they have this unsecured. They've got 3 members commit into this compound. Let Sonics have the northern one. PO, though, is going to make it more problematic, as it is going to be any going down. Now, exchange of shots, as Shrimzy is going to get some vision into it, as the entire time that this is going to be going on, Gen G is going to have to contend in with the fact that Na'Vi is creeping up right back behind. All of Gen G was looking up towards this compound. No one is holding their backs.
Ой, хорошо, хорошо.
Exactly that. Taming first one to fall. PO called
Не
out in the
тупить,
middle.
не
PO
тупить,
with the
хорошо. Хорошо они
to be a
подписали,
good
прям
push from Gen G.
хорошо.
They did not have the eye in the back, and therefore they crumble.
Bounce around the vehicles, as Sonics is making the concerted push into Falcons territory. But remember, it's going to be Gen G remnants coming out from this one, so it's going to be a 1-2 punch combined together to take out the Falcons. Is Sonics going to continue this run down? As they've got the entirety of this compound now in control, and it's just going to be DG that they're going to have to contend with in close range.
Мало нокнутый, мало надо поднимать, мало пушат, мало уже не спасти, короче.
Expendables, they see Na'Vi wrap on up, they get Millman down. That's the one player that needs to deal with in
Надо не
order to claim the
потерять.
compound. Now it is outside the next circle, but this is a foothold in for Expendables, who is sat just outside by a meter or two on the northern side. They're so aggressive, they're so decisive. We saw it in the Stalpa win during the group stages here. They are so fast at making new ideas and executing them.
This is a carryover. Remember, we saw Na'Vi moving in to try to jump in back behind Gen G to see if they could pick up a couple of kills. They got stalled off of that with the shots that came out from the Expendables, and now they have just shifted it. Expendables said, hey, you didn't want this anymore. We are going to take it. We appreciate you leaving at least a member behind so that way we can try to pick up a kill point on top of it.
Exactly, and as things slow down for me, you also have to keep in mind that, again, D plus Kiev, all they do is send it center and then defend. Well, they're still alive, still defending, and they're going to be chilling, at least for a little while longer. They might not have any kills, but the placement points keep ragging on up.
Back into the Expendables as well. Remember, Duck Juice did get left behind. Yeah. He's playing into the north, so that gives them a crossfire into a very open section of terrain that we're going to be dealing with right now. As while Sonics have been doing a good job of kind of bouncing around, sitting up, picking up some kills, they are going to be walking down this hillside, and it's not going to be comfortable to deal with. I mean, look at even what Kia's got. This is the cover in the circle.
Everyone but Expendables and D Plus has to make a move here. And even if Expendables don't have to make a move, they're still going out to try and force Na'Vi. I love this. Again, show presence down on that southern side. Force Na'Vi towards the north into what's remaining of Sonics and Gen G.
Sonics using the small bit of firefighting that happened over here. A couple of bullets being exchanged.
Сониксы
As an
уезжают.
opportunity to jump up into the north. 2 of their members, technically 3 of their
Пока
members.
есть возможность.
Getting in this high ground, takes out Duck Juice. That
Еще
crossfire
и
now gone.
лутают
North belongs to
кильчик
the
один.
Sonics as the south is just
Тихо, покойно, не надо.
a massacre. Gen G is trying to get out, and they're going to have to run right next to Na'Vi as there's nowhere for them to really go, while TE is going to be
А
flanking
Нави
right
будут
back
добивать,
behind this
нет,
one.
не
Nobody's gonna go
добивают.
ahead and go
Ну-ка
down on
это.
this one. Gen G still fighting for their life on this hillside, but there is no winner to be had over here.
Nice plays coming through from DG, really using the fact that his teammate is back on the other side to his advantage. EJ, nice 1-2 punch for them. They've allowed Expendables to claim up all over this hill. They're down to low HP, but somehow Expendables just can't find the flushes. They're going in the hands of Sonics, who are starting to take more and more control. 8 kills and counting as the boys in blue start to really run away with this
Ну, если прям хорошо вылетает, это если хорошо, 8 килов, вообще тапочка обалденная.
In that fight with Jin G down to the south, and DG is still alive for them, and everybody is just kind of fighting around where Key is at. They realize, okay, you've got the cover, you can kind of maneuver. Instead, it's kind of better for us to use these hillsides, play opposite, and just deny sight lines on.
Вдыхаете, вдвоем сидят, ничего не делают.
777 is still up on that northern side. He can catch them off guard, and we know these expendables players give them just a half mag available, and he can easily find a couple of players. None of them are looking his way. None of them have ARs out. It's all DMRs. It's all long range fighting. If they opt to wrap around that western side, 777 is going to catch them off guard.
I do also want to point out a lot of these Sonic's kills have come very clean and very quick. So as some of the other firefights have been a lot more drawn out, means that armor, stuff like that is going to be much worse on the other squads. So in addition to having a numbers advantage, Northern Control, they're just probably better equipped into this firefight. The only problem with being in the north is T's got eyes on them. Kia could have eyes on them in a second, and that could lead to a crossfire position if they're not careful.
Let's see how many different fights Sonic stats take at the same time here. H1 is slowly making his way up the top lane now. A little bit of surprise, and 777 has passed, but he finds one. Mine falls. Can they reset? Instantly, smokes deployed. Because Delvin here wants to go for the rest, but it's simply not going to happen. There's too far over to 777 as Takeoff said instantly pops off, hold the angle while the rest comes through.
Yeah, I like this from Sonic. Instantly react in,
nice reaction.
Go for the res onto it. You know the fact that you've got the control in this territory. You can just kind of wait this one out. They do lose the kill onto 777, but it's picked up by somebody else. But at this point, you're playing for in-game and win. You're not playing for that one kill.
H1 is wrapping on this one. I like the idea. Now Strimsy peeks over the top, gets the double on Delvin and Tanvu, as well as Sonic's reach kill number 10. Nice off-angle push for H1. D plus Kia. Very, very limited now with what they can work with, despite them being the ones with the cover, because every single time they peek anything whatsoever, they're going to be right in the crosshairs of Sonics.
H-Win, P90, close range, getting into the thick of it. Kia, you got yourselves a Jin G player back behind you on top of this. The deck is now stacked against you as you've been hearing these shots. Look at how close Jin G is just creeping up on him moment by moment. Almost feels like Jin G just wants to try to pick up a kill right now. That's the only thing that they want. One more point, we're good.
You say one more point, I say second place at least is what he's trying to claim here, because the issue is now he's going to be crawling over the other side of this ridge, and he will be in the scopes of his opponents in just a brief moment. I think 1 or 2 more meters, and they should see him.
Keep in mind, we also do see Sonics deploying those shields out. Yeah. That's massive in a circle like this, so that way when we throw smoke, you give yourself more dancing positions to play from. Don't have to worry about it being as vulnerable as you normally would be in this, or having to do what DG's doing right now.
I mean, they know, you can see they're looking in multiple directions right now. They don't know exactly where DG went. They know there's still a solo linker in somewhere, and they know that the game is ending outside the compound. So they're sitting on the back with the backs against the blue, just waiting for the snakes to present themselves.
They've been tracking the kills as it moves forward. They want this fight to happen, and then they want to exploit what happens next. They wanted some weakening to happen because the Americano already down to half-life. Just makes it that much easier for them to have to contend with. Now that that's happened, you can see this is your go.
Делайте. Ах, он еще и нокает, то есть посмотри на него какой.
Good headshot, but that's still a lot of Sonics members just flooding down into the thick of it. I don't know if Americano, which way are you going to try to be
вот этот крутит еще. Посмотри, посмотри. Что вы делаете? Что вы делаете? Так, ну что, по последнему есть инфа. Боже, боже, до чего они дотянули? Хорош, блин, господи, вообще на таких трафалях. Молодцы, молодцы. Ну, анализ, бля, вообще спокойно.
Davis reposition out on that was just really, really clean. Americano getting that opening knock into it was solid, but that said, you can see the smile starting to resurge just a bit more. They got more nervous than they probably wanted, but I mean, walking away with that, was what, 12 kills?
I feel bad for Sonics because everything they did leading up to that final fight was so good. They played in from the north, then they wrapped up to the compound when they knew the 17 was suppressing Falcons. They came back down into the field again. They suppressed, but when they finally pushed, it just seems like communication was way off.
That's not entirely true inside that as well, because whenever you look at it, Kia was doing a good job on playing defended positions. Americano, after getting that opening knock, you saw Deva instantly shifted out of what was something that was already controlled by Sonic. So Sonic's now had to shift into the north, and that was Deva doing a good job on reading that, stepping away, moving into the hay bale instead of playing in the expected area. So there was a mistake to be made, yes, on Sonic, but it was also very well played on Kia's part.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Move around that.
No doubt that they did everything they possibly could with the situation that they were, or with the spot that they were given. But still, I feel like with what Sonic's had available, they could have made that work out even better. Good thing for them is though they won the game. That's all that matters. They come out victorious as we see the highlights here of what was a very entertaining first Miramar of the day.
I love myself some Miramar. This is why, and again, this is why I love the circle. Keep in mind, it was still pretty open, right? We still had fields and everything else like that, but there were so many small things that you could still work around. You had cover that you could still navigate. Like, this is one of my favorite PUBG positions to play from.
It really is very, very nice to see the fights taking place down here. And also because we knew it so early, that first circle very, very far down towards the southeast. And again, I mean, the use of anchor positions, the whole three-man pushing forward, leaving one back behind to play cover. Very, very smart. But we thank you guys after this first game. We're going to take a brief one, and then we're going to be back for match 5 in a few.
Welcome back to the main stage. We're joined by Hatsawat from Teraton 5. An incredibly good start to the day for sure. But you know, one thing I want to ask is about the emergency pickup. You've made such good use of it and it really has been working for you, especially in Tego. So could you please talk us through the decision making of, you know, utilizing the emergency pickup?
ในแมตช์เทโก้นะคะก็คือน้องหัสวัตคือใช้รถแล้วก็เล่นเกมได้ดีมากก็เลยเขาอยากจะรู้ว่าเหมือนกับมีกลยุทธ์อะไรในการตัดสินใจในการจะใช้รถคันนั้นนะคะ
แล้วก็ใช้รถไปฉีกไปในมุมที่เราได้เปรียบเฉยๆครับแต่เพราะเราเห็นว่ามันเล่นได้
he said like he used the emergency pickup because he want to find the best direction for take advantage above other teams
بنرحب فيكم اعزائي المشاهدين مع اللاعب هاتسوات من فريق
Этот сказал, это перевела тому, этот сказал, она перевела брата, этот на арабском теперь, да, говорит? Ошалеть.
ايش خلينا نقول ايش سلسله القرارات اللي اتخذوها عشان يوصلوا لاستخدامها عده مرات خصوصا في خريطه تيجو. رده كان انه حبوا يستخدموها اكثر من مره لانه اعطتهم الاولويه والافضليه انهم يعملوا روتيشن ويحاولوا ياخذوا الهاي جراوند فوق عده فرق ثانيه ويحطوا حالهم في احسن مكان في احسن موقف.
Hatsawat, I want to talk through your improvement in performance throughout the past few days of competition because day 1 in the group stage you got 20 points and then day 3, which was your second day of the group stage, you managed to secure 37 points. Right now your team is already on 39 points and you're progressing through the day amazing, and you've also got 2 maps still to go. So I just want to know from your perspective, what do you attribute to your rise in performance?
ตั้งแต่วันแรกค่ะจนถึงวันนี้ก็คือคะแนนของน้องดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆจนตอนนี้คะแนน37คะแนนแล้วทางรายการนะคะก็เลยอยากจะทราบว่าน้องมีวิธีการที่จะอัพสกิลตัวเองยังไงให้คะแนนมันก้าวกระโดดขนาดนี้
ก็กลับบ้านกลับโรงแรมไปดูข้อผิดพลาดที่เราผ่านมาครับแล้วก็แก้ไขในวันต่อมา
He said like yesterday after the match he hurried to get back to the hotel and then he find the weakness and then after that like they have a small meeting for solve the problem and then today they follow the plan so that's why the result is very good.
حبينا ناخذ رايهم بخصوص الاداء اللي شفناه في اليوم الاول من مرحله المجموعات. قدروا يحصلوا على 20 نقطه. في اليوم الثاني من مرحله المجموعات اللي هو يعتبر اليوم الثالث من البطوله قدروا يحصلوا على 37 نقطه، لكن باللحظه هذه بعد 4 مباريات فقط قدروا يوصلوا ل 39 نقطه. فشو كان العامل الاساسي اللي ادى لتحسن الاداء من الفريق؟ رده كان ان هم لاحظوا الاخطاء اللي عملوها، رجعوا على الاوتيل وعملوا اجتماع على السريع وقدروا يشوفوا بالضبط ايش هي نقاط الضعف اللي كانت مبينه عندهم بالفريق وحاولوا يركزوا على تصليح هاي المشاكل ويحاولوا يلاقوا الحلول باسرع وقت ممكن. وحاليا عندهم 39 نقطه، لسه عندهم كمان مباراتين لنشوف ايش حيقدروا يعملوا في باقي اليوم الاول من الوينرز براكت. بنشكركم اعزائي المشاهدين، بنشكرك طبعا على تواجدك معنا في المقابله ونشوفكم باذن الله في الاستوديو بعد ثواني بسيطه.
Well, that's what this competition is all about, adapting on the fly, and you guys are doing extremely well. Thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Best of luck in the remainder of day 1 of the winners bracket. And with that,
прикинь, как он в шоке, этот китаец или корейский, он стоит, думает, чё ты несёшь? Что не думаешь, что ты тыкаешь мне там что-то в лицо.
That's right, thank you, Barney. Yes, as we come off the back of this win as well by Sonics, looking fantastic here in the fields of Miramar. Joining me, Avenger, to talk about this one. Sonics has come out to play. They're looking great.
Yeah, 64 points in the last day of group stage, and then to kind of roll into that momentum here, looking extremely good. 12 kills and a win, 22 points for them in this one, and they played that perfectly executed. Of course, staying super strong here towards the end, and of course, Shrimpsy on the top here with 5 kills and 700 damage.
What a man, what a man, what a waffle-filled man. He's got himself all the damage on the board as well as the kills coming on through. The man of the match brought to you by Kadia, and I mean, looking at how he's playing things out, this is a team that is absolutely on fire right now. And if you put a team in this kind of position, 22 points going their way as well, I think they're going to keep rolling with this, man. They're almost certainly going to the grand final with a performance like this.
100%. These guys are the kind of guys that will roll this with this for sure. Like the momentum, the mindset, the morale that this is giving them is just going to roll through. So I feel like already say, like, congrats, Sonic.
Матч 4, а нет, сколько еще каток было?
Yeah, 42. I mean, we were talking about it. It's like the mid-60s, right? This is likely going to be the cutoff for the top 8. So one more decent game for them, and they're looking good. 42 for Sonics. 35, of course, still trailing quite well. 39 for them.
You'd have to absolutely whiff it to not go, but let's take a look on a little further down here. As of course, you have teams like FaZe, etc., and things like that. Some teams still not having the best of times. Again, Dano are so many expectations and hopes. I mean, even some of these guys like Pero, etc., and Navi not having the best of days to start things off.
I gotta say, my big surprise is a single-digit Dynamite team in the bottom 9 points. That is huge surprise to me. There again, one of the teams who are coming into this tournament here, there has to be one of the favorites, but yeah. It's been a rough start for them here in the winners bracket.
Yeah, and you can check out Abdul Latif Jamil Motors as well over at toyota.com.sa/en/gamers to check out all of the cars that are going on here. We'll be checking with them later in the day because we've got, of course, the ride of the day here by Abdul Latif Jamil. And of course, osnplus.com. You can check them out too with the code GAMERS8 for 50% off all of your home entertainment that's going on as well while this is going on. But there's tons of entertainment going on because we have 2 more Miramars left here. This is kind of a strong indicator because we get a lot of endings over this way here, Avenger. So to see all these teams like lock down these fields, lock down these compounds, it does become an important location oftentimes on Miramar.
Yeah, for sure. And also how land ratio works, of course. You have all of the East Los Leones that has this effect that will push away from water, of course. So you can see how most of the teams they're already setting up. Another big surprise to me is honestly it's Shen going down in an off position. Tai Lu had a pretty good spot, but he's just out in the field trying to get some kills, and he got caught off-handed.
I love that Sonics wins this off the back of kind of trying to control some high ground on that west side and being able to transition constantly and strongly. But thank you very much, Avenger. Let's take a break now. When we return, we have 2 more Miramars on the way, and then we'll be halfway done here with the winners bracket.
Так, есть у него курик.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنقة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنقة جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Capture ultra clear detail with that 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنقة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنقة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
No race if I don't win. 2 more games to find out who is going to be winning for the day. As I gotta say, this upper bracket been feeling really good. The game's been spicy. Circle's been unfriendly, the way I like it.
Also, I love that we haven't had any one super dominating teams. Now Sonic's off of that win here, pushed himself into first place, but it is still very, very close in the top between Sonics, Therodon 5, and FaZe Clan.
That is just a wild situation to be looking at, as Cerber's been doing great. Gen G also having a big come up inside that last game, so phenomenal to see them making their appearances. Just, let's be honest, first 3 games, not necessarily the best for the Korean region.
Not necessarily the best whatsoever, and Verdanawa in particular currently sat dead last. We all thought of them coming into this tournament as the contender for the trophy. Essentially a team that was bound to win this tournament at one point, but right now it's not looking too hot for them. Of course, still plenty of time to reset. The current cutoff for top 8 is set at 21 points, so let's see if they can make something happen.
We are moving into Miramar yet again, as that is going to be the rest of our day, which always makes me happy. I love Miramar games. We're going to have to kind of get a feel for it. Circle's going to be coming in just a bit, but the playing path is going to be far more comfortable coming in from the north.
Yeah.
West, just straight down and through.
Everything available.
Ending in Puerto again, though, so maybe we'll get my favorite circles again.
You might just. It's at least aiming that direction. We'll see. Last game pretty much gave us no commotion other than the circle itself, so I would be surprised to see any actual fights take place in the early game on this one. That being said, different playing paths allow for teams to go to new places. We might just see a bit of overlap because of that.
We do also, I have to bring it up because it's just a me thing. There is a world where we do get Trailer Park in the circle too. I don't know why. Trailer Park, Oasis, they're always just fun for me, but Oasis not so hard.
And if we're gonna get Trailer Park, it has to be now because it's gonna be removed real soon. So that Trailer Park endings will become Alcantara endings.
In America, I managed to get one Trailer Park game in, and yes, guys, I did grow up in a trailer park. Judge me, but I gotta get back to my roots every once in a while.
You're the one that brought it up. I wasn't gonna say anything.
Bro, I grew up redneck as can be.
Yeah, I can. I don't know where to go with that sentence. Well, we talked about hot drop potentials. We did see Luminosity and Falcons land side by side here in the previous games. Nothing really came off of it. But of course, again, different playing path can cause some issues. But seems to me like they've already kind of drawn the line in the city of who gets to go where.
Falcons did make it into the later stages of that game. It could be kind of interesting to keep an eye on them moving forward as they're not doing so well on the overall leaderboard, but no surprise. I was kind of feeling this way the circle was going to go. Hey, remember FaZe and Gen G fighting over here a while ago? Well, we're going to get more of that. Early pickups, and it's Heyman getting a pistol, whereas Gustav's got himself a rifle to work with, and that's going to be a far more efficient to start this off.
Well, we buff the M16, and there it comes. Shows up, and it's been put to use. 2 kills quickly as can be as EJ and Heyman fall down. And Gen G, I mean,
it's good to see you in the top 5 for a second.
I do not mind them dropping here. The only thing that's odd to me is that Pio has all of Valparaiso. DG98 dropped on the north side compound for a vehicle. So if you know that you have a solo player landing with you, why not commit them all? Why not go out with 4, kill the guy, and then leave?
This is actually kind of pivotal inside of the circle. You can see that Snakers is playing more to the south of Leonis. Falcons did also drop here as well. So the pathing for the Falcons is probably just going to be moving back into that hillside yet again. But if they do end up having to hop in vehicles and maybe wrap further down into the south, that little bit of a shift could be big.
But what does that have to do with Gen G committing to the fight against FaZe?
Well, it's more about Snakers playing right next to Falcons and Lucy.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. It's just
usually we see that much more separated out. So having one of the members commit down just a bit lower, as the Expendables are going to also find themselves a Tai Lu member to start.
It's so interesting how we see a circle that could not really be any further on the edge pop, and the game actually playing out pretty calmly. And then you just automatically think, well, because the last game made sense, this next one that gives us not exactly the same circle, but very similar in direction, should do too, especially now that the playing path was even better, and yet now we see some of these people standing on each other's feet.
And I will also say, I talked about it last time, I'm not the biggest island circle guy, but there's a higher likelihood of it happening inside of this one.
I wasn't gonna say anything, Matcham, and now you jinxed it away from going
darn,
there.
The person that doesn't like island circles jinxed it. I'm so sad.
Well, let's get a listen in to Uber and hear what Navi has to say about their most recent performances. Anh Sai Saki.
Bình thường vì bọn em đã biết trước là bọn mình sẽ vào đường chiến thắng. Bọn em thì vẫn giữ lối bắn của bọn em thôi. Gặp thì bọn em vẫn bắn nhau thôi. Nếu mà góc đẹp thì bọn em có thể làm được hết tất cả các tuyển thủ. Em nghĩ là bọn em đoàn kết với lại là nhắc nhở nhau từng tí, nên là bọn em không ngại giao tranh với tất cả đội tuyển khác. Mục tiêu của bọn em trước tiên là vào được chung kết. Còn vào được chung kết thì bọn em sẽ cố gắng giành lấy chức vô địch.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw Uber this morning. That is not what I thought he was gonna look like. So for Haisagi, of course, that was my mistake. Sorry, everyone out there. Great interview to listen in to Cerberus. Without a doubt, the strongest team out of APAC. They're phenomenal. They've shown the world now on numerous occasions that no matter who goes to them for a fight, they better think twice about making it, because 9 out of 10 times, Cerberus comes out on top.
Our centering for our teams is still staying pretty strong, as 17 Gaming looks like they're trying to make a path just north of Los Leones to regroup. We do have ourselves FaZe, who's made a bit of a shift over there. Sending one person in a parachute, and Gustav to kind of scout out closer to Impala, as the circle does have a bit more of an Impala leaning than that southern area that we were talking about last time.
This is so interesting, and it's happening while we're seeing Sonics rotate forward. For those of you guys who follow FaZe Clan, who follow the EMEA scene, what FaZe just did with sending a player in towards the center up to one of those unplayable mountains, that player has always, and I say always, it's not like the emergency pickups have been here for that long, but for every single time we've seen it done, it's been James that did that. But because of the change of IGL on the team, now James is the one that pulls, like that makes the moves and makes the decisions on the team. Now Gustav is the flex player that they send up there, and I talked to Gustav coming into this winner's bracket. He says he really actually likes now being kind of taking over James's role in flexing off to the side, allowing for James to play more on the side of Fex in up-close fights. Gustav really likes being that off-angle player. We've seen him clutch so many games in that particular spot, so seeing him on the mountain this early on now could bode for a good chance of FaZe, who already now is playing much better than their initial playstyle was with the beginning of this lineup.
You can see the fact that Falcons also got themselves kind of close to Gen.G's PO. Remember that PO and DG, the last two members up, they are centered, but they're at the crossroad position, and this is not necessarily the scariest of places to defend whenever you're looking at it as a solo if you're wanting to play from. You get a lot of information, people coming in, you can take pot shots at them for a little while, and technically Silzen being over here provides some level of support to make it feel like there's more players on your team here rather than the fact that it's two different teams.
Yeah. Well, question mark trying to make their way on in. There's still a pretty long journey ahead of themselves as they come in 5 on the northern side. But again, question mark arguably, if not Gen.G, then question mark the latest team to get to these circles, especially in the earlier stages of the game. So they're not in a hurry whatsoever. Neither are Third and 5, who in the previous game did not opt to go for an emergency pickup, but maybe we'll see this time around.
They got themselves some pathing, and no harm to actually just hold on to it just in case.
Of course.
Specifically, as we're eyeing different locations that shall not be named, that might not be the worst all considered. Third on 5 really being one of our tail-end teams. Sonics you can see coming in on the edge. Petrichor Road, DK being our outliers, trying to find some type of pathing. But again, with the way that we see most of our teams leaning into Impala in that southwestern area between Impala and Lociones, there's tons of space free on the edge of this one. So really just a couple of shots exchanged, just saying, hey, I'm over here, you just stay playing more into the north. Kia, you're taking these shots, but it looks like Petrichor Road, they kind of might be eyeing this too. No, they're just going to go ahead and retreat this.
They're leaving, but I saw Summer. I think Minuta thought that he saw the last vehicle move forward, and I saw Summer up high. Good thing for them is Summer wasn't quite over that top ridge line yet, so he didn't have an angle to shoot, but now he's out. Now they're going to continue moving, and just like that, the Tide's turn has seen it. Is taken down by Ixleft.
That's just information being fed over by Summer, like we were talking about. Just well done, pick up a free kill, and now it's going to be Kia having to go more northernly, while Petrichor Road has a path down to Los Leones, and there's not even anybody in Los Leones, so they're pretty much free from here.
All is good. The only team down in and around that area is Danoa, who are looking to go somewhere east of the city proper. We'll see what they opt to do here with D+, as they rotate towards the circle 2.
And Cerberus is running a 2-2 split that's kind of separated out. They've got Thanaton that's going to be on one side of them. But on the opposing side, it's going to be Na'Vi, but Na'Vi running their own split. Another team that's pretty close to them is, remember our boy Gustav we were talking about a second ago. FaZe running a 1-2-1 split just and down the entirety of this coastline.
Cerberus here has no clue the Third and 5 has pushed up, because they've made this entire run on up on foot. But here comes Tycon running up to check if everything is safe, and we can safely say that it is. And good thing for him is that he gets to get away from that one. Rossington missing crucial shots. They would have really wanted to take Tycon down, because sure they are 3, but they're up against 2 of the heaviest hitters, 2 of the warmest players right now on all of the server in Tycon and Himas.
Looks like Tycon is just going to try to retreat back. Hamas is going to try to provide some support. The other members not moving too aggressively for Cerberus, pretty much having some type of faith, but it's going to be long-range shots that are going to be coming out from Na'Vi on the backside of this. Make it more complicated for Cerberus, as the retreat does have a couple of pathings that they can make from, but even Hamas is going, now, this is just too hot, this is too risky. I've got to leave you behind. It's just going to be Duckmai providing some support to Tycon, but you can see there's, what, T5 one side, and then while, yes, it is range, it is Na'Vi at range.
It is such an awkward angle to try and take a fight. And the thing, Tycon felt pretty good with the amount of suppressing fire he was getting from Dogmai and Haisaki, but once you see those tags coming, wait, it ain't you guys shooting my direction, and he starts taking damage, that's a clear call for them to back off.
Help could be coming for Cerberus, as we do also have question mark that's pathing in back behind T5 that could take some shots in him and slow down what they were trying to do. So Tycon not terribly off yet, as you can see T5 is regrouping. New circle, we're just kind of waiting for it to pop, as Petrichor Road did make their push down to Los Leones. No big surprises. Where are we going?
Yeah. I mean, we could center on the small island.
made.
Damn it, we just never get it, do we? We just never get it. We're waiting for the grand finals.
This is
you know
more
what,
fun
game?
anyway.
This is fair.
I like this way more.
We are effectively giving people a phase 3 and a phase 2 with the amount of water in play and us taking for granted that no one is going to go out on the islands.
So now we have a death funnel that's starting to build up as everybody is starting to smush into this one. We've got 17 Gaming that's on top of T. It's going to be making the pathing to where we just saw Genji and Falcons just a moment ago. Dana was going to be back behind them. All this is going to be going on. Tai Lu's going to be trying to defend down the shots that we were talking about just a moment ago coming out from the Genji boys. Remember, still 2 up, trying to defend out while all of this is going to be coming in. 17 Gaming is going to go for the crash into it, and a quick push. Can Genji defend?
Yep, it's all on Genji's DG98 to fend off here. A lot of damage is coming in from the side as Gene is able to do damage on one. Finds Xiaowei. Sushu falls down as well. As the standoff works, at least for now. Little Ghost is still alive. Xiaowu is too. Can they do anything against these 2 players and all of the players outside trying to deny their entry to the gas station?
It is just like the post-game. All the players crept up inside the bathroom trying to stack up on top of each other as the rest of Genji getting more and more control of this one. Pio still playing around the outside, not letting Little Ghost in. But you can see this is just an awkward stack for 2, waiting, being patient, waiting to see if they step out. All while Falcons are taking referee shots in, denying 17 pathing.
As this pull-up came through, Sonic sent it through the sky up to Gustav. They took him down as well, and that is now more pressure being kind of alleviated for 17 Gaming. They're starting to realize this way. We're not getting shot from behind. Now it's the time to push.
Genji is playing this so well, using every piece of cover and denying angles. Look at the way Pio is bouncing around. This is exactly why they opted into playing this. This is it. Hit and run tactics coming up from Pio is exactly they wanted to play it. Also, the way that these angles come out, it really denies a lot of the sight lines for the nades. And you can see 17 just not finding successes. This entrenched Genji duo is just putting up a hell of a fight.
Exactly, got to be so smart about how they move around here because as you can see, Falcons on the other side shooting towards them. And now Sonics are starting to look down in this direction too. Xiaowu with 2 nades still to work with. That one could have a target on it, and indeed it does. DG98 down.
Finally gets the bounce into it. They shift over the nades the opposite direction. Going to brave back in. Pio's got vision, goes for the shots, gets the knock at 1, but finally, Genji goes down. They made it hellacious, but it is going to be 17 that finds it, while Sonics making a play into the hillside. Could see or hear this, but I think that they're just going to stop up. Petrichor Road also spotting out what's happening.
Yeah, Petrichor Road, the teams kind of close in on this one. They heard all the commotion, but they also saw the final kill come through. Had they been just a half second early on this one, they might just have put the pedal to the metal on it, but the kill came through fast enough for them to back off.
And this is what we're talking about. Look at Sonics harassing down into that fight just a moment ago. They have a vision for days. If we see this go Impala, this hillside is just so strong. Now, if it shifts away, it could be pretty problematic to get down from, though.
Exactly. As things quiet down, at least for a brief moment, let's see how Petrichor, with very limited info to go off of, up to rotate into this. Now, this is what I was talking about just before. Sonics came flying in, and they couldn't have timed it any better, because while Gustav was fully occupied looking down towards the 17 fight, Sonics came in right above him, 4 people landing on top of him, took him out, and there was nothing he could do. Now see, where, oh where, Mr. Circle, are you going?
With this, we've already lost a pretty decent chunk of our players for an early section. The unsurprising shift, to say the least, as it is going to be leaning into Impala. Most of the players hoping the fact that it goes more into the hills to the east, or maybe even down to the south. If it stays on Impala, that's not even the worst, but makes for some very protracted fighting. Impala itself is just very complex with how close those buildings are.
Yeah, and with the unplayable mountains where Sonics currently find themselves, and phase 4 coming up, you'd have to imagine this one is going to go down towards the southwest side where Petrichor is currently set up. Maybe, just maybe, it could swing direct west towards Tai Lu, but the biggest chances are down towards Petrichor, which is also part of the reason why I think they opted to commit to that angle.
It's kind of the problem with this hillside is it's so kind of centered. It's not due-up centered, but it's kind of hard to dodge out in most regards. So see a couple of players and teams already kind of leaning into Impala, realizing, okay, the south, not as open as we want. In addition to this giant hillside, let's not forget there is still water in this, and there is the Impala Fields. That's a no man's land. So this is a much smaller circle than it actually looks like, due to the fact that the playable areas that you actually want to be taking something from are just so, no, you just don't want to go there.
There are no, we can agree on that. See LG here playing it smart on the edge, just waiting this one out, wanting to make sure that they have not forgotten about anyone behind us. I feel like most of the games where you felt, oh, this might just be the Luminosity game, something has happened, not necessarily out of their control, but something where they spent just 10 more seconds looking for an angle, looking for a player coming up behind him, they could have stayed alive, and now, well, they're taking their time, they're playing this one smart.
Well, we're seeing that LG is still committed into their more edge playstyle and a meta that's shifted a lot more center, right? Danoa kind of opting into a similar one just to the north of them, as we can see here, is a 3-1. Yeah. Loki off by himself.
I mean, it makes sense that this is where they commit to sit on the edge because, again, as we said, Impala Mountain is going to be shifted away from, the north side mountain is going to be shifted away from. There's a small chance it could go direct west, but most likely we're looking at a straight south-southwest shift.
We've been talking a lot about Sonics and the way that they're kind of set up on that hillside. You can see 3 members. Tickleton, though, is actually down in Impala in one of the primary strong positions to play from. If this does shift into the west and goes fields, that is a strong defendable line and capabilities of getting a lot of kills from there.
Sonics then still have to get off the mountain, though.
That's true. I know, I'm not arguing that.
It's not going to be easy.
I just think it's a peculiar choice to actually go, okay, Tig, we trust you to be on the ground by yourself. The 3 of us are going to harass from up on top. I know a lot of people have... I mean, there's a reason why Tig is so expensive in fantasy, right? He's got some aim, and they say, yeah, we could put you up here, but we think that your merit is actually in the low ground, securing that for us.
Yeah, he's the player who's got the compound locked down. And you talked about Loki before in the 3-1 split that Danoa has currently got going. He's shooting in the crowd, just making sure in case any snakes are there, that they should rattle and show themselves before things get too crazy. The Loki, the man of the hour, the one who's been claiming what few points Danoa has been able to find. And now we'll see if he's going to get the better of this circle, as Anonix is sitting up with a mortar next door, and this is exactly where we expected the circle to go.
And so our Impala friends not feeling the most comfortable. T5 also going to have to be making a move of their own. Cerberus going to shift in. We can see 17 in that firefight that they had to take a while ago with Jin G, feeling pretty good about it. But I want to remind everybody, Petrichor is kind of in a dip, and this is going to be what's going to happen, right? Look at everybody that's inside of Impala. We've got Navi, we've got Sonics, we've got TE, we've got QM, we've got Daytrade trying to get out. This is going to get very, very bloody.
It sure is. You can see Daytrade tried to get out of the city, tried to wrap around, but not going to happen. Norrens wanted to wrap further around, I think, to get over to Push Hills, but couldn't quite make it there. Now, Daytrade down to just Bilmoth and Flash, and maybe only even for a short while. As you see Cerberus in the kill feed come off against Third on 5. Daytrade instantly after it moved, and just like that, 8 players out in a split second.
That was what we're going to be seeing going on with Impala. Now QM goes, hey, I've got an idea. It's a very similar idea to what just happened to Daytrade. This is going to be what's going on with that Cerberus fight, and this is going to provide some pathing down on the opposite slope from that hillside that Sonic's playing from. Give a block in sight line, but it's going to be Kia, the new targets that are going to be in front of them, as neither one inside circle.
Yeah, D+, they have had the pleasure of sitting around and waiting it out for a while, but Deva and Menuda will have to make a move soon. They heard the shots fired from Cerberus towards that northeast, but they also know that they have Sonics on the mountain, so it's very limited where they can run around in the open right now, especially with Sonics still up high.
Are they going to commit into the Tai Lu path? That's not going to be too comfy to work with, but even Tig still capable of taking shots at him from here. Yeah, this is the reason why they sent him down here. Look at the vision that this compound provides. If this had gone north, great. But even with it going south, he gets to take pot shots on every single one of these teams' attacks.
I mean, right now, 755 ain't with the rest of his teammates, and Tai Lu has already lost one. So if Questionmark goes up to aggress towards the Tai Lu compound, it might not be the worst idea now, though. We talked about D+ just before, and how they would have to either stand their ground or back off. They tried to back off, and luckily for Deva, well, he fell in transition.
QM still trying to see if they can brave into this Tai Lu line, as it's not too comfy. Navi, I like this. Ish,
where are you
smoke everything, throw out nades, distract the team, force them to get some type of meds out.
Oh wait, it's phase 4. Never mind, they can't go anywhere. Elliot, shotgun in hand.
Now getting the vision in, but look right on the opposing side of it is what's going to be nerve-wracking on it. Nades on both sides. Oh, I didn't even see him walking over. Now does, though, and just going to be patient with that shotgun.
That should be an easy one. Nice setup there. Xavier right around the corner. Playing a bit of a surprise role. I love the fact that Elliot did as much as he could to attract the attention while Xavier was literally just sat still. They will have him knocked on. Oh, Xavier had a nade cooked in hand, so he's going to fall to it now. Questionmark again. This fight was going to happen eventually, but they read it smartly. They saw that 755 was a lone issue, as 755 is packing a punch.
And here comes Shit on the backside of this one, full on flank around in position. 755 did a great job on surviving. Opens up the angles. Shin stepping in means the fact that QM finds themselves pinched, and Shin walks straight up into this. That duo just erases question mark and leaves behind an exclamation point.
Question mark made the perfect read. It's a 3-1, a 2-1 split. Let's aggress on it, but 7-5-5 stood strong, takes down 3. That is going to be question mark out, and now Na'Vi, back we go. They find Delvin, but instantly after, Strimsy finds one. Sonic's still playing a massive factor in this city fight, as they have not come off the hill just yet.
With this, we still have Impala being the problem of problems. Sonics, you were saying, how do you even get down there? Well, Navi's just pushing through. The shotgun blast isn't going to connect the way he wanted it to, so TE still looking up that hillside into what's going on with Sonics, as this is now opened up, as CE also wraps down next to DK. And yeah, Americano, this isn't too comfy.
Nope, Cerberus knows that they have to make a play here. They want to clear off this angle before moving further forward. Sonic still have yet to make their way off the hill, and now Danawa with the comfort of the compound, and the mortar's still there, doing what they can to deny Tyloo any sort of entry, or escape, I should say, from the dip they currently find themselves in.
This could be a factor moving further forward. Cerberus playing this one slow and steady. Blue Zone not quite going as far as they wanted it to, but Isaki's got to kind of retreated back as they're committed into the res. No big commitments quite yet, but Nuna doing just a good job of being a thorn in the side, while FaZe taking all of this time to reposition and is just going to pounce on whoever walks out of it.
And again, it's a small thing, but it's the first time we really see them play more. Like usually, we would see teams be much more in a hurry to get towards the circle, but all these players are running around with the jammer packs. They have that extra couple of seconds to fight on the edge of blue, but now FaZe, well aware that Cerberus are crossing on foot. They have to set up for this. They have to prepare for the push from the top APAC team.
I like the Cook nades going out long range into it, just a smidgen short on the Moss. Not going to really connect into it. While you were talking about how hard it is to get out of the Sonic's position, they've lost several members. Everybody can see it. Team is trying to line in, shots going in onto the vehicle, but it's going to be a quick exchange between both. Cerberus now sneaking in right on top of this as FaZe move to the wall, allowing Cerberus just to shift up right next to him.
Absolutely huge play from Cerberus, using the gutter on the right-hand side for as long as they can. They know that FaZe has pushed down towards the riverside or the ocean side to make a play there, but they ran all the way around, and now somehow they've gotten full control. In the meantime, now Danawa trying to stand off against Tyloo. It's through falls. Make that 3, make that all of them. Else they go down. Tyloo down. Danawa prevails.
Tyloo weakened by mortars before coming into this one. Falcons also taking some shots into him as they go. Our Impala crews also limping their way out of this, as Tig is going to spot out Duck Juice and finish that out, as he's now also going to make a pathing into it. FaZe still continuing into this fight. It's just going to be Corexi and Fex left, and you can see Fex not feeling too good as Hisaki wants to step out more. Does he know? I'm pretty sure he does. Yeah, how's the nade going to bounce into that one? And yeah, that was just well done.
This is good. I mean, he couldn't commit to the flush there because he didn't know how close the opposing teams, or the opposing players were, and him as around the other side knew, wait, he's not going for a first hit, and I hit him quite a lot, so just lob an 8 on over, and he should be good.
Again, this was just so well read by Cerberus, like you were talking about, to shift in. The circle is going to favor this position, so Corexi not going to be in the biggest rush for it, but hey, you know, he'll take some kills, and all right, Corexi, go and get you back. Is he going to be able to get Fex? He should be fine with that.
Team said it in the interview. We have Fex, he reached the kill feed. We have Gustav and we IGL, and then we have Corexi. Well, he kills people, and that is exactly what he did right there. Solid play coming through from the young Finn to keep sure that FaZe stays alive, and with the circle shifting in their direction, what is the top 7 right now could easily become a top 3.
I want to point out, while all of this was going on, Petrichor Road, who played in the opposite dip away from 17 Gaming earlier, has been having to kind of hunker down with all the long-range shots. That's allowed LG to get more control over the south, and you can see that they're starting to influence that. Now taking shots into Danawa, trying to deny out this rotation. Danawa's going to opt into probably a very southern shift inside of this rotation. I mean, they can maybe cut straight in, but that's going to put them at Petrichor. If they go to the south, it's going to be LG. There's no real good pathing for this, as they're just going to jump forward. They haven't even managed to make it to the safe zone yet, as they're still already going to have to deal with Petrichor.
There really isn't a good play for them to make it also. I like the fact that they go just a little bit further down. Maybe the commotion of teams trying to shoot at them can force other teams to shoot at the teams shooting at them. But unluckily for them, all the teams are backing off, playing it safe, even though Danawa tried to bait the attention.
I also like the Petrichor Road had their vehicles prepped up in advance for the shifts coming into that line.
Oh yeah.
See the way that their vehicles are set, that really denies out a lot of what's going to be going on. Danawa's just kind of trapped out here, as until they get a kill of some type and can make some push, there's nothing they can really just do out here. Snakers, though, full back flank back behind Danawa, and you can see this is why they can't move, man. Yeah, it's just throwables now coming out from everywhere as the vehicle's just getting shredded.
Double kill coming through as that car explodes. You'd have to imagine. Nope, Loki just exactly able to crawl far enough away. That's a blue zone, and that should be him down in just a moment as the entire field turns blue. The double stack comes through. You could only imagine, yep, that's Loki down. Just one more left alive on the side of Danoa. As Soul is trying to creep his way towards the circle, but look at the amount of opponents in front of him. Finds Kickstart, though.
Never ever count out Soul. He's got to creep forward. The Venn diagram of Blue Zone just absolutely demolishing him. But while this is going on, Falcons putting in some work on the Petrichor Road, opening up some type of possibilities for Soul to exploit as Falcons making that shift in. Soul's got a couple options to work with. Petrichor Road just kind of eyeing into everything that's happening with Falcons.
Everyone on the server fighting in the northwest, and now even FaZe is starting to realize, wait, we want a part of this too. You can't just be the only ones fighting, because every single team is fighting over the same 50 meters.
Who wants the compounds when you got buildings and dips? And that's what everybody is after right now. 17 Gaming crossing the road, making the push into the firefight with the Falcons. It is becoming unrelenting. At least LG is now distracted and get too involved in this. It's its own fight. Everybody making their way down into this trench. 17 playing the top side of it. Has got to be careful though. Soul could pop up at any given moment, and he does right now. Goes for the spray, but he is going to be going down with Emmys on one side of it. Soul still playing back behind.
Yep, Little Ghost trying to slow things down at least for a bit. They've only just now crossed the street. They've only just now figured out exactly what's going on the other side, and they're seeing players all over the place. Finds one, Xiaobei instantly swings on the second. He hears DraftKings wrap around the side, but doesn't have the exact angle on him. He loses him for a brief moment. Let's see if they can find him, and just like that, Little Ghost holds the angle, and 17 gets to live with 3 up.
Now we've got to pop down to the other side of this with LG. It's going to be Fex still trying to hold out Soul. No, wait, we're not done here. Soul's got some goals of his own, realizing he has the opportunity. Little Ghost, the only one up, committed into the res right now, but I mean, this is just well navigated by Solo in a desperate situation.
You cannot fault Soul for having no clue where the opponents are right now. They are everywhere. The good thing for Little Ghost is that he knows exactly where to expect Soul from. It does seem the fire from the burned out car is just enough cover for Soul to wrap back the other direction. Now Snakers finds Fex, but FaZe already down to few players, so it's just Corexi left alive against the entirety of Luminosity.
They are just cresting the hillside. No worries, but Corexi is on fire right now. Makes it hazardous. It's going to be very, very close. Blood needs to go for something. While this is happening, 17 Gaming still too far away. Cannot get anything out of this. That hill's going to block out the sight lines.
They're sprinting. They know that it's a 4-man Luminosity on the other side, but as you're saying, too far away to get impact. But as I say that, it's the solo and it's the duo. They're taking the fight to the 4-man team.
He's got some goals and he is just charging, and he knows that they're weak and he's paying attention. Danoa trying to make the worst of, or the best of a terrible situation, moves in. It's been so long.
He's just doing it alone.
He's coming in off of this. If he
don't shoot him.
Don't shoot him. He's trying to help you.
17. What are you doing? Wow, the help coming over the top. Xiaowu now trying to flank down below. Do they see him? Do they realize that they are getting outflanked? It's a 2 versus 4. The odds are against them, but if Xiaowu finds a double, it could be huge, and Flood falls instantly.
That spray control right off the go is just so vicious. Little Ghost to one side, Xiaowu in the open. That is just going to be terrifying to contend with. Little Ghost now making his way up into the high ground. It's going to be on Snakers to try to defend it. It looks like he knows he's playing inside of the bush, but while that's happening, Xiaowu starting to play this more aggressively. Little Ghost taking the shots in, gets another knock, gets another one. 17 Gaming doesn't care about numbers. They care about how much damage they can put out.
They are just unstoppable on this one every single time they peek. Oh no, they find players, and Xiaowu does it again. They do not know of Kickstar's position, but they don't care. 2 versus 4, and 17 put Luminosity in the grave.
That is how you charge into a weakened squad. Solo stepping in, duo stepping in, numbers advantage only matters if you can get a second to make it work. And yeah, LG not feeling good about that one, as the entirety of the focus of the circle just went directly after this.
17 Gaming were sprinting when the initial 2 knocks came through. They couldn't make it, but Soul said, boys, worry not, I've got you. Distracts for long enough, finds a knock on 1 to allow for them to wrap on over. They had the high ground, they had the low ground. They were playing whack-a-mole effectively against Luminosity, and they tore them to pieces.
That is just such a good use of train map awareness and knowledge, and just dictating it so well. We're going to take a quick look into the highlights and get in with our analysts to have an idea of what we should be looking at in the last game.
I
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why this team is a PGS champion. Look at that performance. You've got to respect them here coming into all of this. That was absolutely ridiculous, Avenger.
Honestly, I just feel so sad for Luminosity. Like, first they get poked by FaZe Clan, then Soul goes over, pokes a little bit more, and then 17 Gaming comes in.
Yeah.
And to win a game from how much pressure they had on them for so long with a two-man, that is extremely impressive 17 Game. Of course, it is our PGS 1 champion, so it's coming in there for them, and now it's looking good for them to go through winners.
That was wild. That was wild. I mean, during the group stage, we were kind of like, we're not really seeing huge amounts of stuff coming from them here.
Right.
But this was big. Of course, the highlights in the analysis brought to you by STC Players. We take a look down, a bear down on some of the final moments from this game. Honestly, I did think LG had this completely. I walked away from the green room, Avenger, thinking to myself, LG, they should be able to lock this down, but it was not to be.
No, I stayed because I was like, if something crazy happens, I have to see this ending. And of course, it is 17 Gaming being able to pop off. Even though they got all four up, Flood got quickly knocked, and then all of a sudden it's a 2v2. Then the opening on Shawu, absolutely insane scenes here for 17 Gaming. And again, as we saw how everything moved on and how much pressure they were under throughout the gas station, and then they had to cross out. But it's just a fantastic game for them.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff here. A big win. And now we're getting down to the point where when you look at how things are shaping up here for the winners bracket, I did not think we were going to get as close as we have already. I mean, we're getting slowly to the halfway point here, with the next game here being that halfway mark. It's going to be down to the wire.
And it's also, again, been wild circles, right? Two military, then we have these eastern circles here, especially the second one.
Да. Здравствуйте. Не, спасибо.
А чё?
А нахуй надо.
Подключай тариф игровой и будь с нами на связи. Сейчас я Володе напишу. По пабг. Папажи. Ты чё, турик не смотришь? А вот Анджей. Вот Анджей, ростовский гангстер. Уа!
Привет, привет, Сэм. Привет.
Салам алейкум. Не вижу вас, бедолаг, в сети что-то вообще. Штиль. Что там, Володь, гроб тут занесли, не занесли? Володя опять пропал. Алло! Ю! Кто-нибудь?
Чё там? Ив, чё за кипиш, бля?
Чё, бля, куда вы все попали? А у вас? Короче, QM вообще, господи. Какое мясо.
Да там, блядь, только начало.
Какое начало, братан? За 2 катки, блядь. Ну,
Какую они третью игру играют? Какую игру?
Не знаю, это 3-й день уже.
Это хуйня. Так они новый сет играют, и чё, блядь? 3-й.
Ну, так они за 2 каток 0 ПТСов хватает. Ну ты чё, прикалывайся? Это вообще
Да
какой-то пипец. 3 мейн ставим? Или пусть докидывают?
3 мэнс.
Не, вообще мертвые, просто мертвые. Они вчера вообще кайф отыграли. В 90 ПТСов, по-моему, утонули. 8. Ну, короче, 7-е место они, по-моему, были. Сегодня прям вообще забыл. Прям я так расстроился. 2 катки подряд заезжают в них и просто разрубают их. Платформу и все.
Сейчас буду давай. Адреналин. Володя, ты где?
Вот здесь.
Давай, тусовочку нашу, Володь, тусовочку.
Ты в Париж пошел, я.
А вот такое еще есть, Володь. F нажми. А вот тут для молодых пляшут. Так, куда падать будем? На Йонгченг? Давайте тогда линию вот эту забираем.
Китайский квартал?
Да. Аюб, ты тут?
Да, да.
Прыгай,
Блядь, ёпрст, бля, ёпмобан.
Я теперь, ты тут!
Да мне, блядь, ты чай принеси, блядь, чай.
Ничего себе ты деловой, тебе чай носят. А чё, сам встать не можешь?
Хуя себе, блядь, конечно, блядь, ты чё, какой, блядь?
Ты в курсе,
Солодочка.
ты в курсе, что крепостное право отменили там 70 лет назад?
Он в курсе, кто-то не в курсе.
Ебал я это крепостное право, блядь.
Осуждаю.
Блядь, застрял в вешалке.
Нас, по-моему, на эти
Бля, мой дом чего прыгнул, дом.
Это. У нас челы упали на эти, по-моему, на ангары.
Я в доме, надо мной.
Где мы сервер разовьем?
Ой-ой-ой, блядь, кто, откуда? Меня пушит.
Блядь, ты далеко.
Я же тебе сказал, что мы забираем. Зачем ты падаешь туда сам?
Понял, чел мой дом, блядь, заберет.
Где ты обычно сидишь?
Да, отжал у него, блядь, свой дом, понял?
Отжал. Ёп, я никого не вижу пока. Ебать, семерок мне тут приколить. Так.
Там же, сука, бегают до сих пор.
Ой, я ему голову дал.
Я не понял, я не увидел, сколько упало у нас типов здесь вообще.
Ну, давай, что ты. Сейчас. Езжает нахуй.
Хорошие. Дай меточку на этот дом, с кем ты перестреливаешься.
Вот это с балконом, где дом, который.
По твоей линии.
Сколько там человек ты видел?
Один точно. В балконе.
На ангары падал какой-нибудь тип у нас? Мне просто показалось, когда мы падали, как чел на ангары какой-то упал.
Ты куда, блядь, ходишь, ты кидаешь, ёб твою мать.
Тихо. Вот этот дом?
Да.
Да, на крыше, по-моему, чел.
Для этого подняли?
Маки
Вот,
какие-то
наверное,
дают.
только бегут.
Пробежал, да?
Не знаю, я в смог просто. Прыгнул, смоку, ёп, смоку.
Я понял.
Прибежал уже.
Убил.
Вайп? Мне помощь.
Да, наверное. Да, наверное.
Ого, вот это мне мышку за это. А где торпешник есть?
А серый бежит, блядь.
А шо не так, я понять не могу. Что тебя не устраивает? Я тебе помог, саппортнул.
Мазар.
Оставь мне, блин, есть снайпа тут какая-то на семерках? А, да?
Блядь, да, подойду.
Так, а тут есть кто-нибудь убитый? Арбалет лежит, мой любимый. Не, ну мне X3 не нужен, я с калаша с X3 не зажму.
А что, больше никто не падал?
Да хрен знает, нет вроде.
Баню М как раз. Взял бы АО.
Я? Мне увел маги нужны, и все, больше ничего не надо.
А там же был... Не?
Не был. Покупался. Мы когда падали, я думал, чел какой-то на ангар летит, прям как это. Было похоже. Вау, мага надо.
ДМР компен.
Шел. Тебе компен с МБ не нужен?
Не. Короче, плохо, да, поехали. Бля, 4х, куда я уйду? Огорода, так.
Да. Что, сюда заедем или? Тут УАЗик разукрашенный стоит. Меня в упоре чел. Чё, у меня тут веселуха, пиздец.
Да, долбить буду их, бля.
Они в опане где-то.
А, сунь, хуй, суй, блядь. Подъезжай, подбегай или подъезжай.
Я бегу.
Я сейв. Это, блядь, сунь, хуй, чай, блядь.
Да, я понял.
Так, самое главное, ничего не разбил мне, понял?
Как он тебя нокнул, Коля?
Я не знаю, блядь. Ну, наводка куда-то, блядь, стоит, блядь.
Ой-ой-ой. Я хилюсь.
Что, сучки, бля? Что-то он не потянул против нас, бля.
Аюб, там правее кто-то играет. На рельефе где-то.
Садись, Сач. Иди нахуй, гандон. Давай, да, наберешь.
Куда зона сейчас пойдет? Но он мне нормально надавал по жбану сразу. Тут они в кемпах слева были. Аюб, ты зря тут едешь вообще, мне кажется. Там мне 40 FPS.
Я не сюда заехал, он что в доме в этом делает? Блядь. Я хотел на дорогу, бля, выехать, не туда заехал. Не что в этом доме делают дебилы, блядь?
Ебать, сидел, даже не шевелился, блядь.
20.
жетонов Астон Мартин.
Все, чай допил, сейчас пиздеть буду.
Куда?
Чем мне так FPS падает сейчас? На катке людей сейчас будет миллион, блядь.
Не будет.
Конченая локация, вообще не играбельная, слово совсем.
Не играбельная. Схуя ли она не играбельная?
Ну, потому что нету лута там нихуя.
Там, где я, бля, там везде играбельно.
Да, понятно.
Никого нету, сам, блядь, переживай.
Нету? Я этих
нет
тогда забыл.
Давай.
Не FPS, блядь, до 40 упал. Ё-моё, вот это когда ты заехал в город и... Капец. Меня тут на госпитале стреляют.
Вот тогда парашютист приземлился один.
Серьезно?
Да.
Я пошел убивать.
Только что вот я выпрыгивал с окна и парашют там. Вообще ничего, нету, не пушек.
Ну, потому что спот говна, я тебе говорю. Я ничего нет.
Я не знаю, я в одном доме, бля, у 6х, 4х все долутал. Аптеки, бусы.
А пушки ты залутал?
Все, блядь, есть.
Куда еще раз, Володь, ты на метку? А, на оранжевый упал?
Да, парашютисты. Вот впереди взрыв, да, был?
Ну, долбоёб это
Володь,
взрывает.
взял TX6.
О, бля, он по мне стреляешь? Да, блядь, не, чистый игрок. А, он эти запускает, блядь, как я?
Миномет?
Да, что за ебанка, блядь?
Один. В каком доме? Ага.
Не стреляй только, не стреляй, не стреляй.
Я понял, но я...
Я его напугаю сейчас, блядь. Чтобы он обосрался.
Сейчас я на крышу, подожди, попробую залезть.
X8. У меня тут 2X6, 2X8.
Слушай, ну в этом нету его, в красном.
Не, я сейчас убью.
Я дом насквозь просматриваю. Он, возможно, двое, конечно.
Заблудился, что ли, бля? Алло, бля. Алло, ты заблудился, что ли, пацан? Быстро все положил нахуй, бля.
Оставь пацана, бля.
Он, бля, весь лут, бля.
Еще парня сдал по-быстрому, ебать, пока он с парашюта приземлялся.
Такое, конечно, осуждаем, Володь.
Это так, скользь. Возможно, кто-то, да?
Бля, отодвинь микрофон чуть-чуть, пиздец. Тебя-то вообще не слышно, кто просто ебанулся. На X6. Выбрось, его тут лежит.
Да, ну забери его, что-то.
Да тут, тут бежать, ебать. 2 метра, на.
Так мы уезжаем?
Да, ты собрался уезжать. Компенсация. Бля, мне МКшка нужна. У нас есть парашют, можно парашют вызвать.
Ну, давай, на эти, на общаге накрыть.
Вот, заберите кто-нибудь, вызовите парашют.
Ну, вызовет, не можешь вызвать.
Нет места, куда положить.
Ну, выкинем, потом подержать.
Пока нельзя, 20 секунд. Все аптечки выкину.
Да, на улице вызовут. Сразу полетит.
Сейчас 20 секунд.
Чё, где МКшки нету, ёпарасы, это в натуре прикол. Да ну нахер ты это делаешь?
Ба, увеличьте лежат.
Ты на общаге хочешь?
Да, на крышу прям ебанемся. Лил Лау Ши. Азиатский ник.
Чё они нору делают, я понять не могу.
Да, бля, миллиардами. Конечно, будут народ. Не помещаются. Вот я. Смоки видишь на дороге? Со школы перебегают сюда.
Там на улице типы, в кемпе типы.
По ним стреляют.
Слева. Да.
Илюсь, надавали, ебать, в полете.
С горы сзади стреляют. Со школы коряк стреляет. У меня лута, не лута.
Да, блять, откуда, ля?
Спина, мы же сказали, с горы.
Блять, я пилюсь.
Вот тут за деревом. Ты подымешь его?
Сходишь, покинешь.
Прям.
Нас запушить могут. Ты смотришь на сервер?
Ну я со своей стороны только вижу.
На двушках людей. Ебать, я смокерил.
Вот на той стороне типы были, вот на той, на желтой, понял?
А меня сзади с этой горы дал какой-то там.
Да вон оно в смоках был, вот там. Я ему надавал немножко. Скорее всего ушел выше. Он скорее всего вот сюда сейчас пойдет подниматься, вот сюда вот. О не, это далеко метку поставил. Куда-то вот туда.
Не, мне вот отсюда откуда-то надавали.
Не оттуда. Я видел, кто тебя стрелял.
Там ник какой-то еще этот такой.
Я не знаю, у меня может крыса сидеть вообще.
Не. Вообще не соседний.
Да.
Перед собой двушки не вижу никого, ни первый, ни второй этаж. Вот там третий этаж.
Блять, пробежал, сукин сын.
Да.
Блять, опять пробежал, ёпрст, чё? Конченые перезарядки. Блять, он его поднимет сейчас. Есть пятерки у кого-нибудь? Не, пятерки надо. А, вот нашел. Нашел.
Спину не забывайте.
Короче, на синее двое. Еще справа тут есть.
За забором вот там чё?
И со спины этот хуярит опять. Он стреляет. А так завел.
Первый этаж. Вылез.
Сейчас мной это резать побегут его. Трешку ногу. Блядь, я опять его пропустил и просты, блядь, с одним хп, блядь. Сука, как он запарил, блядь. Перебегают спокойно так. Блядь, говорю, вы никто не чекайте, перебегать будет. Нокаю же.
Каким образом чекать, Аюб? Ты видишь, где находимся?
Так ты там же находишься, где и я в доме, блядь.
В каком? Ты чё, прикалываешься? Я в соседней вообще. На краю. Каким образом я тебе чекать тут что-то вообще буду?
Да все, забей, блядь. Я не знаю, что там в этом доме делаешь.
Кайфую, блядь.
Сиди, кайфуй.
Меня напротив двушки, первый этаж. Здесь. Второй этаж.
Сука, блядь, с одним хп перебегает. Шерти, блядь.
Нокнул.
Угу. Да.
Сейчас перебегать будет, двушку
Убил.
перебегать.
А, моего убил, да, все, блядь.
Я добил.
Короче, в трешке осталось. Я к ним на крышу.
Вот он, второй этаж. Вот здесь синяя метка снизу, Аюб, снизу. Он не на улице, а снизу вот это вот тут, в промежутке.
Нет его, нет.
В окно, он залез в окно, значит.
Да. Эй, Вацок, бля, давай выходи оттуда.
Школа, не забывай, в школе было двое типов.
Ты через, блядь, не общайся, блядь. Вот так ты сидеть будешь. Вот так ты максимум твой, блядь, сидеть это.
Ты можешь сказать, где он?
Да я не знаю, блядь. Подними меня лучше, серия, я сейчас прыгну.
Он в окне, он на третьем этаже, в окне на третьем этаже.
Уже под угол подбеги, серия.
Блять, шакал ебаный. Я пока отвлекаю, давай.
Тихо, тихо.
Первый этаж, дверь.
Ты чё, долбоёб, что ли, блядь? Лежать, блядь.
Володя, ты на чем был? На пятерке?
Нет, семерки. Там на лестнице еще наверху один лежит. Я убил.
Ехать, но...
Блядь.
Ебать, это какая зона, блядь? Я твое все ебал.
Я тебя не
Просто все ебал. Добери меня. А, не знаю.
Да, я умираю тоже.
Он даже добить меня не смог. Бичуган от зоны умер. Или правее беги, убьете тоже. Без оружия правее беги.
Да я не добегу, не успею, братан.
Успеешь. Проверь, проверь, проверь. А сволочь, блядь, попадаете, что свинья, блядь. Хилишься, 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 хилишься.
Не успеваю, сука, по-моему.
Блядь, чуть-чуть не успел. Ой, блядь. Да как он, блядь, попадает, тварь, блядь.
Чел смайл
Челси,
какой.
блядь, говнюк, блядь, который все время убивает.
В итоге он тебя убил сегодня.
Блядь, без тачки хреново.
Еще подойду.
Что, сразу падаем на студии?
Не. На
Куда?
Йончон.
Да.
Раз, два, три, четыре. Сквад с нами.
Да, блядь, что я зависаю?
На ангары упал один. Услышали все? Ангары чел.
Звук, да.
Куда он стреляет?
Противоположно.
На линии, Аюб, на линии.
Я понял.
В конце. Аюб, спина к тебе не подходила? Володя, тут двери открыты. Ты тут лутался?
Звук.
Крыша. Метка, второй этаж, Аюб, все чуть-чуть.
В моем доме, что ли?
Метка желтая, второй этаж.
В моем доме?
Ну, в твоем, да.
Откуда?
И у тебя рядом там еще будет чел.
Вот тут.
Володь, за мной пойдем? Володь.
Да.
Желтую метку разрубать.
Да, пипец меня зависает. Что за...
Так с окна не надо было выпадать. За мной пойдем. Флешка есть, Володь?
Нет, обычно.
Заходим вдвоем, смотри. Раз, два, три, в разметр заходим. Лежит, лоу хп, лежит слева.
Ты уперся у меня, блядь.
Подымай.
Я ж в тебя спотыкнулся, блядь.
Сука, блядь, лежит она, тварина.
Значит, назад откидывает. Да что за лаги, не пойму.
Идем на помощь. Пошли, задавим.
Звук. Добьет, надо.
Вайп?
Нет.
Нет. Блядь, мне игру откидывает назад, блядь.
Держи лестницу.
Смотрю.
Что-то кидает.
Флэш. Спускается, я смотрю.
Давай.
Вайп.
Ты чё?
Не, мне перезагрузить надо, интернет вход.
Короче, оставьте мне, я это с ЛР сыграю.
Ну правильно.
Блядь, я в него стреляю, меня понял, назад что-то кидает.
Блин, не, я, короче, не сильно. Бэкнись пока сразу, пока ты в мой сейве.
Да, блядь, я не визуальный. А вот именно сейчас нормально отпустила, понял? Когда, блядь, их раш.
Подщечка нужна, никто не видел, где подщечка. Броник.
Опять откидывай.
Перезагрузи, пока время есть, там 3 минуты еще. Перезайди лучше.
На вход в зону заедем потом.
Капец, дайте, блин, этот броник, ё-моё.
Уже броник разбит. Да кто?
Что?
Скорее кажется, кто стреляет?
Не я.
Блин, рядом.
Да, сзади кто-то есть.
Не.
Аюб нашел броник, вот метка еще один.
Да, уже далеко идет. Что знает?
Ля, Ники, Аюб.
Блядь. Так, я готов ехать. Через вот эту тройку поедем лучше.
Я к тебе бегу, забери. А, я тут на дороге, сюда едь.
Что там атак был, не?
Да я не поеду, не разобью.
Подчечка нужна?
Не, я нашел. Ходи, Володь, на дорогу.
Хожу.
Остановись, Аюб. А не газуй, поплавишь. Не газуй, поплавишь. Ля, он все нокает и нокает, это циферки. А вот, убили его.
Это додики. Что у меня один болик так. Чел, понял, упал в свой дом, вот этот, который падает. И там в лужку пошел раш его с дробовиком. Дробовик взял, сразу побежал на него. Я к нему в дом зашел, он, блядь, спиной стоит, он даже не понял, что я зашел.
А, на тебя броник взял, чуть покоцанный. У меня тут задача проехать 1500 метров на... Знаешь на чем? На купе РБ. Это что значит купе РБ?
Ну он оранжевый.
А, на туре? Блин, будет где-то остановился, забери. Ой.
Да, вот эту дорогу есть.
Сейчас Бухтияр начнет ругаться. Володя прозвал вот эти поля Бухтияра, слышишь? Аюб, куда? Куда заедем?
Слева где-то с глушителя упор стреляли.
Да. Едет что-то слева.
Я не могу вылазить стрелять.
Сзади едут.
-1.
Второй выше, поехал. Бля, мы его поняли. Меня со спины убивают, со спины с кемпов.
Все, уезжаю.
Аюб, ну ты красава, капец, реально.
Блядь, да не убивай, да, блядь. А что все по мне стреляют?
Ай, как оно было, ё.
Тех мы хорошо убили.
А их подняли рейсы, подъехала машина.
Да ты чё?
Да. Закидывают дым.
Захилься, Аюб.
Да, так-то нихуёво высадили вообще. Водила минус сразу.
Да, блядь, я меня откидываю. Давай, блядь, наберешь. Да.
Что там? Там один тип ехал, одного высадил.
Твоих.
Твоих, да?
Да.
Мне полкилл засчитали, слышь,
Я высадил водилу, смотрю, там еще второй сидит в машине.
Ну, мне килл засчитали, значит, я там доел. Мне там что-то назад стал откидывать, бля, там какая-то шляпа. О, бля, что до сих пор откидывает. Вот это пакет лос самый правый, да, 250 подскакивает. Давно такого не было.
О, это сейчас тебя подлагало.
Видели, да?
Да.
Откидывает, понял, назад. Или вперед, потом прохожу больше. Да ёб, просто. Бля, лишь бы не лагало.
Он подбежал под забор. Где машина? Куда ты первый? Я с чем-то красным.
Гелики, по-моему. Бат не уволен. Уехал, что ли?
В дом зашел.
Слушай. Он слышал меня. Да идите нахуй, блядь. А почему по нему никто не стреляет, блядь? По ним что никто не стреляет? Не попадает, блядь. Блядь, сколько в него зажимать нужно было, чтобы он нокнулся, блядь, шип. Вроде зажимал в него хорошо, не на...
Сету?
Угу. Блядь, у меня потеря пакетов.
У меня изначально была потеря пакета, ну, типа 15% при запуске и все, по-моему.
Есть люди.
Да-да-да, сверху двоих вижу. Да я плохо лечу, до этой, наверное, не долетаю.
До кого?
Как я долечу, но меня, скорее всего, сейчас с крыши будут закрывать просто. Юб, ты куда летишь? Ты в кирпичку?
На рекламу?
Да.
Они скипнули в кирпичку трое.
Я понял.
А дальше летят на апельсинки или куда?
Двое, да, на апельсинке?
Да. На крыше.
А рядом кирпичку падал?
Да, тип падал.
Точно, по-моему, что никто не
Падал.
Здорово, друг.
Апельсинка, 3-й этаж. Был вот это вот чел. Второй этаж желтый.
Вижу, вправо падал.
Вот здесь первый
Да,
этаж.
вижу.
Первый этаж.
Да,
Желтый.
видел.
Второй этаж. Поднимается. Слева апельсинку не вижу нигде, где тип.
Топает.
Правую апельсинку не вижу. Просто стреляю, отвлекаю. Короче, иду к тебе, Володь.
Второй этаж посередине.
На втором, да?
Был, да, по мне стрелял.
Какой этаж?
Наверное, на третий.
Вверх, да, самый последний.
Нет, рефреш. Не спеши, рефреш.
Греет что-то.
Кидай.
Зона.
Что, ебанул, конечно.
Банный рот.
Из серии под нее попал, блин.
Да, так мне бы тебе быстрее надо было бежать.
Сашенька, ювелир здесь.
Блядь, друг, ну что ты кидаешь из этой хуйни?
Эрик, ты старый пес, ебать, тебе пизда.
Дать я, блядь.
Подожди, Аюб, я в смоку ничего не вижу.
Заведешь, только, ебать, давай без этого.
В какой он части?
В себя поверил.
Ты чё, старый хуесос, блядь, базаришь?
Ну меня.
Сейчас же закончатся твои смоки, блядь, скажешь.
Дело не в смоках, дело в твоем положении. Все хуёво у тебя, понял? Ай, бля, слепой, бля, буду.
Братан, да он мне кажется...
Поднимайся, Серый, со мной поднимайся!
Иду.
Кидайте. Да, покидай, да, схал. Ой, бля, я горел, бля.
Да тихо.
Да, я специально убью его, Серый, да, я убью.
Он зону кинул. Уйди!
Ай ты сыкунишка, бля, больно
Ой,
тебе?
блядь.
Давай, да не больно, бля, давай.
Есть чем
Даже
похилить?
закончатся все твои вот эти вот.
Ну чё ты, блядь, стрельнул?
Насобирал клон, блядь, смоков, блядь.
Просто вы втроем одного запушить боитесь.
Сейчас закончатся твои смоки, подожди. Он не спрыгнул случайно?
Ну, парашют было бы слышно.
Он, по-моему, так спрыгнул.
Они никогда не кончатся, у меня их много.
Да пойдем в размен, на юг зайдем и все. Я первый зайду и
Да,
все.
да подожди, не смерть смысла, блядь, он просто зажмет и все.
Да блядь!
Собака, собака, блядь, лежать.
Дайте похилиться чем-нибудь. Мы от зоны далековато, надо подлутаться довалить.
Блять, теперь меня откидывают, ебать.
Откидывай, да? Это сервера, брать. Они что за ботики, блядь, есть?
Да я хуй знаю, не по барабану на них вообще, они уже в лобби, ебать, что хотят, делают. Мне нравится, что он больше выебывался, блядь, сидел. Не, СЛР-ка нужна для КС. Идет туда, надо, нашел.
А СЛРщика нужна?
Нет. Носик нужен на калаш и все.
В этом доме компенсии.
Забери с собой.
Метку дал на первом.
Ты с собой не можешь забрать?
Я далеко уже. Так ты, блядь, рядом мутаешься, говоришь, с собой не можешь.
Машина есть.
Блядь, кроме этих берилов, калашов, что-нибудь будет?
Где юг метка какая?
Хорошо, посмотри, синяя метка.
А,
Блядь, я не могу оружие найти. Ёбаный.
Типа 330. Нихуя. Это откинуло, блядь.
на первом этаже, говоришь, он лежит? А, вот он.
Вот она, ау.
Забираем. Мне только бусты нужны, все. Он до зоны
2.8.
лет. Оранжевую эту машину увидишь, КПРБ? Оранжевую машину эту увидишь, КПРБ, вот это, короче, остановись. Скинь багажник 2 буста. Чё, бензин заглох?
Да, блядь, что он есть? Ты же не просто сиди в серве, ты дорогу чекай. Ты, блядь, как коммерсант, блядь, садишься в машину.
Мы врежемся сейчас.
А мы когда врезались?
Всегда. Такой водила, блядь, в один конец привозишь.
Особенно ты, бля, пассажир опасный, блядь.
Лучше быть
Ты
пассажиром
сиди, чекай.
опасным, чем водилой.
Пока нас не высадили.
Нас невозможно высадить. Японский бог зоны это вообще капец.
Это походу через мост можно переезжать. Это остров.
Лево. Ничего.
Вот она, желтая машинка. Если тебе нужна, по дороге стоит.
Я ее заберу. Да не это!
Езжай, заберешь желтый.
Через мост машина поехала.
Бля.
Ой, меня откатило так неплохо. И...
А смотри, мост закрывать мог.
Нормально, я проскочил.
Не знаешь, дальше.
Ебать, вот это откат. У меня никого в кемпах.
Чё ты сюда бежишь? Чё ты сюда бежишь?
Я скажу вам, ребята, надо обратно валить.
Почему? Прямо поедем.
Ну, она с другой стороны будет.
Ехал обратно, блядь. Не знаю, как вы. Пока время 18 секунд.
Давай. Поворачивай.
Лайф много, кстати.
Да ну нет!
Да, все.
Ебать, ну... Да пизда.
А ёб, вернись, забери кого-то. Ё-моё, ты чё, не видишь, мою машину сломали?
Да нет, это не хватит, одна аптечка даже.
У меня челики на горе.
Есть машина.
Поехали.
Давай, давай.
Чисто по дороге. У тебя где челики? В кемпе?
Да, все, на горе зоны нет.
Просто по дороге едь в офис.
Не задави его!
Бля. Прямо. Да нахуй ты смоки кидаешь, Серый?
Давай поднимем.
Что, сверху нокнут меня? Нет, не надо. С горы сверху нокнут.
С кем они тут стреляются?
Бля, тайминги теряем. Уже, бля, другие стреляют.
Бежать очень далеко, пиздец.
Можно тут подождать типов этих, которые будут сейчас съебывать.
Очка есть.
Потом.
Аюб, где нокнул?
У меня сзади тачка стала.
Сверху ее. Нет у тебя тачки, где?
А, сзади где-то.
Я над тобой, я прям на горе, нет никого.
А вот чел. Вот сверху нокнул чел.
Да он умер, Володь.
Кого вон они бегают, бля?
Где?
На самом верху, на самом.
А, я думал, ты вниз.
Идемте в зону, оставьте это, идемте в зону.
Да давай закроем их, ё-моё. Вот мы рядом с зоной. Они же сейчас тоже побегут.
Все, мы его не подняли. Да, в упоре мне прям в упор. Ног под это коцал? Коцаешь ты?
Да, да. За сараем, за маленьким. Ходи.
Ах, ебать, вы уже тут.
Ладно, окей.
Беги ко мне, Вова, беги ко мне, что ты там делаешь?
Сзади у нас люди.
Да похуй на меня, они, блядь, сзади.
А, не, я этого вообще не видел даже. Я у тех стрелял, которые вот там были. Пана слева. Все.
Блядь, другая фланг, не эти убил. Блядь.
Бать, Володь, ты прилег отдохнуть.
В смысле?
Ехать тебя жахнуло нормально.
А, ну туда.
Ебать, я его перестрелял, видел? Бля, мне как думка знал, прям чувствовал, что они прям подходят.
Ёпта, то?
Нет.
А у тебя, слышишь, что, Аюб, у тебя забиндена такая тема, только залезть.
Да. Не присесть, залезть отдельно. Паркур и залезть отдельно.
Там есть тема только прыгнуть и только залезть. Вот только залезть я не понимаю, типа, что за тема. Типа ты вот залазишь, он не перепрыгивает.
Прыгаешь ты, он прыгает. Залезть, это через окно перелазишь.
Ну так я на пробел могу перелазить просто через окно.
Бля, а как ты прыгать будешь?
А на ну есть просто прыгнуть, только прыгнуть.
Ну, это ты возле окна стоишь, просто прыгаешь.
Да.
Ты возле окна будешь стоять, пробел нажмешь, и ты перелезешь. Зачем тебе это? Бля, наук вот. Куда они прыгнули? С тобой?
Да со мной, блядь, я на первый бегу.
Блядь, не попал!
А, тут чел.
Пизди! Убежал, да?
Помогите, меня будут целить сейчас. Целит, первый этаж. Бежит ко мне, Аюб!
Смотри, смотри, смотри.
Ёпаный, сука, и шаг, блядь. Бля, я поставил метку, ну куда вы падаете все? Я понять не могу.
Бля, как ты отдельно всегда падаешь.
Да где отдельно? Я поставил метку, блядь. Пиздец, один вообще в апельсинку.
Да, что ты так переживаешь? Вот, надо
Да потому что если б я сейчас, не дай бог, нахуй упал бы куда-нибудь, тут столько крику было бы, ебать. Куда ты падаешь, блядь?
Ты всегда в другое место падаешь.
Какое другое место?
Вот от точки, ты, когда я точку ставлю, ты всегда в другое место падаешь. Хочешь ставить не?
Когда никого нету, блядь.
А все, не кипишуй, бля, никто тебя не трогает. Что ты завелся?
Смотри на нас.
Есть пушка какая-нибудь?
Слушай, блядь, падаешь, ты не знаешь, что тебя на крыше.
Нас пушат, нас пушат. За забором в упоре. Подойди ко мне, скинь пушки, Володь. И патроны. Да ёбаный, его вообще не видно.
Блядь, как вон у вас этот, блядь, так видит? Ёбан бог. Не, сейве будет, сервис.
Какие сейва, нахуй?
Еще есть, что ли?
Да.
Семерки есть всего?
Ну, там трупился, я аж отдал все. У меня вообще нету ничего. А, ты, блядь, забрал, да? У меня 6 патронов. Вышел из двери.
Да, ебаный ты. Ебаный ты гусь, блядь. Я думал, их трое, их четверо, оказывается. Бля. Пиздец.
Блять, это кринж какой-то. Да, да.
Что за гигабайт, бля?
4-5. Короче, 2 склада.
Они первые прилетят.
На дальнюю кирпичку вот эту.
Да, они скипнули все фул. Они в кирпичку.
Нет,
упали.
А я разбил. Нет.
Два шота даю, не нокается, понял? Принял.
Да, понятно. Ага, да, блядь, такой ты прям.
Голова в Катю, блядь.
Какой этаж он пикал?
Крайний, последний.
Нет?
Ебать, ну как так? Подымай инста меня сразу, сразу! Нас пушат. И лестницу сразу смотри.
Блядь.
А он зашел.
Сколько лутаешь, шлема не нашли.
Все, в пизду, не хочу.
Давай я тоже.
Всем спасибо, всем ББ.